Chapter 201 Obtained and Greedy. Guui showed an expression that you think I'm stupid. How can I hand over the person when the matter is not completed? When the time comes, I will naturally return the person to you. As for now, just wait well. Guui was the first to descend into the forest, and the others followed closely. Are you okay? Bibi Dong behind him asked coldly with a little concern. Don't worry, you won't die for the time being. Guui handed Zig to Bibi Dong. His condition was not as good as he said. Just now, in order to completely control Zig, he almost used the heaven-swallowing secret technique with all his strength. Only then could he show that inhuman ability. I am the world. This is a special martial art that Guui has created in the past 6 months, or it can be regarded as a special field. This martial art combines the field of original energy with the Jotien Liu Sutra he created, mainly based on mental power, and the ability to control all elements in the world in a short period of time. It sounds similar to the original energy. The effects of the domain are almost the same, but what needs to be comprehended is far more than a simple domain. To a certain extent, it can be equivalent to the actual controller of the world within the domain. Mental power, energy domain, and Jotien Liu Sutra are indispensable. But the mental consumption will be extremely large, even massive. If it weren't for the continuous improvement of mental power in these days, it would be basically impossible to maintain such a special field as I am the world. Boss, this is our territory. Can we let humans be so arrogant? He can threaten me, and we can threaten them. Qi Wang said unwillingly. How to threaten? Tien wanted to hear how to threaten. It's a bit difficult for us to take them down in a short time, but not all humans are as powerful as them. If they kill one of me, we will destroy a city of human race. See who can't bear it first. The idea of a euro the Red King can be said to be extremely crazy. The Xiangjun on the side also pounded his chest excitedly. He had been in the core circle for so many years and his body was almost rusty. I thought I had met a good opponent, but it was interrupted halfway. Not satisfying, not satisfying. The Xiangjun's action made Guyi and others alert. Compared with the Red King and Zig in Guyi's hands, this dark gold fear claw bear is powerful, especially the sharp claws. It can be said to be indestructible. No, slaughtering humans on a large scale may attract the attention of those people in the sky. For the sake of the master's plan, we must never do this. Emperor Tian's expression became serious. Everything should be based on the master. Even if they all sacrificed themselves, they could not affect the master. This point will never change. Only when the master recovers, their soul beasts will have hope. His cultivation has long been enough to become a god. It is because after the failure of the dragon god, the god realm does not allow soul beasts to become gods, so he has been practicing until now. Yes. Emperor Tien and the others were getting impatient, and Guyi was also feeling uncomfortable. Especially Guyi. The time for the heaven-swallowing secret art has long passed. The reason why he is still standing here is entirely because the Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone and the Nirvana fire are suppressing the injuries on the meridians. If you want to restore your body to its peak state without using the 5th soul skill, it will be impossible without 10 days or half a month. What's the situation? Qian Daoliu asked. After all, the power of angels is limited. He is just a guide and is not qualified to inherit the throne of angels. The battle just now consumed a lot of power. Even if he wants to recover, it will take a long time. Wait a little longer. Guyi cursed in his heart. Tien Mang silkworm is a waste, it hasn't escaped for such a long time. It's really a disgrace to the million-year soul beast. Time passed by. The two sides were in a stalemate. Only Zig was thrown to the ground casually and stepped on by Bibi Dong, which seemed to make her more domineering. It came out. Guyi's mental power has been in a state of dissipation, and finally a 10-patterned ice silkworm appeared in his perception. It's not easy, I can't hold on if it doesn't come out. The more the meridian injury is suppressed, the more difficult it is to control. But everything should be over. The 5th soul ring appeared. Tien and others soon discovered the changes on Guyi's side. The flames quickly spread to Guyi's whole body, and his originally pale face suddenly became ruddy, and his somewhat sluggish spirit also recovered as before. Thank you for your cooperation, see you next time. Guyi disappeared with the 3 people around him, leaving only Zig lying on the ground. As a demigod master, it was no problem for him to feel the fluctuations in space. Damn, their target is that worm. Tien's face was ashen. This worm was very beneficial to their cultivation. But Tien couldn't figure out how these humans knew about this worm. But it is useless to think so much now. Because in his perception, the group of humans disappeared again, this time they left the Xingda Great Forest directly. Tien, a euro bring Zig back. Don't worry about that group of people anymore. The majestic voice rushed into Tien's mind again. Yes. Outside the Xingda Great Forest. You took such a big risk just for such a big bug. Bibi Dong looked at the ice silkworm held tightly in Gui's hand. She didn't expect that Gui was interested in such a useless big bug. The power in the body of Tien Mang ice silkworm has only been absorbed by less than half, and there is still a lot of power hidden in the body. It's just that Tien Mang ice silkworm, a useless soul beast, doesn't know how to use it. Such a powerful power was wasted in vain. Let me go, I'm a million-year soul beast. Tien Mang ice silkworm didn't expect that he would be caught again just after escaping from the thieves' den. The huge body stood up and made a fierce posture. The incomparable spiritual power swept the four people. What a strong spiritual power! Chen Xin was affected by this powerful spiritual power for a moment and was stunned for a second. As for Guyi and the other three, it was not affected much. Especially Guyi. A small soul beast should be able to run wild in front of them. So what if it's a spiritual power competition? Guyi may not be as good as Tien Mang ice silkworm in terms of total spiritual power, but he is far better than Tien Mang ice silkworm in the use of spiritual power. Ah, what the hell? Tien Mang ice silkworm felt like being pricked by a needle as soon as it was hit by Gui's spirit, and it also recalled the horrible scene when it was chased. How can a human have such a strong spiritual power? Tien Mang ice silkworm couldn't believe it at all. Million-year soul beast. Bibi Dong and the other three looked at the soul beast controlled by Guyi in shock. Except for the strong spiritual power, they really couldn't see how this worm was like a million-year soul beast. Boy, you used to be so arrogant. Qian Daoliu didn't expect Guyi's target to be a million-year soul beast. This has a different meaning. If it was a 100,000-year soul beast, he wouldn't care. But this is a million-year soul beast, and it looks so weak. Even if he can't use it, his granddaughter can use it. The first million-year soul beast in history, who wouldn't be tempted? Bibi Dong was also tempted. If she absorbed this soul beast, I'm afraid her strength could surpass this old immortal. Only Chen Xin restrained his excitement. It's not that he doesn't care about the million-year soul beast, but the swordsmanship in his heart doesn't allow him to do such a thing. Chapter 202, Fooling Tien Mang. Why, Senior and His Holiness the Pope are also interested in this ice silkworm. Guyi's eyes moved between Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu. Before Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu could speak, Chen Xin, who was standing beside them, spoke first. Guyi, this transaction is over. I'll leave first. Chen Xin's choice was very wise, and the rest was up to Guyi and the others. After the battle just now, Chen Xin also saw the gap between him and the other three. No matter what, he would not be an opponent. He had no chance of winning against Qian Daoliu, but this battle was not without gain. Originally, after condensing the soul core, his cultivation was about to break through the 97th level. After experiencing such a battle, he could retreat again after returning to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. I believe that this time, he will definitely be able to go one step further and reach the 97th level. Guyi knew what Chen Xin was thinking and congratulated him. After Chen Xin left, the situation became more confusing. Guyi was actually not sure whether Qian Daoliu would take action, but Bibi Dong would not take action. Guyi was still confident about this. A gentleman does not take away what others like. Besides, this trip is just to help you. This soul beast naturally belongs to you. Qian Daoliu was half truthful and half false, and only he understood. If it was really just an ordinary strong man who had such an unprecedented opportunity as a million-year soul beast, Qian Daoliu would undoubtedly make a move to snatch it. But this person happened to be Guyi, who inherited the throne of God. Besides, Bibi Dong was still here. Once the fight started, he would be the only one at a disadvantage. Even if Qian Daoliu was conceited, he did not think he could defeat Guyi and Bibi Dong together. Let's go, don't forget what you promised me, to help me hunt the 200,000-year soul beasts in the Xingda Great Forest after this. Bibi Dong also put away her greed. It was just a million-year-old spirit beast without combat power. When their strength increased in the future, they would directly turn all the beasts they met today into spirit rings. After all, among the three of them, only she had twin martial spirits and there was still a vacant spirit ring position. Then they would all be hers. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong didn't have so many ideas. At worst, she could find another one. The world is so big, if one can appear, then a second one can appear. But Bibi Dong probably never dreamed that after absorbing the spirit ring this time, Guyi would have a second martial spirit. Soul. There are even more vacancies in the soul ring positions than hers. Although Guyi cannot find out what they are thinking, he can clearly sense that their greed has disappeared. If he can avoid fighting, Guyi does not want to fight. Tien Mang Binkan, no way, brother just escaped and will become a human soul ring again. How can his fate be so miserable? I knew that he would not come out. I'll leave next. Guyi dare not absorb soul rings under their noses. If he really does so, it will be a completely suicidal choice. Putting away greed at this moment does not mean that he will not be greedy from now on. If he attacks him when he absorbs soul rings, he will be finished. Guyi does not want to gamble with human nature with his life. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. How could she not know Guyi's precautions, but she knew that everything was caused by her greed just now. And if it were her, Bibi Dong would not let people she did not trust guard by her side. When a soul master absorbs soul rings, it can be said that he is the most vulnerable. Guyi disappeared on the spot. Bibi Dong didn't want to talk to this old man anymore. Anyway, they wouldn't become friends, and could even be called enemies. Guyi controlled the Tien Mang ice silkworm to cross the space all the way, heading towards the sunset forest without stopping. There was only one place in the world that made him feel the safest, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Only there could he safely absorb the soul ring. Guyi's spatial ability was no longer what it used to be. It was completely different from the situation at the beginning. It only took 3 days to cross the huge distance between the two forests. During this period, the Tien Mang ice silkworm completely gave up. There was no escape. Douluo was a little surprised by Guyi's sudden appearance. But he was directly attracted by the huge ice silkworm in his hand. I 1/2 EEC per 1000 A 1/2. 7th Soul Ring, Old Poison, I'm going to trouble you again. Guyi was not on guard against Douluo. After all, he was his grandson-in-law. How could Douluo harm him? After waiting for so long, I finally planned to break through. Douluo knew that Guyi had already reached level 70, but he had not found a suitable soul beast, so he had not obtained the 7th soul ring. Now it seems that this worm is extraordinary. Don't worry about breaking through. No one will be able to disturb you. Douluo said seriously. Guyi nodded and took the Tien Mang ice silkworm into the house. Listen, I need you to sacrifice yourself to me. Guyi said to Tien Mang ice silkworm as soon as he entered the room. If he kills it, he will probably only get the power of Tien Mang ice silkworm, but will not get the second martial spirit. This is unacceptable to Guyi. I have been planning for so long, just for today. Tien Mang ice silkworm did not expect this human to be so hateful, wanting his soul ring, and also wanting me to sacrifice. He is simply dreaming. The ice silkworm clan will never surrender. If you want to kill or plunder, just come. Tien Mang ice silkworm looked at Guyi with backbone, and its huge body made the hut seem a bit crowded. Guyi did not care about its current attitude. Now you only have 2 choices. Either be killed by me, and the cultivation of 1,000,000 years will completely disappear. Or take the initiative to sacrifice. I can let you keep a trace of soul, let you live in my spiritual sea, and maybe one day I can revive you. Choose. The Tien Mang ice silkworm hesitated. Although it has lived for 1,000,000 years, it has been sleeping most of the time and has not seen the world at all. Naturally, it has not lived enough. Who wants to die when they can live? But should it trust this human? This is what Tien Mang hesitated about. Taking the initiative to sacrifice means entrusting everything to this human. If Guyi regrets, there is nothing he can do. In fact, you have no choice. Believe that I can still survive, otherwise you will only die. Guyi's words were like a sharp knife piercing Tien Mang's heart, awakening it. Yes, now people are the knife and I am the fish. There is no choice. Okay, I believe you. Guyi smiled. At this moment, the Tien Mang ice silkworm is relatively easy to fool, so it agreed so easily. As a 1,000,000-year soul beast, you should be different, right? Guyi looked at Tien Mang ice silkworm knowingly. Speaking of this Tien Mang ice silkworm, it became excited. As the first million-year soul beast in the world, this honor is enough for it to show off for a lifetime. Yes, as a million-year soul beast, I can bring you 4 soul skills at a time. Far beyond the soul beast of 100,000 years. Tien Mang said proudly. Very powerful. That's nothing, I have more powerful ones. When the soul beast reaches 100,000 years of cultivation, it will definitely drop soul bones. But I am different. I don't have soul bones, but I have something better. I can give you a martial soul. Tien Mang Ice Silkworm was so excited when talking about his abilities. Guyi asked again, martial soul, what kind of martial soul? I am a member of the Ice Silkworm clan. I am born with 2 attributes, spirit and ice. If I sacrifice to you, I can give you an ice martial soul without a soul. The 5 days, 3 updates completed. Chapter 203 Soul Ring Absorption. No, I don't want your ice. I want the spiritual attribute. Guyi rejected Tien Mang's Ice Silkworm. The original energy field plus the Zhou Tian Liu He Sutra have already made him lack any elements. Especially the 2 elements of ice and fire, which are still the 2 strongest elements he has mastered to this day. Ice martial soul is not even a chicken rib. What Guyi wanted from the beginning to the end was another attribute of Tien Mang. Spirit. Although he has made great progress in spiritual power with the evil god Pearl, if he can have a spiritual type of martial soul, it will obviously be a great help for the growth and control of the evil god Pearl. Tien Mang hesitated. Spirit and ice, these 2 attributes are obviously more important to it, and it is also the most important thing for it to retain its sanity. If the spiritual attribute is really sacrificed, there will be no chance. It is even questionable whether it can still exist in sanity. Don't worry, you have seen my mental power before. It is not difficult to preserve your sanity in the sacrifice. And after Mengzun has given me, I will grow faster, so I can revive you faster. Guyi added fuel to the fire. Okay, I'll listen to you. After all, Tien Mang Ice Silkworm has never lived in human society and has never seen what a sugar-coated bullet is. Doing this is equivalent to putting everything on Guyi. If Guyi regrets it at that time, he will not even have the power to resist. Then let's start. The golden light on the body of Tien Mang Ice Silkworm is shining, and the body that makes the house seem crowded rushes straight to Guyi. When the 2 touch, the body seems to be energy and rushes into Guyi's body. Only 10 golden patterns on the original body are left. This is the symbol of Tien Mang Ice Silkworm's cultivation for millions of years, and it is also the source of its power. The unparalleled spiritual power was released, spreading in all directions with this hut as the origin. Douluo, who was the closest, had the most say. This spiritual power was as vast as the sea and unfathomable. If he didn't have a skull, his spiritual power would be much stronger than that of ordinary titled Douluo, and he would even be shocked by this spiritual power. The power possessed by Tien Mang Ice Silkworm was very pure, different from all the soul rings he had absorbed before. Soft, smooth, and even actively integrated. This is the benefit of active sacrifice. The soul core in the Danshan was running and growing crazily. This is a rare opportunity. Such high-quality heaven and earth energy is rare. At least Guyi has never felt such pure heaven and earth energy in other places. At this time, the meridians that have reached the god-level martial soul have played a vital role. Such pure heaven and earth energy is constantly being circulated and absorbed by the meridians, and the external soul bones attached to the lumbar spine are also madly absorbing power, and the age is constantly increasing. This soul bone is a 10,000-year soul bone that he produced when he absorbed the heaven-swallowing clam. With the cultivation over the years, the age has also increased. Perhaps this time he can transform with Guyi and reach the level of a 100,000-year soul bone. While the soul power increased, the huge and seemingly limitless spiritual power of Tien Mang Ice Silkworm instantly filled the vast sea of a soul. If we only talk about spiritual power, Tien Mang Ice Silkworm is definitely the first under the gods, and no one's spiritual power can compare with it. Both the spirit and the body are constantly growing and improving. Guyi still puts more attention on the sea of a soul, constantly digesting this endless spiritual power. The Tien Mang Ice Silkworm also appeared at this moment, but now he seems a little illusory, as if he will dissipate at any time. At this time, Tien Mang's body no longer has the previous 10 golden patterns, and has turned back into an ordinary ice silkworm. Hurry, I'm going to dissipate. Tien Mang looked at Guyi, and now it only has the ice attribute as its origin. It was another voluntary sacrifice. Without Gui's help, it would not last long and would dissipate between heaven and earth. Gui did not regret it. He used part of his mind to stabilize Tien Mang's body with his own spiritual power and let it absorb his own spiritual power. It was just that he had lost his origin. It would be extremely difficult for Tien Mang to cultivate his spiritual power in the future. Soon, Tien Mang's body was no longer illusory. After all, he was a million-year-old soul beast, so it was no problem to accommodate some spiritual power. What is this? The Tien Mang ice silkworm, which had just recovered, could not help but be curious and wandered towards the evil god bead in the center of the sea of a spirit. Guyi had no time to worry about Tien Mang ice silkworm now. At this moment, he was undergoing the most critical transformation. As soon as Tien Mang touched the evil god bead, he immediately felt endless evil thoughts impacting his soul. It wanted to pollute him and fall into evil ways. What the hell, it scared me to death. Fortunately, it was released after just one touch, and Tien Mang was not hurt. It was just that the miniature version of Guyi in the evil god pearl opened his mouth. What happened again? Tien Mang resisted the suction, not understanding what was going on. But things were not that simple. This time, Tien Mang's ice silkworm was different from the one in the original book. Now, apart from the remaining ice attribute essence, it only had a little spiritual power passed to it by Guyi. The evil god pearl has also been greatly improved over the years, including even Guyi dared not imagine how great the power contained in it was. I am afraid that when Guyi becomes a god, this special tool will completely transform into a divine weapon. The body of Tien Mang ice silkworm only lasted for a few breaths before it was absorbed. Everything was developing without Guyi knowing. Guyi was concentrating on absorbing the power in his body and spiritual sea. He was getting stronger all the time. From day to night, 4 months had passed. Outside the room, Douluo looked at the house that had not changed much. I really didn't expect that someone could absorb a soul ring for 4 months. Even when he absorbed the 9th soul ring, it didn't take so much time, and even when he was in seclusion, it didn't take so long. In the room, the eyes that had been closed for 4 months finally opened. A beam of white light shot out from Guyi's eyes, penetrating the room, breaking the poisonous miasma, until outside the forest. Guyi seemed to see Tiandu's city from here, and everything in the world had no secrets in these eyes. In a blink of an eye, the white light disappeared. He moved his stiff neck and stretched his body in a relaxed manner, as if he had just woken up. After 4 months, Guyi finally integrated the pure power contained in the Tien Mang ice silkworm into his body, and his cultivation reached level 80 without any obstacles. If it were not for the special level restrictions of Douluo continent, he could even rush to the level of titled Douluo in one breath. The power contained in the Tien Mang ice silkworm is unprecedented. Even if half of its power is sucked away by the many powerful beasts in the forest, it still has 500,000 years of pure heaven and earth vitality. It is like a walking 10,000-year-old ice marrow. Chapter 204 The Changes of the Evil God Pearl. No, where did such a big ice silkworm go? After absorbing the soul ring, Guyi finally had time to take care of the Tien Mang ice silkworm. But when he returned to the sea of a spirit again, there was nothing else except the evil god pearl. The Tien Mang ice silkworm seemed to have disappeared. It won't dissipate. Guyi thought of a possibility. After all, this time he wanted the spiritual attribute instead of the ice attribute. It is possible that it can't hold on and dissipate between heaven and earth. On second thought, this is another impossible thing. Although the fighting power of Tien Mang ice silkworm is useless, it has lived for so many years. With its own spiritual power, it can still maintain the stability of its soul. I'm here. The voice of Tien Mang ice silkworm suddenly came from the sea of a spirit. Following the source of the voice, Guyi set his sights on the evil god bead in the center of the sea of a spirit. There is no mistake. The voice came from there. The next moment, Guyi came to the side of the evil god bead in an instant, only to find that the evil god bead had changed a lot. The original evil god bead was as black as ink, but now you can see white cloud patterns on it. Not to mention it looks pretty. Guyi looked deeper into it, and the Tien Mang ice silkworm that had disappeared appeared next to little Guyi. One white, one black, there is a sense of contrast. How did you get in? Guyi really didn't know that the evil god pearl had this ability. When he asked Tien Mang ice silkworm, he also checked the situation of the evil god pearl. After all, this is the first treasure that may become a divine weapon after he became a god. It may even be the source of his backup power, so there must be no problems. I just touched it out of curiosity, and was sucked in by the pearl. I couldn't get out in a daze, and I merged with the pearl. Hurry up and save me. Tien Mang Ice Silkworm couldn't help but complain. God knows how boring it is in here. The space is small and there is nothing to play. The key is that evil thoughts and energy enter it from time to time. Even those who sleep can't sleep well and often wake up in their sleep. After a thorough investigation, Guui didn't find any problems. On the contrary, the evil god pearl became more stable because of the integration of Tien Mang Ice Silkworm, and even the capacity was much larger than before. In the past, the evil thoughts needed to be absorbed by the demon species alone. If the amount was too large, it would affect Guui. But now the situation has changed. Although Tien Mang Ice Silkworm has lost its spiritual origin, its experience of practicing for 1,000,000 years still exists, especially for energy storage. It can store 1,000,000 years of cultivation in its body without exploding and dying. This is its ability. Now the evil god pearl can basically be regarded as a treasure that will not have any effect on its owner. Unless the negative emotions and evil thoughts of the whole world rush into the evil god pearl, it is almost impossible to burst the storage capacity of Tien Mang Ice Silkworm that can accommodate 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Guui did not expect that there would be such an unexpected surprise. This matter was really something he did not expect. It was still Tien Mang's fault. If he was not too curious and did not pay attention, he would have become like this. Wait, let me see if I can let you out. Guui was not sure whether he could let Tien Mang Ice Silkworm come out temporarily. As for getting rid of the evil god pearl, it was impossible. Because the Tien Mang Ice Silkworm has merged with the evil god pearl, it has become an invincible part of the separation, and even if it can be separated, Guui will not do so. In the final analysis, the relationship between him and Tien Mang Ice Silkworm is the simplest transaction relationship, or it can be said to be a semi-forced relationship. It is already his kindness to be able to leave the soul of Tien Mang Ice Silkworm. Guui controlled the evil god bead, and it seemed that he could release Tien Mang. Yeah, I can come out. Tien Mang shouted, and he didn't expect that he could see the light of day again. After Tien Mang Ice Silkworm came out, it looked at Guui, with a clear look. I finally know how you, a human, have such a strong mental power. It turns out that all living beings are the source of the spiritual power of the world. The stronger the negative emotions in the world are, the greater your mental power is. Tien Mang really didn't expect that there was such a cultivation method in the world, which completely subverted the previous cultivation concept. If it weren't for this 10,000 years of cold ice marrow and the accumulation of millions of years, his mental power really couldn't surpass Guui, this pervert. You should have discovered that you are only out temporarily, and your foundation is still in the evil god pearl. Tien Mang naturally understood that he would be inseparable from this pearl for the rest of his life. However, he had figured it out in the past 4 months. If you can't get out, then don't get out. There are pros and cons to entering the evil god pearl, but it's not entirely a bad thing. Although he didn't absorb much negative emotions and evil thoughts in the past 4 months, he still stabilized his soul and improved his mental strength through these powers. If you can't get out, then don't get out. Anyway, you can only stay in your spiritual sea in the future. Tien Mang's unexpected acceptance saved Guui a lot of words. By the way, how long did it take to absorb the soul ring this time? Although Guui didn't know how long it took, he could still feel the passage of time, so it was still 1 or 2 months. 4 months, a full 4 months. 4 months. Guui was anxious. When he made a 1-year agreement, he and Zhu Zuqing made an 11-month agreement. According to the time calculation, there are only a few days left. Now he is in the Sunset Forest, which is equivalent to being in the center of the Tiandu Empire, and he needs to rush to the center of the Xingluo Empire. This almost spans half of the continent. Even if he controls the space ability, he is likely to miss the agreed time. Too far. Guui really didn't expect that it took him 4 months just to absorb the spirit ring. It's too long. No, he must set off as soon as possible. Guui doesn't want to waste any more time. There is only Tien Mang, the silkworm baby, in the sea of a euro spirit. Old poison, I'm sorry. I have something important to do, and I will apologize to you when I come back. Guui rushed out of the house, left a word to Douluo, and crossed the space and disappeared in the eyes of Binghuo Lianjian. Stinky boy, I really owe you in my last life. Douluo stroked his black beard, but there was a smile on his face. He was so happy to have such an outstanding grandson-in-law, how could he not be satisfied? Thousands of miles away, Guyi came across space. How is it possible? Guyi looked at the strange place in disbelief. In a moment, he actually came to 1,000 miles away, which was much more than before. When he sent out his spiritual exploration, Guyi found that his spiritual perception range had expanded by more than double. Sure enough, all this time was not wasted. In this way, Guyi doesn't have to worry about not being able to make it. Sure enough, the spatial ability is like a panacea. It can attack and defend, and it can also make the journey. Chapter 205, Making Trouble in the Palace. Early in the morning. The spatial crossing ability has been greatly improved. In just 2 days, Guyi crossed half of the continent and came to the center of the Xingluo Empire, Xingluo City. Finally caught up. It was the first time for Guyi to come to Xingluo City, which was somewhat different from Tiandu City. The Xingluo Empire was warlike and martial, and the whole city had a sense of toughness. Before entering Xingluo City, Guyi had already deployed his spiritual power. With Zhu Zuking's personality, she would most likely come back a few days earlier. How dare you! It seems that the deterrence I gave you back then was not enough. It would have been better if he hadn't detected it. This detection immediately made Guyi furious. The next moment, Guyi's figure disappeared from the spot. In a side room in the corner of the Zhu family's mansion, a black-clothed woman with an outstanding figure sat cross-legged on the bed and practiced her soul power. And outside the room, there were 2 soul saint-level strong men guarding. Brother Yi, it seems that I can't keep the appointment. Zhu Zuqing opened her eyes and looked at the room that looked like a cage, with a bitter look on her face. She returned to Xingluo City 10 days ago. Although her aura had changed a lot after absorbing soul rings several times, her essence as a ghost spirit cat was still there, and it was difficult for her to hide with a figure like hers. She was soon discovered by the Zhu family. Although her cultivation had improved greatly in the past 10 months, and she was only 1 step away from reaching level 50, she was still no match for the Zhu family's soul saint level warriors. There was no other choice but to escape. After escaping for 3 days, she was captured because she had no time to replenish her soul power. She was locked in this impenetrable room. In order to prevent her from being able to travel through shadows, the room was illuminated all day long. She had no chance at all. The reason why the Zhu family did not punish her according to the family rules was not because the Zhu family was kind or saw her potential. But they wanted her to continue to fulfill her engagement with Daimyo Bai. After the all-continent high-level Soul Master competition, the situation in Xingluo City changed dramatically. Davis was abolished, and the ministers who originally supported him all turned to support Daimyo Bai, who was not favored by many people. Daimyo Bai's talent was not bad, but he was too young, and there was no comparison with Davis, who was a few years older than him. Some things were decided from the moment he was born. Zhu Qing, do you think he will come? Zhu Zuyun walked into the room and looked at her sister sitting on the bed with her eyes closed, with a little envy in her eyes. Whether Guyi comes or not, Zhu Zuking's future is bright. If Guyi doesn't come, Zhu Zuqing can marry Daimyo Bai and become the queen. Whether Daimyo Bai is willing or not, he can only agree to the exchange of power. If Guyi comes, it will be even happier. He can get rid of his family, achieve his own career, and don't need to commit to someone he doesn't like. I believe him. Zhu Zuqing only said this. I have never seen Guyi break his promise. Then you wait slowly. Zhu Zuyun didn't say much, left the room, looked up at the sky, and a line of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She is a few years older than Zhu Zuqing, and her thoughts are more mature, or she is better at weighing the pros and cons. If she is born in such a family, she will not survive if she is not proficient in these things. Now that Davis has lost power, Daimyo Bai has become the prince of the Xingluo Empire. The ministers who once fully supported Davis have been suppressed, and her end is not expected to be too good. Maybe she will still enter the palace. No matter what the result is, her fate cannot be changed and can only be manipulated by others. At the same time, Guyi crossed the space and came to the palace, stood under the throne, and looked at the Xingluo emperor who was still watching the court meeting. Bold, who are you, dare to trespass into the palace, take him down. With an order, dozens of armored warriors rushed in from outside the palace. These warriors all had soul power fluctuations on their bodies. They were obviously soul masters, and they were not weak. These warriors would not participate in the war, but were dedicated to protecting the emperor. Get out! As the breath rose, before they approached Guyi, all these warriors were blown away and went wherever they came from. What are you doing? The Xingluo Emperor looked at the angry man in the audience. As the king of a country, his psychological quality was very strong, but he did not show a cowardly look because of the power Guyi had just shown. Humph! Guyi snorted coldly, and then said, Tianwen Academy, Guyi. Everyone's face changed. After nearly a year, all the information about Guyi has been transmitted to Xingluo City. Slaying Yu Yuanzhen and killing Tang Hao. This brilliant record makes many people tremble with fear. Titled Douluo is also extremely rare in the entire continent. He alone killed 2, and among them was Tang Hao, a strong man who killed the Pope. No one present has the confidence to stop the invincible strength. But where is this place, Xingluo Palace, the safest place in the entire Xingluo Empire? How dare Guyi come here? Crazy, it seems that you are looking for death. The Emperor of Xingluo looked at Guyi standing below with a cold voice. He didn't expect that he would dare to come to him on his own initiative. Looking for death. Guyi flashed and came directly in front of the Emperor of Xingluo. He punched him to his knees and vomited bitterly. In front of the strong, please maintain the most basic etiquette. Guyi looked at the Emperor in gorgeous clothes, then looked at the empty throne, and took a few steps forward in full view of the crowd. Turn around and sit down. All the movements were done in one go, as if this position was prepared for him. Come and die. The ministers below finally couldn't help it, and they summoned their martial souls and soul rings to attack Guyi. Tian Yu, natural moat. Guyi looked at the colorful attacks and said a few words expressionlessly. All the attacks stopped 3 feet away, as if there was a natural barrier blocking everything, and it was like being in 2 spaces. What's going on? Continuous attacks, but it was always useless. Guyi leaned against the back of the chair, crossed his legs, supported his head with his right hand, and looked at the ministers who were struggling with some boredom. It seemed that he understood why Bibi Dong liked to cross her legs when sitting. It was really boring to wait. The spiritual power penetrated the body, and everyone's brain froze instantly, and even the soul power could not be controlled. The Xingluo Emperor, who was kneeling on the ground, looked at this scene in grief. These people were all ministers of their Xingluo Empire, all loyal ministers, and the cornerstone of a country. Stop, stop it! In extreme anger, the Xingluo Emperor summoned the White Tiger martial spirit, and 8 soul rings surrounded his body. Several soul rings flashed in succession, and the momentum even reached the level of titled Douluo for a moment. Boring. The explosion of the weak, still a weakling. Even if he was a burst, he was vulnerable. He kicked him several meters away and fell to the ground. Day 6, 3 updates completed. Chapter 206 overwhelming the whole audience. Xingluo Imperial Family, so disappointing. Guyi lazily crossed his feet and sat in the position that represented the supreme power of Xingluo Empire. Below were the nobles and ministers who were once high above. Everyone was angry, but it was useless. What are you going to do? The Emperor of Xingluo finally stood up with the help of the ministers beside him. Although he had several broken ribs, he still had the demeanor of an emperor. This is true. After all, if an empire that advocates military power has a cowardly leader, it would be a real irony. My purpose is very clear, to invite Zhu Zuqing here safely. Shame, the greatest shame in the history of Xingluo Empire. Just as the Emperor of Xingluo was preparing to fight to the death, a beautiful figure rushed in from outside the palace. Mature, charming, and a bit noble, her face shape and figure are somewhat similar to the sisters Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Ziyun. Queen, you came just in time. There was a bit of surprise in the eyes of Emperor Xingluo. In this way, he can use the martial soul fusion technique, and perhaps he can defeat the madman who occupies his position. Guyi didn't care, and didn't interrupt them to use the martial soul fusion technique like before. This time, I came to defeat these people. Let them know themselves. The power of the royal family has no effect in front of the top strong. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. Only when you stand at the top, you will see a different scenery. Some of the previous ideas have also changed. Force may not be able to convince everyone, but it can make everyone accept it. So what if it is domineering? Your arrogance is what makes you so arrogant. The Emperor Xingluo held the queen tightly in his arms. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of each other, and a powerful force was born. Roar! A shocking roar announced the appearance of the nether white tiger. Interesting. Guui sat on the throne without moving, quietly watching the nether white tiger whose soul power fluctuations were getting stronger and stronger. The martial soul fusion skills displayed by these two people are really good, and their soul power is almost reaching level 95. Compared to the martial soul fusion displayed by Davis and Zhu Ziyun before, the degree of fit is much higher. After all, they have been supporting each other for so many years. But it is only level 94. If he can be promoted to titled Douluo, perhaps Guyi will look at him more highly. No, raise your hand to destroy. The nether white tiger is broken. The aura of the nether white tiger surged again, and it actually broke through level 94 and reached level 95. It's a pity that it is still too weak. The powerful impact brought by the nether white tiger arrived in front of the throne in the blink of an eye. All the ministers held their breath and waited for the final result, but found that Guyi didn't even blink at this almost invincible force in their eyes. In a short distance, Guyi stretched out his bony fingers and flicked them lightly like a child playing. Just with such a seemingly light flick, the nether white tiger flew backwards and landed outside the palace. The whole audience was stunned, looking at Guyi sitting on the throne in disbelief. How strong is this man? A flick of the finger defeated the existence they thought was invincible. You thief, give me your life. A man held the sword with both hands and jumped up. The long sword in his hand shone with powerful soul power fluctuations, and he looked like he was ready to die. Guyi didn't even look at him, and knocked him away with a soul power shock. Tien Yu, shorten the space. Before everyone could react, the netherworld white tiger that had just been knocked away flew back and landed in the hall. Since you won't cooperate, I want to see if you are just being stubborn or just being tough. A light blue cyclone condensed in the hall and then enveloped everyone in it. You bastard, no matter what you do, we can never submit to you, forget it. When the army arrives, you won't even have a corpse left. The man who had just been knocked away was very arrogant. He controlled the army of the Xingluo Empire and always believed that the power of the army was unstoppable. So what if you are a soul master or a titled Douluo, you can only be defeated in front of my army. Really? I also want to see who dies first. Guyi didn't care at all. Just like humans don't care if there are ants under their feet. Enjoy the taste of the vacuum. Guyi sat on the throne, wondering how many people could hold on to the end. The netherworld white tiger was very unwilling to give up, and madly hit the surface of the wind ball. Various soul powers and soul skills were released in the wind ball. Why is it difficult to breathe? Soon they found that the air in the wind ball was getting less and less, with less air intake and more air out. Every minute and every second, the air in the wind ball was decreasing. The netherworld white tiger, which had originally been very aggressive, also returned to its previous appearance due to the reduction of air. The air was getting less and less, and the atmosphere in the wind ball was getting more and more. A solemn atmosphere of panic spread in the wind ball. No one wants to die, let alone suffocate to death. That would be the most terrifying punishment in the world, and they knew it better than anyone else. No, I don't want to die, I can't die. One of the ministers was overwhelmed by the fear in his heart, kneeling in the wind ball and kowtowed to Guyi frantically. Please let me go, I didn't participate in the imprisonment of your apprentice, sir, I don't want to die. The first, the second, and soon the whole hall was filled with begging for mercy. Guyi remained unmoved, and calmly looked at the Xingluo emperor who had to squat on the ground because the air was getting thinner and thinner. After a few minutes, there was little air left in the wind ball, not enough for more than a dozen people to breathe. Guyi deliberately slowed down the speed of the wind ball extracting air, as if to torture them. The purpose of this time was to leave an indelible mark in their hearts. They were terrified to see him and dared not face him. Whoa Euro. The air in the wind ball was sucked out, and the next step was to extract the air from the human body. The soul master possessed extraordinary power, but it was not beyond the scope of human beings. Everyone covered their necks and struggled in pain. They breathed deeply, but they could not breathe anything. Instead, they wasted the little oxygen in their bodies. The chest rose and fell lower and lower, and opening their mouths did not work at all. They could only wait for death. After another 10 breaths, some people even fainted and entered a state of suspended death. If they could not breathe air again, they would die in a short time. Because of lack of oxygen, the ministers trapped in the wind ball had bulging eyes, from begging for mercy at the beginning to resentment and curses now. The emperor of Xingluo had long lost the majesty of an emperor. Everyone was equal in front of death. Death was not terrible, but the process of death was terrifying. Snap! Guyi snapped his fingers, and the wind ball suspended in the air broke. Everyone fell straight to the ground, but no one screamed. All that could be heard was the sound of heavy breathing. There was no loyalty, no desperate resistance, no resentment in these people's eyes, only the desire for life. Tell me, your choice. Chapter 207 People Seeking Death. Under the throne, there were panting sounds, but Guui was not in a hurry, waiting for their answer. I believe no one would choose to feel the feeling of being unable to breathe and the air in the body being sucked out again. I promise you, Zhu Iking, bring your daughter here. My Xingluo royal family can't afford your daughter, let her go. Things have developed to this point, and even if he really doesn't want to, there is no way. If he doesn't do what Guyi said, I'm afraid that all the ministers in the court will die today, and even he, the emperor, may not be able to avoid death. But he can't die yet, and these ministers can't die yet. The people standing in the hall today are all crucial figures in their Xingluo empire. Once they die, the empire will immediately fall into a precarious situation, and the throne of their Dai family will be lost. Zhu Tianying's eyelids jumped, and he quickly lowered his head and answered respectfully, "Yes, your majesty." But he felt mixed emotions in his heart. After today, their Zhu family might be in trouble. It is even possible that they will become the target of everyone's attack. Zuking, there is nothing your father can do. Remember, I said please. Guyi looked at Zhu Zuking's father who was about to leave the hall and reminded him. He paused and then walked out of the hall. Okay, everyone stand up, let's wait quietly. Guyi could sense that there were already heavy troops surrounding the palace. If these ministers were not still among them, I am afraid that thousands of arrows would have shot him into a hole. Zhu family. My lord, you are back. The guard at the door of the Zhu family was a little surprised. Usually at this time, the master would be in the court for a meeting. Why did he come back so early today? Although he was confused, he still bowed and shouted. Usually there would be no problem with the greeting, but today there was a problem. Zhu Tianying, who was full of resentment, had no place to vent, so he kicked him on the spot, not caring at all that the other party was just a great soul master. How could he withstand his kick? Get out of here, you bastard! The guard was kicked away and fell to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and his breath was extremely weak. Zhu Tianying walked into the gate, not caring about the guard's life or death. It was just a small guard, and he would die if he died. Dad, why are you back now? Zhu Zuyun looked at his angry father, not understanding what happened. It's not that you are so angry. I won half. Zhu Tianying saw that his daughter had restrained her temper, but she didn't say much and continued to walk towards Zhu Zuking's room. A few minutes later. Open the door. Yes, sir. Zhu Zuking looked at her father who came in and smiled bitterly. Father, are you here to send me to the palace? The long-term exposure to light made Zhu Zuking's face pale and looked a little weak. You really found a good teacher. I'm afraid we'll all die here today. Come with me. Zhu Zuking was stunned at first. Brother Yi, he really came. The next thought was that he couldn't come. Even if there were no titled Douluo level masters in the Xingluo Empire, there were many in the royal family who could perform martial soul fusion skills, and their strength was equally strong. In addition to soul masters, there were countless soldiers, and no soul master could survive under the thousands of troops. Father, where are you taking me? The palace. Zhu Tianying answered casually, but in his heart he was thinking about how to get the Zhu family out of this matter. He couldn't let the Zhu family fall into his hands, absolutely not. Zhu Tianying looked at his other daughter, Zhu Zuyun. Maybe it's okay, anyway Davis is useless and has no value. Zhu Zuking followed his father all the way to the outside of the palace wall. She was horrified to find that there were soldiers riding armored horses and wearing heavy armor outside. Zhu Zuking had heard of this kind of soldiers, called heavy armor soldiers. The armor they wore might not be broken even by a strong man at the level of Soul Sect, it was extremely strong. The killing machine that would only be used in large-scale wars, running like an earthquake. The courage was broken before the people arrived. General Chu, are you ready? Don't worry, my 3,000 heavy armor soldiers are here, even a titled Douluo can't escape. Besides, this time there are not only the heavy armored troops, but also the Divine Arrow Corps and other troops. Even if they want to leave from the sky, it is in vain. Zhu Tianying nodded with satisfaction. That's the best. General, take a rest. I will take this rebellious woman to rescue His Majesty first. General Chu also glanced at Zhu Zuqing. She is indeed a beauty. No wonder even the titled Douluo is furious. But she is destined to die. How can the royal family let go of this great humiliation? Your Majesty is righteous. We are waiting for your good news. Come here. Zhu Tianying has been possessed by the spirit and has captured Zhu Zuqing by his side. The emperor's heart is unpredictable, and every word needs to be carefully considered. Now he can only sacrifice this rebellious daughter to save the entire family, and then marry Zhu Ziyun to Daimyo Bai. Only in this way can the family survive. Don't blame father. If you follow your father's arrangement, you will definitely be the mother of the world in the future, under one person and above 10,000 people. What a pity. Zhu Tianying was also reluctant in his heart. After all, he had raised his daughter for so many years, but blood ties could only give way to family interests. Zhu Zuqing resisted several times and was completely unable to break free. Zhu Tianying's cultivation level has also been cultivated to Soul Douluo. Although it is only a Soul Douluo of level 82, it is not something she can resist. Hehe, it seems that some people always like to take chances. Guyi couldn't help laughing. This smile immediately made some people tremble in their hearts, fearing that they would experience the feeling of suffocation again. Guyi, the person you want is here. But you probably don't want to end up with a corpse, do you? Zhu Tianying's voice came from outside the palace. Brother Yi. Zhu Zuqing was forced to walk into the palace, and immediately saw Guyi sitting on the throne. She couldn't hold back her excitement and shouted. After waiting for days and nights, she finally saw him. But now Zhu Zuqing regretted it again. Guyi shouldn't have come. There were 3 layers inside and outside, and it was impossible to get out. She didn't want him to die here. Tianyu, space transfer. Guyi couldn't hold back anymore. He originally thought that his character was pretty good, but when he saw Zhu Zuqing, he knew that any character was in vain. Zhu Tianying only felt that the hand holding Zhu Zuqing lightened, and the person disappeared beside him. You've been waiting for a long time. Guyi looked down at Zhu Zuqing, took her into his arms, and sat on the throne with her. No, not long. Go, they have surrounded a large number of soldiers outside. Zhu Zuqing's eyes were full of worry. If Guyi really died because of her, she would never forgive herself in this life. Don't worry, I said. You don't have to worry about these problems with me here. Chapter 208 Kiss of Love. Don't use your cleverness to play with it. Guyi looked at the Xingluo Emperor standing below, and his injuries had been completely healed by the healing soul master. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Since he was looking for death, don't blame him for being ruthless. Vacuum. The person Guyi selected this time was only the Xingluo Emperor, and even the queen beside him was not included. Your Majesty! The queen screamed and attacked the wind ball frantically. The claws of the nether spirit cat were like 2 sharp blades, cutting the wind ball frantically. It was just a fantasy for her to break the wind ball with her soul Douluo cultivation. The ministers who saw this scene did not speak, nor did they come forward again. The emperor died, and maybe it would be better for the people present if he died. Daimyo Bai has good talent, but he is too young after all, and it is very easy for them to control him. The benefits are greater. Please let him go, we will not hunt you down anymore, and you will be a guest of honor in our Xingluo Empire from now on. As long as you are willing to help, soul bones, natural treasures, gold and silver jewelry are all yours. The queen of the empire can only kneel down and beg for mercy now, but Guyi is unmoved. People always have to do things for themselves, the choice to pay the price. Daimyo Bai, prepare to ascend the throne. Guyi looked at Daimyo Bai, who was indifferent. After not seeing him for a year, he seemed to have become more calm, or gloomy. Like a beast hidden in the dark, it will bite you to death just when you relax your vigilance. Guyi did not deliberately control the speed of the wind ball to extract air this time. In just 30 seconds, there was no air in the entire wind ball. The only thing left was the oxygen in the body of Emperor Xingluo. Since we want to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, we naturally have to find the fattest chicken to play a deterrent role. It is almost impossible for Contra to survive in a vacuum. In just 1 or 2 minutes, a living person turned into a corpse, and it turned into a corpse little by little. This move is really a bit cruel. If it were before, Guyi would not choose to torture a person like this. I'm leaving. If you want to stop me, you will bear the consequences. Guyi stood up from the throne, and Zhu Zuqing beside him also stood up, and they naturally held hands. Such a domineering declaration made everyone present dare not move. This man is definitely a madman who is even more crazy than Tang Hao. Tang Hao only forcibly killed the Pope outside, but Guyi went even further and killed the Emperor directly in the Xingluo Palace, and it was still under fair and square circumstances. If you are not Zuking's father, there will not be only this corpse in this hall today. After saying that, Guyi took Zhu Zuking to the outside of the hall and walked to the palace wall. Follow me boldly. Guyi held Zhu Zuking's hand tightly, which was particularly cold. Soldiers, listen to my orders. Charge. General Chu looked at this strange man and Zhu Zuking walking out, and he knew that this was their goal. With an order, the heavy armored army was dispatched. Like a black torrent rushing towards Guyi and Zhu Zuking, the earth shook and the ground was stomped. Zhu Zuking only heard Guyi open his mouth and say, "Heavenly decree, space division." Powerful fluctuations appeared from Guyi, and two invisible space barriers formed an unobstructed passage in front of them, and the heavy armored soldiers were directly squeezed out. There must be no obstacles in the cavalry charge, otherwise it is easy to fall off the horse. The heavy armored soldiers were squeezed like this, and they fell down and wailed. Zhu Zuking's eyes were full of brilliance, looking at this omnipotent man, her heart was full of happiness. The sadness of being taken to death by her father before was also suppressed, and having him in this life was enough. Just after walking out of the palace wall, what awaited them was an endless rain of arrows, which would not stop until they were shot into a hornet's nest. Just by controlling the wind element, these arrows lost their attack power and fell from the air. Guyi did not attack these soldiers after all, but just repelled them. The two walked all the way to the gate of Xingluo city. They didn't speak during the time, but just quietly experienced the joy of long-lost reunion. Standing in front of the gate, Guyi turned around and looked at Zhu Zuking, who was a head lower than him, and said softly, "Walk out of this door, and you will be free from now on, but I'm afraid you won't be welcome here anymore. With you, it doesn't matter where you are." Zhu Zuking raised her head, as if she wanted to remember this scene firmly in her heart. Guyi smiled. Zhu Zuking also laughed. The knot in her heart was finally let go. From then on, she was only called Zhu Zuking, and had no relationship with the Zhu family. Walking out of the gate, she was more determined than ever at this moment. Wait. Standing outside the gate, Zhu Zuking stopped, her face slightly red, but her eyes were extremely determined. What's wrong? Guyi turned around and asked. Before he could react, Zhu Zuking's figure enlarged in his eyes, and then he felt a hint of warmth and softness. Guyi was stunned for only 0.000001 seconds before he embraced Zhu Zuking in his arms, enjoying the hard-won moment. Fortunately, there was almost no one at the city gate now. All of them were attracted to the palace. For a long time. Let's go. In the sun, the shadows of the two people became longer and longer. This matter is over, and Guyi will face the sermon in a month. This is also the first and most important step for him to collect faith. Just as Guyi rushed to Wuhan City, the information sent out from Xingluo City was passed to the hands of major forces within a few days. Wuhan Hall. What a hero who saves the beauty, what a person who is not afraid of the imperial power, what a Dingu who has won the beauty. It's really good. Bibi Dong used 3 good words in a row, and the information in her hand had long been turned into dust under her powerful soul power. It was a pity that she had been worried about Guyi's absorption of the soul ring. After all, it was a million-year soul ring. No one had ever obtained it or seen it since ancient times. How could the danger be so simple? In 4 months, she sent countless people to look for Guyi, but all of them were in vain, without any trace. When he appeared again, he fought fiercely and bravely entered Xingluo Imperial City. The strength that Guyi showed this time was enough to let any forces on the continent take it seriously, and pay more attention to the sermon in a month. No one will miss it. The other 6 people who were scattered all over the world were also rushing to Wuhan City without stopping. They completed the 1-year special training. Only Duguyan was a little indignant. After all, Guyi was her man. Now he had made such a big fuss with Guyi. How could she not be jealous? But she had long understood that she could not occupy Guyi alone in this life, and such an excellent man was not something she could tie down. Besides, even if she could tie him down, she couldn't bear it. Sometimes being too strong is not a good thing. In Tiandu City, Xue Qinghe, also known as Qian Rongxiu, also planned to return to Wuhan Hall. This time she went back openly. After all, Tiandu City didn't want to miss Guyi's sermon. On the 7th day, 3 updates were completed. Additional updates were completed. Chapter 209 Bibi Dong with mixed feelings. Wuhan City. Guyi and Zhu Zuqing finally came to Wuhan City again on the 7th day after leaving Xingluo City. After a long separation, they naturally had to have a good conversation. Guyi would naturally not use the space ability to cross so that it would be a bummer. Wuhan Hall. As soon as Guyi entered Wuhan City, he passed the information to Bibi Dong's ears. Finally here, follow closely, I want to know what he is doing. When she was the only one left in the hall, she recalled the information just now. The two of them were close together, holding hands, so intimate. Bibi Dong trembled with envy. Showing off in the city, isn't this the most basic idea in every woman's heart, announcing her relationship with this man? It's just that she has never experienced this most basic idea. I want to see how long it will take you to come. Calculating the time, Bibi Dong suddenly realized something and hurried out of the Pope's hall. She forgot that she hadn't bathed today. Loving cleanliness is a characteristic of every woman, and Bibi Dong is no exception. Besides, what if someone who doesn't care about his face comes? Time passed by little, and the sunlight became weaker and weaker. Until the sun set in the west, Bibi Dong's face turned from sunny to cloudy. Sitting on the big bed that belonged to her, the breath on her body rose and fell. Humph! A cold snort came from the brightly lit room, and Bibi Dong got up from the bed. The silk suspender pajamas slid from the thigh root to the middle of the thigh very smoothly, and the deep ravines were very undulating, showing that the owner was in a bad mood. The snow-white jade feet stepped on the carpet and walked to the dressing table step by step, revealing a beautiful face. Bibi Dong looked at herself in the mirror, frowning, and her delicate and beautiful red lips were unconsciously pouted slightly. Hotel. Have a good rest, the next days will not be as easy as before. Guyi lowered his head and kissed Zhu Zuqing's forehead. The land of beauties is really a tomb of heroes. Guyi really wanted to extend the previous 7 days indefinitely. The beauty of love is indeed the most intoxicating. Well, go get busy. Zhu Zuqing is very considerate. The 1-year deadline is approaching, and Guyi has a lot to do and a lot to prepare. As his woman, Zhu Zuqing knows that he can't be distracted at this time. She didn't ask what Guyi was going to do, and she didn't need to ask. For Zhu Zuqing, she just needs to do her best, and she doesn't care about the rest. It's like she knew that Guyi couldn't have only her as a woman, but she still followed him without hesitation. It can only be said that the thoughts of women in this world are poisoned. If it were in Guyi's original world, I'm afraid the tools for committing the crime would be destroyed. It was in this world that Guyi could be so smooth. After walking out of the door, Guyi disappeared. Your Holiness is really in a good mood. He is still in the mood to dress up in the middle of the night. Guyi stood behind Bibi Dong and said jokingly. You are getting bolder and bolder. You broke into the Pope's palace and now you dare to break into the Pope's bedroom. Do you really think you are invincible? Bibi Dong, who was removing her makeup, heard a familiar voice behind her and saw the man who made her love and hate in the mirror. Her face was happy at first, and then she was angry. Come here now, who is she, Bibi Dong? I may not be invincible, but... Guyi approached step by step, and said at the same time. But what? Bibi Dong did not react to Guyi's approach, but asked curiously. Bibi Dong did not realize that her thoughts were being led by Guyi since he appeared. But it is not a problem to control His Holiness the Pope. When Guyi said this, his hands were already on Bibi Dong's shoulders. Smooth and tender can't be said much. Soul power is really a good thing. This level is not too much even for a young girl in her 20s. This is the conclusion Guyi came to after comparison. How dare you? Bibi Dong was furious and tried to stand up, but was firmly pressed down on the stool by Guyi behind her. Such a strong force, such a domineering attack. After struggling for a few times, Bibi Dong gave up. This thing is really not worth mentioning. Lie, completely unable to break free. Although it was just a slight attempt. I 1/2 C3/4 A with ring above superscript 1 E trademark. A degree pound E. E trademark AEA 1/2. Bibi Dong had a cold face. She didn't want to give Guyi a good face. She had been alone in the empty room for so long, and she also had a little temper. Let's not talk about this first. Your Holiness should remove the makeup on your face first. It's really uncomfortable to look at. Bibi Dong finally reacted. She was removing her makeup just now, but was interrupted by Guyi. Now the whole face looks a little strange. Forget it, let me help you vent. Guyi released his hands holding Bibi Dong and walked to the left side of the bench. What are you going to do? Bibi Dong looked at Guyi, who suddenly approached in panic, and subconsciously lowered her head. Help you. Guyi forcefully picked up Bibi Dong, looked around, as if he was looking for something, and then walked towards a direction with big strides as if he had locked onto a target. Originally, this was her own room, and Bibi Dong naturally knew where Guyi was walking towards. No, put me down, you lunatic. Bibi Dong struggled, like a little girl, very shy. If you are not a lunatic, how dare you break into the Pope's bedroom in the middle of the night? Guyi chuckled, and did not stop at all because of Bibi Dong's words, but instead said sternly, don't move. Snap. Bibi Dong's body stiffened, and the original struggle stopped immediately, followed by a crazy resistance. You dare to be rude to this emperor, you are simply very bold. Bibi Dong never thought that Guyi would do this. She was the supreme pope. When had she ever been bullied like this? Guyi leaned close to Bibi Dong's ear like a rogue. Your Holiness, do you really want the world to know about our relationship? Shameless. This was just a small episode. Soon Guyi came to the screen, and behind the screen was Bibi Dong's bathing place. But this screen was not the kind that could not be seen at all, but the things behind it could be vaguely seen. The middle was made of a piece of high-quality silk. You could also vaguely see the bathtub behind. But at this time, Guyi's eyes were not on this, but on the clothes hanging on the screen. It seems that your Holiness has been prepared for a long time, but I came too late. After being exposed by Guyi, Bibi Dong's last bit of struggle disappeared, and she lowered her head and buried herself in Guyi's arms. Take me back quickly. Buried in Guyi's arms, Bibi Dong was no longer as tough as before, and her voice became a little softer. Don't worry, I said I would help you remove your makeup. How can a man go back on his word? Today I must help you thoroughly. Guyi said it with great righteousness. If Bibi Dong hadn't felt the heat behind her, she would have been fooled by him. Chapter 210 The Pleasure of Teasing the Pope. No, put me down quickly, I can do it myself. Bibi Dong understood what Guyi was going to do, which was to make her fall into endless shame. How could Guyi listen to Bibi Dong at this time? He took Bibi Dong across the screen and looked at the water that had already cooled down. I was wondering why there was a faint floral scent on His Holiness the Pope. So this is the reason. Guyi looked at the petals floating on the water in the tub and smiled faintly. A woman like Bibi Dong who is tough and arrogant sometimes can't help but tease her. Of course, there is a big premise, strength. You must be stronger than the other party, so that you can ensure that you will not be killed in anger when teasing. Guyi has this strength now. What's more, Bibi Dong may also enjoy it. Otherwise, how could she, who has been the Pope for so many years, be so easily controlled by Guyi? The water is dirty. I will not go in anyway. Guyi didn't care. This kind of thing is still easy to deal with. Don't worry, I didn't wash the water that others have washed. Watch it. Guyi's mind moved, and the water and petals in the tub dissipated. That was not all. A little bit of water condensed at the bottom of the tub, and soon formed a full tub of steaming water. Bibi Dong opened her eyes wide. How could she not know that Guyi had this ability? She looked at Guyi in confusion. Guyi saw the doubt in Bibi Dong's heart, and then explained, this is just a use of water and fire elements. Bibi Dong curled her lips. If only it was as simple as Guyi said. At least Bibi Dong had not seen this kind of arbitrary control ability from other people. And it was to control the two completely opposite elements of water and fire so well. It still doesn't work. This emperor must have petals when bathing, otherwise forget it. Bibi Dong was still putting up a final resistance. Although they had been honest with each other for several times, her shyness had increased instead of decreasing. Guyi only said one sentence to make Bibi Dong give up the resistance. Who said there are no flowers? Aren't you the most beautiful flower? Faced with this sudden love talk, Bibi Dong would not have the slightest resistance. As a love-brained person, her brain had already crashed. Puff. Water kept overflowing from the bathtub. Just now, Guyi had gathered a full bucket of water. The water was rippling, and the scenery was picturesque. Guyi was not in a hurry to wear cool clothes for sleeping, and stared at Bibi Dong quietly. Your Holiness, I will help you remove your makeup next. It was the first time for Bibi Dong to have such an experience. Perhaps her face was reddened by the hot water. She no longer had the courage to speak out while sitting on the Pope's chair. She stuttered and covered her chest, saying, "Don't call me your holiness, and don't call me your holiness." She knew about Gui's perverted habits. That day in the Pope's palace, after what happened on the Pope's chair, Bibi Dong couldn't stand Gui calling her your holiness. Too much stimulation. That won't do. I am an elder of the Spirit Hall, and you are the Pope of the Spirit Hall. I can't forget the honorific title for you. There is a difference between the upper and the lower. You said it, your holiness. Guyi had come behind her without knowing when, and whispered in her ear. Bibi Dong was furious. Since you know the difference between the upper and the lower, I order you to get out now. Guyi had already prepared a plan for this. This won't do. If I leave today, I'm afraid someone will come up with some excuse to expel me from the Spirit Hall. What should I do? Okay, your holiness, enjoy yourself. Guyi began to help Bibi Dong clean the makeup on her face that was stained with water and a little smudged. There was a serious look in his eyes. After all, Bibi Dong looked a little strange. Half of her lips were red, and the other half were pink. It looked a little weird, but it was still inexplicably beautiful. But the original face was more beautiful. Bang bang bang. Bibi Dong felt her heart skip a beat. No one had ever done this to her before. This feeling of being taken seriously really made Bibi Dong, a woman who had long lacked love, feel extremely moved. The shyness in her heart had long turned into endless tenderness. At least at this moment, he was serious about herself. Bibi Dong comforted herself in her heart. Okay, this is the impression of His Holiness the Pope. Guyi lifted Bibi Dong's chin and admired her beauty that he had restored to its original state. It's okay, finish it early, there are still many things to deal with tomorrow. Bibi Dong said as she stood up from the water. But she forgot one thing. She was wearing silk pajamas at the moment. After being soaked in water, it became close-fitting. Bibi Dong also realized that it was not right to be in this state, and hurriedly sat down again, causing another wave of water flooding. No, it's far from over. Stimulated by this, Guyi no longer planned to play. Puff. A large amount of water poured out of the bathtub. The water waves could no longer stop, and through the screen, two black shadows could be seen swaying under the light. The water slowly flowed out from behind the screen, wetting a large area. Puff. Why is this water weird? Guyi spit out a mouthful of water. He clearly remembered that the water elements he condensed were all pure. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight sprinkled into the room and sprinkled on the bed. Accompanied by the sound, the woman on the bedside opened her eyes. She looked at the man lying beside her indignantly and twisted his waist fiercely. Guyi woke up instantly and cried out in pain, Bibi Dong, are you sick? Why are you so crazy so early in the morning? Bibi Dong was already angry, and now she was scolded by Guyi in a bad mood, which made her even more excited, and the strength of her hands increased a bit. Looking at Guyi with a painful expression, Bibi Dong felt happy in her heart, who told him not to be martial last night. Guyi would not indulge Bibi Dong's bad habits. If every woman learned this trick in the future, she would not be able to keep her waist. Turn over and make the decision. Bang. The situation reversed instantly. Guyi pressed her under him. Bibi Dong, don't try to anger a man who just woke up, that will be a blow you can't bear. Bibi Dong showed a look of horror on her face. Some things can be understood without saying. Especially now. Absolutely not, I really have something to do today, and it's too late now. Bibi Dong said with a tone of begging for mercy. But Guyi didn't care so much. It was okay to anger him, but it would be difficult to anger the little brother. Then I don't care. If you can't appease him, you can't leave this room. When Guyi said this, his eyes were always on her pink lips. His intention was self-evident. Don't even think about it. Bibi Dong knew Guyi's intention, but how could she agree to such a thing? Guyi's eyes became more and more dangerous, which made Bibi Dong feel like a lamb locked in. Chapter 211 Jianrongxue blocked the road. Pope's Palace. Your Highness, today because Elder Gu is going to preach here, a large number of soul masters from other places have appeared in Wuhan City, and there are still a steady stream of soul masters rushing over. Recently, the patrol team has stopped several vicious fights, which have affected the normal lives of residents. There are too many soul masters coming, and Wuhan City is a little overwhelmed. There will be even more soul masters coming here. Please give the Pope an order. Sitting on the Pope's chair, Bibi Dong was a little absent-minded, and just responded casually, "Ju Douluo, this matter is left to you." His eyes were still wandering. Bibi Dong still felt that her face was sticky and uncomfortable, but she had washed it countless times. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. "That's all for today. I will discuss the preaching with Elder Guui." Bibi Dong stood up and left the Pope's palace, deciding to go back and take a bath. What's wrong with His Holiness the Pope today? He seems absent-minded and faintly reveals a little fatigue. The person from the spirit hall who had just proposed to Bibi Dong waited until Bibi Dong left and whispered, "Your Holiness the Pope is also someone you dare to criticize. Why don't you take me to the place where the corpse accident happened the most?" Ju Douluo came over, snorted coldly, and said with a bit of reprimand, Yes, please come this way, Your Holiness." Although Ju Douluo didn't say it, he still had some doubts about Bibi Dong today. The Pope's performance today was not as vigorous as usual, and there was a little shyness of a little girl. He only dared to think about these thoughts in his heart, but he dared not say them in front of Bibi Dong. Euro. The one-day tour of Wuhan City officially begins. Guyi held Zhu Zoking's hand and took her to wander in Wuhan City. Before coming here to compete, he had never had a good time here. Now that he had plenty of time, Guyi didn't mind going out to accompany Zhu Zoking to go shopping. Guyi knew that in these years, Zhu Zoking had almost no time to walk on the street so freely and leisurely. At least when he was in Tianwen Academy, he almost never saw Zhu Zoking go out to play, and most of the time she was dragged out by Ning Rongrong and others. At the beginning, Zhu Zoking was still a little uncomfortable, but as time went by, she became more and more relaxed, looking left and right. No matter how cold she was just a girl, and she had almost no resistance to the complicated and beautiful things. But this date ended in vain. "Dingu, long time no see." A man in gorgeous clothes not far away greeted Guyi enthusiastically, and his steps were also very fast. "What a coincidence, how come His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is here too?" Guyi's expression did not change, but he did not expect Xue Qinghe to be here, which surprised him a little. Xue Qinghe glanced at Zhu Zoking standing next to Guyi calmly, and then continued, "Dingu is preaching to the world, and as the Crown Prince of Tiandu Empire, I must support him. What's more, Dingu is now a great contributor to the entire empire, and an idol in the hearts of countless young talents in Tiandu City. Prince, you are too kind, I did it just for her." Guyi did not want to accept this honor. What he did had nothing to do with the Tiandu Empire. Guyi did not have any national boundaries in this world, and he did not have any sense of belonging to the so-called empire. Xue Qinghe could not see anything on the surface, but deep in his eyes was hidden an undetectable jealousy, jealous to the point of going crazy. "I wonder if I can have the honor to go with Dingu for a while. It just so happens that this is my first time to Wuhan City," Xue Qinghe suggested. Guyi frowned slightly and didn't want to agree. Just as he was about to speak, Zhu Zoking beside him pulled his sleeve and signaled that he could. Guyi nodded in response. Zhu Zoking then lowered her head. Although she wanted to go with Guyi, she understood. As a good wife, she couldn't delay her man's social life. Anyway, there was still a long time in the future and there would always be opportunities. Xue Qinghe took all these scenes in her pocket, and the fire in her heart burned even more. Just when she thought Guyi would agree, she was greatly disappointed. "Sorry, today I just want to be with this little silly cat." Zhu Zoking raised her head suddenly, and a light of surprise bloomed in her eyes. There is no woman who doesn't want her man to have her in his heart all the time and think about her in everything. It's just that Guyi is so outstanding and brilliant, but he is only 3 years older than her. Even if she practices for another 10 years, she may not be able to catch up with him. He needs his help for everything. This kind of one-sided strength makes her feel inferior. Xue Qinghe just watched Guyi holding Zhu Zoking's hand and gradually disappearing from sight. "Your Highness, where are we going next?" A tactless guard stood up and asked. "Go back." Xue Qinghe didn't even have the last bit of fun. Now she just wanted to find her grandfather, her only relative. "Why did you reject the prince? He is the future emperor of the Tiandu Empire." Although Zhu Zoking was happy, she still couldn't help but consider Guyi. For her, Guyi had offended the Xingluo Empire. If he fell out with the Tiandu Empire again, even if he was unparalleled in strength, he would be in danger. Guyi turned around and released Zhu Zoking's hand. He first looked at her lovingly, then became serious. "Zhu Zoking, Look up. Hearing Gui's serious and stern voice, which was somewhat similar to when he trained them, Zhu Zuqing subconsciously raised her head, her beautiful eyes a little confused. What did she do wrong just now to make him angry? There was a bit of panic on her cold face. Chaos. What to do? What to do? You are you, not someone's appendage. Don't be wronged for anyone, otherwise why did you risk your life to escape from the family? No one in the world is worth it. Guyi was merciless. He really didn't want Zhu Zuqing to become his appendage, but an independent woman with her own thoughts and characteristics. If he really needed an appendage, as long as he asked, I'm afraid all the beauties in the world who were not inferior to Zhu Zuqing in appearance could gather in a row. I love you, you love me. The relationship between us is mutual. You may want to help me and be wronged. I also don't want you to be wronged because of me. Zhu Zuqing looked up at Guyi and couldn't help crying. It was the first time she heard this theory. This was completely different from the ideas she had been exposed to since she was a child, and it could even be said to be in conflict. But Zhu Zuqing felt that what Guyi said was right, and she even yearned for herself like that. Little silly cat, let's go and continue our one-day trip. Guyi lovingly wiped away the tears from Zhu Zuqing's eyes, took her hand again, and walked to another place. Chapter 212 The confrontation between Bibi Dong and Tien Rongxiu at night, the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong, who had already handled the affairs, did not leave, and still sat on the high Pope's chair. She seemed to be waiting for someone, and her calm face also showed entanglement. Not long after, a blonde woman walked in from outside the palace. She had an extremely beautiful face and looked particularly sacred in a golden dress. It was as if an angel had descended to the mortal world. Why did you come back? Complete your mission well. Pope Bibi Dong looked at the woman below, with a little anger for no reason. Just as she was about to speak, she was met with angry words, and she felt heartbroken and her breathing slowed down. From childhood to adulthood, she had never experienced the love of her parents. Her father died, but her mother was only in name. Except for grandpa, no one else treated her well. You don't need to take care of my affairs. The Pope should think about how to train the people below. The golden generation is really golden. It was full of irony, and Bibi Dong couldn't refute it at all. After all, Hulina and the others really lost. They lost completely. After he finishes his sermon, go back immediately. The plan of the spirit hall cannot be affected. Such an obvious change of subject made the blonde woman sneer in disdain. This was the first time in so many years that she had the upper hand in words. I know what I'm doing, sister. Tien Rongxiu turned and left. Bibi Dong, who was sitting high in the Pope's seat, felt that her heart and intestines were about to be torn together when she heard the word sister. Even though she was now a peerless Douluo of level 99 and her cultivation could be ranked in the top 5 in this world, her body still trembled unconsciously, and she even lost the ability to breathe at this moment. Sister, she called me sister, ha, ha, ha. Bibi Dong trembled and said a few words, paused for a while, and suddenly laughed like a madman, which was a bit shrill and a bit sad. Guyi, who had fallen asleep with Zhu Zuqing in his arms, suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Zhu Zuqing sleeping in his arms with a bit of apology, and finally disappeared in the room. What is this woman crazy about? This resentment even broke through the clouds, and Guyi could clearly feel that Bibi Dong's state was very unstable at the moment. You are here. In a wilderness outside Wuhan City, Bibi Dong stood in the air, surrounded by shocking black and purple divine power, and her eyes were full of madness. The white skin was covered with black and purple lines again. Before Guyi could speak, Bibi Dong rushed over like crazy, with the soul power on her body surging, without holding back at all, and was completely fighting to the death. But he did not summon his martial spirit, it was more like he wanted to vent. Maybe he was stimulated by something and became like this. It's just that Bibi Dong seemed to have chosen the wrong opponent. The fighting skills mastered by Guyi were completely beyond Bibi Dong's imagination. Within 3 feet, I am invincible. Why, she called me sister. While fighting, he kept muttering. Guyi would not tolerate his bad habits. If you go crazy with me, he will not show mercy. The two of them fought with punches and kicks. After dozens of moves, Guyi instantly removed the strength of Bibi Dong's fists, and clamped her with a flip of his wrist. Tell me, what are you crazy about in the middle of the night? Guyi slapped Bibi Dong's plump buttocks hard and asked sternly. Let me go, men are dogs. Bibi Dong struggled frantically, but how could Guyi be easily freed by her now? During this time, he understood one thing: this woman deserved a beating, and only by beating her into submission could she become soft. No more words were said. Another slap was made, and the waves were rippling. Stop it! Guyi did not stop, and continued to slap her. After more than a dozen slaps, Bibi Dong finally became obedient, and the Rakshasa power on her body also subsided, and her face was a little red with shame. Stop hitting me, I'm fine. Guyi glanced at Bibi Dong and confirmed that she was fine. Pa, he slapped her again, and then let her go. The touch was so good that he couldn't help himself. Since everything is fine, let's go back. This time he was not playing hard to get, but really wanted to go back. It had only been 2 days since he came to Wuhan City, and he hadn't been in the room for 2 nights. He felt a little sorry for Zhu Zuqing. Don't go. Guyi turned his head helplessly, not knowing what this woman was going to do. At this moment, Bibi Dong looked very weak, with loneliness and desolation in her eyes. The first half of her life was too sad and lamentable. She was the victim of Kyungsunji's ugly behavior, while Qian Rongxue was the victim of her crazy revenge. Compared like this, she and Kyungsunji were not much different. Bibi Dong felt very depressed, and if she didn't vent it out, she would go crazy. Love me. Guyi was stunned, not quite hearing. I said, love me. He looked at the environment again and began to judge Bibi Dong's words. Are you sure you want to stay here? Guyi asked uncertainly. But he still felt a little bit of excitement. It was a dark and windy night, in the wilderness, and he had never tried this combination before. Bibi Dong did not answer Guyi's words, and directly showed what it meant to love her with practical actions. Guyi no longer thought so much: if you want to vent, then vent enough, and see if you still have the energy to be a demon. The craziest woman in the entire Douluo continent is Bibi Dong, and no one is crazier than her. Under the moonlight, a big tree was seen swaying very rhythmically, waking up countless birds that had already fallen asleep. It made a crisp chirping sound. It was just that there seemed to be some other sounds mixed in these bird calls, which seemed delicate and charming. Until a touch of white appeared in the sky, the abnormality was completely over. Dawn. The Pope's bedroom. Bibi Dong woke up from the big bed and rubbed her dizzy head. Why am I back? Suddenly realizing something, she turned around abruptly, and she was the only one on the big bed. Damn bastard! Bibi Dong cursed angrily. This bastard really thought he could come and go as he pleased. Not long after, Bibi Dong smiled knowingly. Desire can be released in this way, and I can also use him as a tool to release the depression in my heart. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong felt much better. Just thinking of what this bastard did yesterday made her feel ashamed and trembling. That kind of soul-deep experience made him and her unable to restrain themselves more than ever. It seemed that the souls of the two were blending. Alas, it's too late again. Bibi Dong sat up and actually felt a bit of pain. Luckily, she had a high level of cultivation and quickly suppressed the pain, but the shock to her heart lingered for a long time. Pope's Palace. I have discussed yesterday's matter with Elder Guui. He will hold the sermon outside Wuhan City. You just need to be prepared for safety. Chapter 213 Late Night Conversation. In the following days, Guyi seldom went out. Preaching is related to his path to godhood, so he must not be careless and must be fully prepared. Especially to what extent the martial arts should be taught. This is a major matter that needs to be carefully considered. Spreading the martial arts can gather faith, but it can also bring bad influences. This is a double-edged sword. Guyi is also considering whether to allow ordinary people to practice the inner strength and possess soul power. Zhu Zuqing just silently accompanied Guyi. She was of no use in such matters. All she could do was accompany him. At the same time, she was also practicing seriously. Today, Zhu Zuqing's practice speed is no less than that of the innate full soul power, or even stronger. It is getting closer and closer to level 50. A few days later, Ma Hongjun was the first to rush over. Zuqing, congratulations, you got what you wanted. Zhu Zuqing nodded openly. Everyone in the academy knew that she liked Guyi, so there was nothing to be shy about. Ma Hongjun, it seems that you have gained a lot in the past year. In a year, Ma Hongjun has changed a lot. He is more upright, no longer immature, and his breath is more explosive like fire. Obviously, he has gained a lot. Where is Brother Yi? Ma Hongjun asked. Zhu Zuqing replied, inside. Zhu Zuqing led the way, and soon he saw Guyi. "Brother Yi, I miss you so much." As he said, Ma Hongjun, who was extremely excited, rushed up as if he saw a stunning beauty. Guyi did not avoid it, and happily hugged Ma Hongjun. Guyi was also a little excited to see Ma Hongjun. After all, he, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar grew up together and were almost never apart. Not bad, 50 levels. Guyi nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that he had not wasted this year. It was quite good. Of course, I can't embarrass Brother Yi. Ma Hongjun was so arrogant. Apart from Guyi, who was a pervert, who among the younger generation could match him in strength. Enough to be proud of. Take a good rest. After this sermon, I will bring you to the next level. Thank you, Brother Yi. Ma Hongjun was very happy, and then realized that Guyi was talking about them, not you, which means that there are other people who also need the 5th soul ring. Who else wants to get the 5th soul ring? Ma Hongjun looked at Zhu Zuqing. It's still a long way to go. I guess I can't catch up. Zhu Zuqing shook her head to indicate that it wasn't her, but she also wanted to know who the them Guyi was talking about was. Oscar, this kid's cultivation speed is not slow. Guyi did not keep the secret. If we talk about the degree of hard work in cultivation, Oscar will undoubtedly surpass Ma Hongjun. It makes no sense that Ma Hongjun is already level 50, but Oscar has not reached level 50. In the past few days, the remaining people from Tianwen Academy have returned one after another, and each of them is full of energy and full of soul power. The harvest is not small. As Guyi speculated, Oscar also reached level 50, but also did not obtain a soul ring. The 1-year deadline is approaching, and Guyi is no longer studying in the room. He has made the necessary preparations. The only thing left is the arrangement of the preaching venue. When they were in the wild, Bibi Dong would also talk to him about this matter. Preaching, almost the entire Douluo continent was involved. From the far north to the Wuhan city, everyone was looking forward to this unprecedented sermon. With such a good example, one cannot help but believe it. Guyi's initial idea was realized. If Tianwen Academy had not won the championship, if Yu Xiaogang had not intervened, and if he had not dominated the military force, this sermon would not have had such a big impact. There is no soul master in the world who does not want to climb up, especially the lower level soul masters. Wuhan city is obviously not big enough, and it also greatly affects people's livelihood. Guyi chose the wilderness outside Wuhan city as the place for the sermon. Don't think about it. We haven't seen each other for so long. Don't you miss me? Duguyan wore a sexy nightgown, showing off her attractive figure. After her martial soul transformed into a dragon, Duguyan's appearance also changed slightly, or evolved. From a snake to a dragon. Originally, Duguyan's appearance was slightly inferior to Zhu Zuqing and other girls, but her temperament and her long and straight legs gave her a lot of points. But now, after this evolution, her appearance is no longer inferior to Zhu Zuqing and others, and she is more mature and charming. With such temptation, a night of dragon dance is naturally indispensable. Zhu Zuqing also had a premonition, so she did not come here tonight to disturb Guyi and Duguyan's operation. Zuqing, is that kind of thing comfortable? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing slept in the same bed, and Ning Rongrong asked in a low voice. Zhu Zuqing was a little confused, what's the matter? That kind of thing, the thing between you and Brother Yi. Ning Rongrong was a little shy to ask this question, but she was really curious. Hate, Rongrong, why do you ask these things? Zhu Zuqing also reacted and slapped her chest immediately. Suddenly, she felt that the weight was a little wrong. Before she could speak, a jade hand also stretched out, and she heard Ning Rongrong said in shame and anger, Zuqing, how can you hit me there, dragon claw hand? Ah! Zhu Zuqing let out a delicate cry. The two women who had not seen each other for a long time eliminated the sense of distance between them in a long-lost encounter. Who? The two women fought and declared a truce. If it weren't for the quilt on her body at this moment, the infinite scenery would be revealed. Wrong, why have you changed so much? Zhu Zuqing asked a question she had just felt. I don't know either. I changed unconsciously. But there is still a big gap between me and you. You have changed again. Ning Rongrong was a little proud, and then became a little discouraged. Zhu Zuqing looked down, it seemed that there was a change, but the main thing was that this change was really hard to see. Just like a person with millions, would he still care about 1 or 2,000? Tell me about it, I'm really curious. Ning Rongrong continued the previous topic. Zhu Zuqing hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to say. We just leaned against each other to rest, and we haven't reached that step yet. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth in surprise, forming a beautiful shape. How is it possible? You are so lustful and so cold, how could he not do it? Move, he did it, but he hasn't reached the last step yet. It was the first time that Zhu Zuqing talked about these things with others. She was so shy that she buried herself in the quilt, not letting Ning Rongrong see her flushed face, which was like a fire and was swelling. How could Ning Rongrong give up when she just learned about the critical moment? She also got into the quilt and became a quilt spirit. After a while, a sound of oi one half at I one half at came from the quilt. It was not until she could not hold it back that she opened the quilt and turned back into a human. The originally delicate and fair skin of the two women was now a delicate and tempting red. Chapter 214 Divine Ponder. The next day, the four of them got up late. Guyi also fell asleep and got up at noon. It was not that he was unwilling to get up, but here was a goblin who used him as a pillow and wouldn't let him get up. After dinner, Guyi went out alone. There were less than 10 days left before the day of the sermon, so he had to build a place for the sermon. It was conservatively estimated that at least several thousand people would come to listen to the sermon, so he couldn't be careless. And this was the first sermon in the history of Douluo continent, so he had to do it to perfection. This was also a great help for him to collect faith. After all, people naturally have a good impression of beautiful things. After a long journey, Guyi returned to the wilderness that night. This location was very good, and the vitality of heaven and earth was a little richer. As for how to build this place for the sermon, he had thought about it a few days ago. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it to the extreme. The way should not be passed on lightly. Guyi didn't plan to build a place for the sermon on the ground. It happened that after absorbing the soul ring of the Tien Mang silkworm, he had not tried the limit of what he could do. This time he could show his skills and see how far he could go. Guyi plans to build a preaching place that spans the sky. This will make it stand out and more sacred. Why the Wuhan Hall is supported by so many people has a lot to do with his policies, but the angels they believe in also have a lot to do with it. Angels represent holiness, justice, and light. Naturally, they make people feel good. With real talent and knowledge, you must also have enough appearance. All Guyi is doing now is to increase his appearance. Only by letting these people recognize Guyi from the bottom of their hearts, the faith that can be aroused is the key to helping him become a god. With the thought, the energy field is released instantly, covering a large area, and countless trees rise from the ground and pile up not far away. In a flash, the wilderness turned into a bumpy open space, but it was extremely unsightly, even uglier than a dog's bite. The location is also a bit uneven. Boom, boom, boom. Guyi stepped on the ground rhythmically, and invisible vibrations continued to spread in all directions. The vibrations that were used to attack before were now used by Guyi to flatten the ground, which was a versatile use. The potholes on the ground gradually became flat under the vibrations. The footsteps did not stop, and it was not such a simple thing to do. A suitable preaching place must at least be a neat and tidy plain. Guyi patrolled the surroundings, and wherever there was unevenness, there was him. It was not until an hour later that he stopped. The area within a radius of 100 meters was forcibly changed by Guyi's force and became a flat surface. Not bad. Guyi flew into the air, looked at his masterpiece, and was very satisfied, and then set his eyes on the clouds in the sky. During the time he stayed in the hotel, Guyi thought of many kinds of materials, such as soil, wood, bricks, etc., but none of them could reflect a refreshing effect. Until one day when he noticed Zhu Zuqing's fair and tender skin, he finally thought of what material to use to make it different from others. The answer is, cloud. If the preaching place is built in the shape of cloud, it would be unprecedented and unparalleled. Mortals would be scared if they saw it. Douluo continent is different from other fantasy worlds. It is not only low in combat power, but also has people who believe in gods and think that gods are deep and inviolable, and they want to sacrifice their bodies and minds to them. This is why Guyi didn't mind making such a big thing. This is the reason. He wants the world to think of him, and think of the name of the god of war. The first impression of the god of war is powerful, special, and unparalleled. The faith collected in this way is positive and bright. Thinking of this, Guyi was slightly stunned, and then continued to work at hand. However, he did not intend to spread martial arts so easily. God can not only spread martial arts, but things that are too easy to get will not be cherished. The god of war cannot be just an image of selfless dedication. You must have a heart of a bodhisattva and a thunderous method. These people should also understand that the martial arts path is not so easy to walk. If you don't work hard, even if you practice the method of directly reaching the gods, it will be useless. Heavenly decree, cloud ladder. Countless white clouds gathered from under the sky and condensed into steps. Guyi was commanding here, and Wuhan City also felt it. Bibi Dong flew directly into the air. She wanted to see what Guyi was doing. When she arrived, she only saw a snow-white palace and a cloud ladder that spread to the sky. Exquisite, beautiful. These two words popped up in Bibi Dong's mind. At this moment, she didn't realize that this was the place where she completely let go. Guyi, what are you doing? Bibi Dong didn't change her tone because of the previous incident, and still had the attitude of the Pope. You're asking even though you know the answer. Didn't you say that Wuhan City can't be used as a place for preaching, that we have to do it here that night? Guyi didn't even turn his head and continued to work on his hands, answering nonchalantly. Being ignored, Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed, and when she was about to say something, she suddenly realized the other information hidden in Guyi's words. That night? Here? Bibi, although I just wanted to vent, I knew where I went to it. It was absolutely impossible to be such a flat ground. It was simply the wild countryside. I can't control my lower body. The temple, holding her hand backhand and rushing towards the temple. What are you doing? Bibi Dong was confused by Guyi's sudden action, and the only answer she got was the sound of the palace door closing. Then Bibi Dong's hasty voice came from the palace. Stop, you bastard! Guyi made Baiyun Palace very solid and soundproof. From the outside, there was nothing wrong with Baiyun Palace, but it was empty and the palace door was closed. Not long after, two figures came from Wuhan City. The golden wings behind them flapped regularly, keeping Qian Rongxiu's tribe down. Qian Daoliu stood in the air, a little confused. Not long ago, he could sense Guyi's breath, why can't he sense it now? Qian Rongxiu asked, Grandpa, is this the place where Guyi built a sermon? I'm afraid so. I didn't expect him to grow to this point. It seems that the million-year spirit ring has benefited him a lot. Qian Daoliu couldn't help but sigh. If his 9th spirit ring was at the million-year level, then the unreachable position might be possible to reach. Chapter 215 The Day of Preaching. Grandpa, why don't we go in and see what's going on inside? Qian Rongxiu was very curious about what was inside the palace. The outside was so beautiful, who knew what was even more amazing inside? I'm afraid no one in this world who has wild ideas can compare to Guyi. Qian Rongxiu was really looking forward to what was going on inside. Forget it, please do not enter without permission. When he talks about it, we will naturally know what is inside. Let's go. During these few days in Wuhan City, we can integrate another piece of angel soul bone. Qian Daoliu still didn't want to offend Guyi and didn't plan to go in rashly. If it were in the past, he might have agreed to his granddaughter's request. But judging from the current situation, Guyi's strength is probably not inferior to his. Even if they really fight, Qian Daoliu has no confidence that he can defeat Guyi. Especially the soul bones and soul rings brought by the million-year soul ring, which are things that have never appeared in the entire Douluo continent. No one knows what kind of power is contained in them. Don't offend if you can. According to the current situation, at least Guyi is relatively friendly to Wuhan Hall. Qian Rongxiu was a little disappointed, but she still listened to her grandfather. When she turned around, she couldn't help but look back. She had a strange feeling that Guyi was inside. After the two flew away, the tightly closed palace door finally opened. A figure flew out and disappeared in the distance. Then Guyi, whom Qian Rongxiu was looking for, also came out. The entertainment is over, keep working hard. Bibi Dong's arrival was just a small episode, he would not forget what he needed to do now. Continue to build his palace. Bibi Dong, flying in the air, looked like she was steamed, her whole face was red, with some delicate red lips, completely revealing the shyness of a little woman. Crazy, I'm really crazy. Bibi Dong still felt terrified when she thought about it now. If Qian Daoliu and Qian Rongxiu had really come in at that time, this world would probably have no need to exist. A few days passed in a flash, and Guyi also completed the construction of his own palace. It was not the pure white of white clouds, but some other colors were added to it. Brilliant gold, warm fire, gentle water, all kinds of elements Guyi added to it. The meaning that he wanted to show was martial arts, which was all-encompassing and not limited to one side. No matter what kind of power it was, it could be included. The bigger the heart, the bigger the martial arts. These days, Guyi could clearly feel that there were more and more soul masters around Wuhan City, and the evil god beads in the sea of a spirit were also increasing day by day. Even Tien Mang silkworm was nourished a little. The lines on his snow-white body that had long disappeared due to the sacrifice returned to his body again, but this time the color was black. The color was very light, but very conspicuous. Guyi, don't you already have the inheritance of the god position? Why do you still do this? Wouldn't it be better to hurry up and complete the god test? The two of them also spent some time together, and Tien Mang silkworm also knew that Guyi had obtained the god position. The inheritance. This made its last resentment dissipate. Although it had already sacrificed itself to Guyi, as long as Guyi could cultivate to become a god, it could also live forever. So Tien Mang was very confused. With the current strength, Guyi wanted to complete what assessment he couldn't do. Why did he do such a thankless thing? I plan to become a god with faith. Guyi did not hide his thoughts from Tien Mang Binkan. Anyway, it had become his property, so there was no need to hide it. Tien Mang couldn't understand it. A person can only inherit one god position. Now Guyi has inherited the god position of the evil god king, and now he plans to create his own god position. Should he abandon the god position of the evil god king? Tien Mang Binkan's knowledge is always insufficient. After all, as a soul beast, it has no other advantages except living a long life. Two martial souls should naturally match two god positions. Guyi did not explain so much, and only left this sentence to Tien Mang Binkan. The next morning, Guyi brought 7 people from Tianwen Academy to the palace. In addition to his seat hanging high above everyone, there were also 7 cushions in the front. And these 7 cushions were left for Zhu Zuqing and others. After preparing for so long, they fought for this. Not long after, a large number of soul masters appeared on the flat ground below. This did not require any guidance at all, and anyone could see the magnificent palace hanging high in the air. The leaders were the representatives of the 3 upper sects, the Wuhan Hall, and the 2 empires. Although Guyi killed the emperor of the Xingluo Empire, the past will eventually pass. Guyi's preaching was unprecedented. If you don't listen, the enemy will become stronger from it. Only those who can enter the palace gate within 3 hours can be granted the Great Way. Sitting on the high hall, Guyi's lips closed, and his voice seemed to ignore the space and entered everyone's ears. Everyone set their eyes on the cloud ladder that stepped onto the palace. The ladder was long and wide, enough for dozens of people to stand on at the same time. Shueking he stopped the Tiandu nobles behind him. Isn't the matter of Tianwen Academy enough for you to pay attention? If entering the hall is really so simple, would Guyi have designed it? Shueking he made these nobles understand with just one sentence, and they were no longer excited, waiting for the first person to eat crabs. The first to go out were the people of Xingluo royal family. They were also the farthest away, and their understanding of Guyi was definitely not as good as that of the people of Tiandu city. Everyone stared at the person who walked out of the Xingluo Empire. The man stretched out his feet tremblingly and looked at the ladder hesitantly. If it weren't for the situation, he wouldn't be the first to come up. The people of Xingluo Empire may not know Guyi as well as Tiandu city. But they know Guyi's terror better than the people of Tiandu. Thousands of troops are like ants in front of him, and they have no ability to fight back at all. If Guyi didn't have the intention to kill them that day, the Xingluo Empire would have lost its deterrent power long ago. After hesitating for a long time, he closed his eyes nervously and stepped heavily on the stairs. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes. Nothing? He waved happily to the Xingluo people, relaxed his mood, and stepped onto the second step. Boom! The man only felt a strong force pressing on his body, and his knees were slightly bent. The pressure was not that great. Seeing that the people of the Xingluo Empire were fine, someone finally couldn't help it. No one wanted to fall behind. The other top forces were dispatched one after another. The palace in the sky doesn't look very big. If there are enough people and they don't accept them, it will be a bargain for others. The gain is not worth the loss. As for the other casual soul masters, they naturally have to line up behind. But they seem to have forgotten one thing. Guyi never looks at the background when choosing people. Countless people are climbing towards the palace in the sky, especially those ordinary people with no talent and no background. There is a light of hope in their eyes. Who doesn't want to be the best and hold power? Come on, climb. Chapter 216 I am no different from gods. Zhu Zuoqing and others who were sitting on the futon could naturally see the cloud ladder below. Fortunately, I followed Brother Yi at the beginning, otherwise we might be one of them now. Ma Hongjun sighed. It was a great honor to meet Guyi. The others also nodded, and their fates were changed by Guyi. However, Brother Yi, what kind of test did you design for them? Why does it look so difficult? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Because she saw not only young soul masters, but also many middle-aged soul masters, including soul emperors and soul saints. But they could only go up step by step, and some people couldn't even move for a long time. Want to go down and try? Guyi showed a bright smile at the corner of his mouth. Everyone's expression became stiff, and Ma Hongjun said stiffly, Brother Yi, are you kidding? Everyone cast their eyes on Guyi, as if they wanted to see if he was joking. Do you think I'm joking? Guyu Dao also wanted to see what the 7 of them had achieved in this year. What changes? Just the growth of cultivation is not enough. Cultivation is easy to practice, but the state of mind is difficult to cultivate. Go. Guyi looked at them and waved his hand. The 7 people only saw the smiling face. Before they could react, the figure appeared on the first step. The strong pressure immediately made them react. They were full of resentment and could only climb up very hard. Guyi looked at the 7 people with different faces at the bottom of the cloud ladder and finally found some fun. Sure enough, happiness is built on the pain of the other party. Now he is truly at the top of the Soul Master, and he doesn't need to practice as hard as at the beginning. It's time to have fun. Sword Dao Chen Xin is really extraordinary. Guyi looked at the white figure who quickly crossed the cloud ladder and felt sorry for his background. A few minutes later, the figure stepped into the palace. Chen Xin, long time no see. You have become stronger. Chen Xin couldn't even sense Guyi's aura now, just like an ordinary person sitting there. You're not bad either, you're 97. Guyi saw through Chen Xin's cultivation at a glance, and the soul core in his body was extremely sharp, as if it was condensed from a peerless sword. Sit down. Guyi placed a cushion under his left hand and let Chen Xin sit down. After all, the other party was someone Guyi admired, and he couldn't let him sit with those younger generations. Wouldn't that be too much of a disdain for Chen Xin? Guyi would give corresponding respect to every person who sincerely pursued the Tao. Thank you. Chen Xin sat down calmly. Guyi looked a little different today, as if he was particularly serious. No, or rather, he was high up in the clouds, not like an ordinary person. He was very interested in the martial arts that Guyi was going to talk about next, and perhaps he could find something of his own in it. Guyi ignored Chen Xin and sat on the futon quietly watching the soul masters who were working hard. Why is this old man here to join in the fun? Guyi didn't think he could still teach Qian Daoliu now. With Qian Daoliu's current strength, even if he condensed 2 more soul cores, he couldn't become a god. Douluo continent is not a world where one can reach the top by one's own efforts. The strict hierarchy, martial souls have high and low levels, innate soul power has high and low levels, and cultivation has unshakable restrictions. Even if one reaches the peak of the soul master with a peerless martial soul, unparalleled talent and a chance against the sky, he is only 1 step away from the throne of God. But, if there is no God to pass down the throne of God, however, he can only die of old age in Douluo continent. From birth to the end, everything seems to be destined. The weak will become weaker, and the strong will become stronger. Guyi looked at Qian Daoliu who was trapped in the illusion and shook his head slightly. This is why he admired Chen Xin so much. The sword heart is clear, and any mortal world will not stain it. What about the illusion? Draw the sword and cut it. Qian Daoliu is still a little short after all. However, Guyi pays more attention to Qian Rongxiu. At this moment, she still looks like Xue Qinghe. Qian Rongxiu, an unprecedented heaven in the history of Douluo continent, the most gifted person, no one can compare to her, possessing the most holy, brightest, and most sacred 6-winged angel martial spirit. But under the light, there is the dirtiest, most shameless, most tragic darkness and blood. Perhaps this talent is her compensation. Qian Rongxiu fell into a deeper illusion than Qian Daoliu, and she couldn't extricate herself at all. Guyi curiously broke into the illusion that Qian Rongxiu fell into, and then understood what trapped this woman who became the first god in the original book. Those who lack love will be trapped by love. Years of lurking living in poverty had long made this woman lack love to the extreme. In the illusion, the family was harmonious and Bibi Dong was a real mother. What shocked Guyi was that he existed in the illusion, and he appeared as her husband. It seemed that she could not pass. The second person to enter the palace was Jian Daoliu. Guyi did not feel strange. Perhaps Jian Daoliu had some regrets in his heart, but he was a peak Douluo after all. If a small illusion could trap him, it would really underestimate Jian Daoliu. Please sit down. Guyi put out another cushion under his right hand. Jian Daoliu nodded and sat opposite Chen Xin. So far, all the cushions arranged by Guyi today have owners. The third person was a strange man with a very strong breath and a sense of power. Tang Xiao? Chen Xin opened his eyes and looked at the man who came in. Tang Xiao glanced at Chen Xin and Jian Daoliu who were sitting below Guyi, and sat on one of the 7 cushions without thinking. Tang Xiao felt that there was an invisible wall in front of him blocking him, preventing him from moving forward. Finally, he set his sights on Guyi who was at the top. These 7 seats are reserved, feel free to sit anywhere else. Tang Xiao was about to get angry, but thinking of the purpose of coming today, the soul power in his body was restrained again. He honestly found a random seat and sat down. The checkpoints set by Guyi could trap the title Douluo for a while, but not for a lifetime. After all, they were indiscriminately used, and the power was reduced. As long as the cultivation reached Soul Douluo, basically everyone could come up. Guyi looked at more and more people, and the corners of his mouth inadvertently revealed a strange smile. Soon, several more people appeared in the palace, including Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise Douluo whom Guyi had met before. They all wanted to sit in the 7 seats, but were all stopped. Guyi, you invited us to attend your sermon that day. Is this your way of entertaining guests? While speaking, the martial spirit had already possessed him, and the 9 spirit rings were evenly distributed. Guyi shook his head, somewhat helpless. There are always people who want to be the first to come forward, thinking how great their titled Douluo cultivation is, and want to test his bottom line. Have you seen the plaque outside? Guyi's voice became majestic, like a high god, noble and full of majesty. I saw it, so what? You think you've become a god just because you call yourself a martial god? To tell you the truth, everyone here today is here for the secret method in your hand. If you know what's good for you, hand it over quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for everyone rushing over and leaving nothing behind. Maybe I haven't become a god yet, but for you, I'm no different from a god. Guyi's voice came again. I'll destroy your cultivation and punish you as a warning. With a thought, a fist composed of the perfect fusion of the 5 elements crossed space and hit the nameless titled Douluo. Chapter 217 The Dagger Revealed. Everyone was shocked. A titled Douluo who stood at the top of the Soul Master title was defeated so easily, and he couldn't even launch a decent attack. Although the defeated titled Douluo's soul power cultivation was only level 90, it can be said that he had just entered the realm of titled Douluo. Preaching is just to find a chance for you. If anyone dares to speak nonsense again, it will not be as simple as abolishing the cultivation. Guyi looked around and said this to the titled Douluo in the hall. Who else dares to be the first to come out at this moment? That punch just now is not so easy to receive. Finally understood a fact. Guyi is not someone they can control at will. Tang Xiao glanced at Guyi, and then continued to recover his own state. Although the cloud ladder just now did not cause much damage to him, it was not in his prime. The titled Douluo of the older generation have all come up, and the next is the younger generation. A figure walked in from outside the hall and sat on one of the cushions openly. The person who came was Guyan. The illusion was not difficult for her at all. After all, she had no obsession, and they had all been attacked by Guyi's evil domain in Tianwen Academy, so they were already familiar with this set. It was just that the illusion was more real and more difficult to break free from. Time passed by minute, and the 7 cushions were gradually filled. There were many new and old faces in the hall. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Shui Binger and Shui Yu are from Tian Shui Academy. Feng Xiaotian from Shenfeng Academy. Huo Wu from Shiwo Academy. Ye Lingling from Tiandu Royal Academy. There were also some unknown young spirit masters. These were the best of the younger generation, and it was no problem for them to climb the cloud ladder and enter the martial god hall. It was a pity that Jian Rongxiu still couldn't get rid of the illusion in the end, and was trapped in it, unable to move forward. The time has come. Guyi calculated the time and said. The spirit masters who were climbing the cloud ladder at this moment naturally heard this majestic voice. His face turned gloomy. He had tried so hard for so long, but he couldn't even get in the door. He watched the door of the palace close ruthlessly bit by bit. The last gap closed, and a gentle force sent all the soul masters still on the ladder to the open space below. Tien Rongxiu finally woke up. With tears in her eyes and a happy look on her face. Tien Rongxiu raised her head and looked at the martial god temple hanging in the air. She didn't have any regrets. Instead, she wanted to experience the life in the illusion again. That kind of life was too beautiful, so beautiful that she couldn't bear to leave. Guyi, I will make everything in the illusion come true. Tien Rongxiu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and disappeared in the open space. No matter how to realize the life in the illusion, what she needs most now is strength, surpassing Guyi's strength. At that time, even if it is robbing, he must obey her. She is going back to the martial god temple, and continue to complete the angel inheritance. Only in this way can she increase her strength in a short time and fulfill her idea. Like daughter, like mother. Tien Rongxiu inherited Bibi Dong's personality to a large extent, especially the paranoid personality is even worse than Bibi Dong. Martial God Hall. Guyi didn't waste any words and started talking directly. Today's Tao, I named it the Tao of Martial Arts, or the Tao of Martial Arts. No one spoke, just listened quietly. Although they all had their own little thoughts in their hearts, they put them down now. The Tao of Martial Arts includes skills, martial arts, spiritual will, etc., which are all-encompassing. One of them, and the most important one in the Tao of Martial Arts, is the meridians. Guyi was speaking on the stage, and the people below were listening attentively. He was speaking more and more deeply. The relationship between meridians, techniques, and spirit. How to create martial arts. How to condense the will of martial arts. Not only that, Guyi also revealed a long-hidden news. Martial arts is different from the path of soul masters. People in the world can practice. There was an uproar on the spot. Qian Daoliu and Chen Xian couldn't sit still. Because this news was too shocking and too scary. What did you say? Qian Daoliu couldn't sit still anymore and stood up. Chen Xian also stood up. If this is true, Guyi will create a new era, an era of warriors. If this group of old soul masters don't make changes, they may be beaten to death on the beach by rising warriors in more than 10 years. All the titled Douluo stood up. The emergence of martial arts was originally seen by them as a secret method to speed up the practice of soul masters. Who would have thought that it would become a big worry for them? Behind almost every titled Douluo there are families and forces. They are the people standing at the top of this world. Strength is the means by which they control power. What Guyi has to do now is to give strength to the grassroots people controlled by them, which is to weaken their power in disguise. You finally can't help it. Guyi sat firmly on the tower, not panicking at all. Even if there are nearly 10 titled Douluos below, and dozens of soul Douluos, and even Chen Xian and Qian Daoliu on the left and right. Still calm. Everyone, it's time to take action. Tang Xiao finally spoke. After waiting for so long, it's time to move. Behind him, 2 soul masters who also look very burly stood up. The 3 summoned martial souls together, and the majestic and powerful clear sky hammer appeared in their hands. Even just appearing, it makes people feel heavy. 3 titled Douluo. The rest of the people never thought that the Haoshan sect, which was forced by the spirit hall to close its sect, actually hid 3 titled Douluo. The aura of Tang Xiao, the leader, was even frightening. As a result, the titled Douluo who had their own ulterior motives became more confident. They summoned their spirits one after another. The truth was revealed. They were all titled Douluo and had already stood at the peak of humanity. How could they be so eager to attend Guyi's sermon? They were all greedy for Guyi's skills and martial arts. They could endure until now because Guyi acted decisively before. You too, do you want to do it? Guyi looked at Chen Xian and Qian Daoliu indifferently. After all, he didn't want to kill them. Chen Xian shook his head and didn't plan to participate. Before leaving for this sermon, Ning Fengzi had already told him that no matter what happened, he must not be hostile to Guyi. This point cannot be changed in any way. Qian Daoliu was uncertain and finally did not choose to take action. The spirit hall did not need to do this. At this time, a titled Douluo suddenly took action and grabbed the people on the mat. They had discovered before that Guyi cared about these 7 people very much and reserved seats for them. Looking for death. At the critical moment, the space barrier separated the titled Douluo from Zhu Zuqing and others. Today, I will eliminate you stubborn people. Chapter 218 The Real Intention of Preaching. Tien Mang suddenly realized something very important. Whether or not he broke the news that martial arts can allow everyone to practice this shocking news, he would expose himself in front of everyone, almost to the point of fighting against all the powerful soul masters in the world alone. Would Guyi be so stupid? Would he not think of it? Ask yourself. Tien Mang does not think Guyi would be so stupid. But it doesn't make sense. Even he gained something from such a magnificent palace, well-designed levels, and vivid sermons. There is no doubt that this is an unprecedented sermon. Unless he wants to ruin this sermon. When this idea came into being, Tien Mang looked at Guyi, who was still sitting in a high position, and suddenly felt a chill. If it was really what he thought, this plan was really terrible. The situation would not stop because of Tien Mang's thinking. Dozens of soul fighters displayed their martial souls, and the powerful soul pressure made the martial god hall a little shaky. You don't want to resist all of us by yourself. Guyi, you are too conceited. Tang Xiao couldn't help it a long time ago. He came here only for revenge today. Tang Hao's death will not be so easy to let go. Blood debt can only be repaid with blood. Guyi finally moved, slowly stood up, with a lofty posture, dressed in white, with clear features, and the most eye-catching thing was his pupils, reflecting all the truths of the world, making people unable to help but fall into it. Leave, everyone. All the generations of all ages were teleported away, and this battle had nothing to do with them. Guyi's only target this time were the title Douluo and Soul Douluo, who were the strongest on the continent. These people were the real obstacles to his promotion of martial arts. Does the martial arts really need to be passed down? It's not a simple preaching can be successful. All kinds of troubles and obstacles are uncontrollable. Douluo continent is so big that he can't control it in all directions. It is basically impossible to spread the preaching to all places. Only by relying on big forces can the real martial arts be spread to the world, and not only that, a certain degree of operation is required. The belief in gods is not that simple. It took the sea god 800 years to conquer the sea and collect all the beliefs. Guyi doesn't want to spend that long. Uncertain factors, or everyone must be defeated before the martial arts can be promoted. Tang Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. 9 soul rings exploded, turned into pure energy and merged into the Haoshan hammer, and the aura on his body climbed step by step. There is no doubt that Tang Xiao is the strongest among this group of people. At the same time, the soul rings of the other 2 Haoshan sect elders behind him also flashed a few times. Come and die for me! Tang Xiao shouted, and the Haoshan hammer suddenly became larger, directly poking a hole in the martial god hall. The other title Douluo also summoned their spirit bodies. Tien Mang was hesitating whether to attack or not. All the title Douluo's attacks came down at once, and the power generated was so strong that even if Guyi could take it, he would probably be injured. Especially with Tang Xiao's hammer, which made the final decision. Just by falling, it tore the space and revealed the dark void. Guyi was not panicked at all. If it was before, he would still be a little afraid. But now he didn't care at all. A humanoid giant that was much bigger than the clear sky hammer appeared out of thin air. Even the extremely huge clear sky hammer couldn't compare to it, like an unshakable mountain standing between heaven and earth. The huge vitality of heaven and earth gathered in front of the giant, and the mental power surged. The endless power condensed into a giant finger in the air, which also exuded infinite suppressive power. Tien Mang and Chen Xin had left long ago. Standing in the distance and watching this scene happen. Fire, water, lightning, energy waves, all kinds of powerful forces rushed towards the giant that Guyi had transformed into. But they had to break through this energy finger first before they could finally attack Guyi. For the first time, since he obtained the 7th soul ring, Guyi used his martial soul body for the first time. The martial soul body has more than doubled compared to before. Now, I am afraid that a slight wave of the hand can set off a hurricane, and a lift of the foot can cause an earthquake. The martial soul body of the god-level martial soul is really powerful. Just now, Guyi could even feel that the vitality of the world within a radius of 100 meters had been completely drained. The attack bombarded the finger like a tickle, and even the finger could not stop for a moment. Tang Xiao, who originally launched the attack first, is now the slowest one. But the aura on the clear sky hammer is more solemn, obviously accumulating strength and waiting to launch the strongest attack. The giant finger is getting closer and closer, and everyone feels a suffocating force of suppression. Some people even wanted to escape, but they couldn't move at all, as they had already been locked by Gui's aura. In terms of mental power, there are probably no more than 3 people in the world who can be stronger than him. It is very easy to do this. Everyone's hope is on Tang Xiao, and this is their last ray of hope. Guui, who is dozens of feet tall, leaned over and looked at the group of ant-like beings below. Only by putting the real power in front of them and letting them experience it deeply, can they learn to be obedient. Boom! The face of the clear sky hammer, which is powerful enough to break through space, finally fell on the giant finger of the sky. 2 extremely huge forces collided with each other, and powerful waves spread all over the place. The soul Douluo below who was impacted instantly vomited blood, and those title Douluo also looked a little ugly, and even some weak title Douluo had a trace of blood at the corner of their mouth. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. Just the aftermath of the attack collision injured these people one after another. At this moment, no one cared about these minor injuries, and their eyes were fixed on the intersection of the 2. There is hope. The giant finger that was slowly falling finally stopped. At the origin of the impact, a crack appeared in the space, which was getting bigger and bigger. After all, the plane of Douluo continent was too weak, and it could not withstand even a little powerful attack. But this time, the God King did not need to stabilize the space. Although Tang Xiao's power was strong, he was no match for Tang Hao, who had used all his strength to swing the last hammer. Guyi was able to defeat Tang Hao at the beginning, and now it was no problem to defeat Tang Xiao. Crack, crack. The finger that was strong enough to hold the sky only stopped for a few breaths, and then moved again. The huge clear sky hammer could only keep retreating under this force. Everyone attacked together. If Sect Master Tang is finished, we will all die. They can see this clearly. When the finger falls, it will be their death. Everyone fought for their lives, and all kinds of hidden power were released. At this moment, everyone was unreserved. Just to defeat one person, or God. Chapter 219 The Best Propaganda. When the power gap reaches a certain level, it is not possible to defeat simply by relying on the number of people. No matter how many ants there are, they will be destroyed with one kick. Crack! At the top the clear sky hammer in front of him broke into pieces and finally dissipated into the air. With his martial soul destroyed, Tang Xiao was struck by lightning. His burly body could no longer support him and fell straight to the ground. Without the direct attack of the clear sky hammer, the attacks of other people were like tickling at the same time, and they could not stop the fingers from falling. Mercy, mercy, I am willing to help you promote the way of martial arts. Having grasped the power of the world for a long time, he did not want to give up the life of luxury and debauchery at all, and had long lost the original fighting spirit of fearless life and death. In an instant, more than a dozen powerful soul masters begged for mercy, having long forgotten the purpose of coming here. Survival has become their only belief now. How could Guyi let them go so easily? The majesty of God cannot be defiled. The heart of a bodhisattva is not what needs to be shown now. What is needed most now is the angry Vajra. Defeat all those who dare to challenge his authority. Let the world know the name of the god of war thoroughly. The ruthless giant finger drowned everyone like an ant. All the fluctuations dissipated, and Guyi appeared in the air intact. This time he didn't even use the fire of nirvana. He dealt with everyone. Chen Xin and Qian Daoliu also flew back at this moment. You didn't kill them, but just destroyed their martial arts. Qian Daoliu looked at Guyi in disbelief. This was unexpected for him. What's the benefit of killing them? It's better to keep them and let them learn the martial arts I passed down. Isn't this the best propaganda method? Guyi grinned. From the beginning, he never thought of killing these people. This would only leave a brutal impression in everyone's mind. It may cause some adverse effects on collecting beliefs in the future. Now that they have lost their martial arts, they can only practice martial arts. Their cultivation has been destroyed by you. Will the Magnesium Acylate Alliance help you promote it? Chen Xin didn't think these people would practice martial arts. Whether they want to or not is not up to them. Guyi certainly thought of this level, and with a look that saw through everything, he said to the dozens of people who were in a state of embarrassment below. You have lost your martial souls, and I have left a force in you that is enough to destroy your bodies. If you want to survive, practice the skills I passed down. Chen Xin and Qian Daoliu were shocked. Guyi was far more profound than they thought. You have watched the excitement, and the sermon is over. This time the plan was successful. From this, he can truly carry out the action of spreading martial arts on the Douluo continent. It's a pity that the way of martial arts still relies on the soul master system, or the soul ring system. This matter is over. Guyi also has a big thing to do. The second martial soul given to him by Tien Mang's silkworm has not yet found a suitable medium. This matter cannot be delayed for too long. If you want to inherit the dual god position, having two martial souls is an indispensable thing. Besides, Guyi didn't intend to use the meridian martial soul to carry the evil god position, but planned to use the martial soul with spiritual attributes to carry the evil god position. Guyi intended to use the meridian martial soul on the self-created martial god position. This is the most suitable choice. However, Guyi has not yet determined what kind of soul beast to choose as his first soul ring. Back to Wuhan City, Guyi came to the Pope's palace again and found Bibi Dong. It seems that your plan succeeded. Bibi Dong looked at Guyi, who returned intact, and her perfect face showed a smile. She was the only one who knew the truth of this sermon except Guyi. After all, she had experienced a lot of ups and downs in that martial god temple, and it was relatively simple to know these things. Next, we can talk about the cooperation of spreading the skills and building the statue for you. Bibi Dong looked at Guyi standing not far away. Since she was going to use the resources of the Martial Soul Hall to help this man, she naturally had to fight for some benefits for the Martial Soul Hall. She, Bibi Dong, is not a love-brained person. Guyi smiled as he walked towards Bibi Dong. Every step seemed to be on Bibi Dong's heart, making her unconsciously a little flustered. Only she knew that the man who kept approaching was not as noble as he looked. He had done a lot of ridiculous things in the Pope's palace, especially on the chair she was sitting on now. I don't know, what kind of reward does His Holiness the Pope want? Guyi lowered his head and moved closer. Bibi Dong leaned back unnaturally, her jade back gently leaning on the back of the chair, her eyes inexplicably a little flustered. He started again. His Holiness the Pope seemed to be her switch, and Bibi Dong found that she had no resistance to it at all. Her body also softened unconsciously, and the familiar breath made her a little intoxicated. To fulfill your promise, I need a 100,000-year soul ring. Bibi Dong cheered up and didn't let herself be defeated in all aspects. Guyi looked at Bibi Dong, who was holding on forcefully, and took a step back. Okay, you decide the time, I can set off at any time. Now with the strength of him and Bibi Dong, it would be easy to deal with the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. This was just a small episode for him, that's all. Okay, let's go now. Bibi Dong couldn't wait any longer. Originally, her cultivation had reached level 90, and the spirit ring of her second martial spirit should have been full, but now there were still a lot of vacancies. This also had some impact on her strength. Although Bibi Dong's current cultivation was the same as Qian Daoliu's, if they really fought, she would lose 9 out of 10 times. After all, Qian Daoliu stayed at this level for too long, so long that there was no more room for improvement. If you want to catch up in a short time, you can only strengthen your own cultivation. Several 100,000-year spirit rings can greatly improve your strength. Tang Hao was able to repel Qian Sunji and other titled Douluo after fusing the spirit bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor, not just because of his own strong strength. A 100,000-year spirit ring can greatly improve your body. Hold me. Guyi hooked his finger at Bibi Dong. What for? Bibi Dong was puzzled. It's impossible for me to fly with you over such a long distance. Space movement is obviously the best choice. Guyi explained and opened his arms to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was not shy. After all, it was just a hug. As long as Guyi didn't call her His Holiness the Pope, she could still keep her composure. Bibi Dong threw herself into Guyi's broad chest and felt the heat emanating from his body. Your Holiness the Pope, hold me tight. Guyi was very good at teasing people. He lowered his head and whispered in Bibi Dong's ear. The heat brought by his words made Bibi Dong's delicate body tremble, and she raised her head in shame and anger. Let's go. Chapter 220, Commit to the battle with all your heart and soul. Star Do Great Forest. Let go. Bibi Dong shook off Guyi's hands with a look of anger. This man was really dishonest. He was too good at following the clues. Okay, we'll be there soon, stop being petty. Guyi waved his hands and looked at the forest below indifferently. What made Bibi Dong angry the most was Guyi's indifferent attitude. You're such a bastard. Bibi Dong tidied up her messy clothes, but it took her a few minutes to adjust herself, but the blush on her face might not disappear in a short time. In the depths of the Xingde Great Forest, Tien and the others felt the familiar breath again. You dare to come? Tien also had a bit of anger on his face, which was a complete provocation to them. Xiangjun and the others were even more angry. In all these years, it was the first time that they suffered such a big loss in front of humans. Tien, a euro, as long as he doesn't come here, let him go. The silver light appeared again. Tien was stunned. He didn't understand what this meant. Could he just watch him do whatever he wanted? Except for himself, no soul beast in the entire Xingde Great Forest would be their opponent. For the rise of the soul beast clan, some sacrifices are necessary. Only patience can bring us the final victory. Yes, my lord. Emperor Tien put away his anger. For the soul beast clan, he could endure it, but it was a pity for the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python. With their blood talents, they are very likely to survive the heavenly tribulation and become fierce beasts. Ming, take Xiaowu and leave quickly. The azure bull python floated up from the water, feeling the two powerful auras, and it knew that it had finally reached the end. The Titan giant ape roared, declaring that it would not escape. Xiaowu, who was originally sitting by the lake to practice, also showed a bleak smile. After all, she was going to die. Escape? You can't leave. Bibi Dong stood in the air, looking at the 200,000-year soul beasts, with a little excitement. Guyi, I will sacrifice myself to you, can you let them go? Xiaowu stood up, but her small body blocked the two behemoths. I1/2 E trademark E, A trademark C superscript 2 1/2. Bibi Dong didn't see Xiaowu's soul beast identity, and then looked at Guyi beside her. She is the daughter of the 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit you hunted before. Guyi expressionlessly unsealed Xiaowu's seal, and the breath of soul beasts on her body immediately emanated. She was kept until now, just for now. He was not a fool to give up two Titan giant apes and azure bull pythons with extremely strong talents and bloodlines, and choose the soft-bone rabbit. What's more, wouldn't it be better to take down all three at once? It's really a soul beast. I didn't expect you, a fish that slipped through the net, to dare to come out. I didn't expect my luck to be so good that I could harvest 3 100,000-year soul rings. Bibi Dong surprised Xiaowu. Xiaowu ignored her. At this moment, she suppressed her hatred. Now she just wanted to protect Daming and Erming. Her eyes were burning, and her eyes were more determined than ever. Sister Xiaowu, you go first. Erming and I can hold them back. Daming would not let Xiaowu die for them. The last time Xiaowu's mother was hunted by Bibi Dong was because they were not there. Now they would not let Xiaowu die. The Titan ape could no longer bear it. His strong muscles were tense, and his soul power surged wildly, smashing towards Guyi and Bibi Dong. The Titan ape was powerful enough to shake the mountain, but it was too weak for Guyi and Bibi Dong now. 8 spider spears emerged from behind Bibi Dong, as if they could pierce through space. 9 soul rings had already appeared on the sky. Eternal wound. 8 sharp and long spider spears pierced the Titan ape with unstoppable force and speed. The Titan ape could be hunted down in the next second. A flash of green light passed by, and time and space seemed to freeze. Bibi Dong paused. A long tail rose from the lake and wrapped around the Titan ape in an instant, pulling it down from the air. Second brother, don't be impulsive. The 4-meter-long bull head of the azure bull python looked at the two people in the sky, and knew in his heart that he was probably no match for them anyway. He looked into the depths of the forest and roared. This roar even made Xiaowu next to him feel strongly uncomfortable, and the high-pitched voice spread into the depths of the forest. This is their last chance of survival. Why don't you help? Bibi Dong glared at Guyi, saying that coming to help would just be a waste of time. But she didn't stay for long. Even if Guyi didn't take action, she would definitely get the 3 soul rings today. No one could stop it. Guyi looked into the depths of the forest, as if he saw Tien with a livid face, and then he disappeared from the air and came to the side of the Titan ape. He threw a heavy punch. Before he could react, the Titan ape was blown away dozens of meters, and its huge body smashed countless trees. Roar! The Titan ape roared, holding a tree trunk that it had broken, and exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Come on! Guyi hadn't fought a fist-to-flesh battle for a long time, and his blood was boiling. The Titan ape suddenly threw the tree trunk in his hand out. It didn't need any tools, and no tree could withstand its power. Guyi smashed it with a punch, exerted force on his thigh, and rushed towards the Titan ape. The blood in his body kept surging, and his heartbeat kept accelerating. This time he did not choose to fight with the vitality of heaven and earth. Bang! In the pure collision of power, Guyi was defeated in that instant. Guyi, who took a few steps back, suddenly felt his body become heavy and his speed slowed down. Instantly, he understood that this was the gravity control field of the Titan ape. The evil field, unfolded. Suddenly, Guyi felt that the suppression of his body disappeared, and his eyes were full of passion when he looked at the Titan ape. This kind of fist-to-flesh fight can really easily trigger the desire to fight. The blood is boiling, the heart is beating violently, and it is constantly delivering powerful power. In front of the Titan ape, which is like a small mountain, the human body is not even as big as a finger of it, but the power it bursts out is stronger than a punch. Physical fitness is constantly improving in the crazy battle, and the treasures of the flesh are constantly being stimulated. The power hidden in the body is constantly being developed at this moment. The pure vitality contained in the body of Tien Mang's silkworm is not so easy to absorb completely, but it is hidden in the body, waiting for Guyi to develop and dig. The Titan ape also noticed that this human is undergoing an unprecedented transformation through fighting with him. The power is constantly rising, as if there is no limit. Roar! The Titan giant ape roared to the sky, and its strength was also getting stronger. Knocked Guyi away again. It was really hard to understand. Is Guyi a human or a soul beast? His strength was expanding wildly, as if there was no limit. After repeated fierce collisions, his clothes had long been tattered under the strong impact, revealing that they were made of steel. Come again. Guyi, what are you crazy about? Why don't you end the battle quickly? Bibi Dong really couldn't understand why Guyi didn't use the heaven and earth energy that he was best at, but instead used his weakest body to fight. It was simply nonsense. You know, even for a soul master with a beast martial spirit, it is difficult to compete with a soul beast in terms of physical strength, not to mention that Guyi is not a beast martial spirit. Chapter 221 Died with despair. Guyi did not answer Bibi Dong. Returning with passion. The Titan giant ape is undoubtedly an excellent melee target. The powerful force shook his blood and chi and made him unstable. However, it is precisely because of this that his body has been constantly evolving and becoming stronger in this kind of battle. Guyi can feel the endless power flowing out of his body, constantly repairing his damaged body and improving his blood. Fighting is his only thought now. Seeing that Guyi did not pay attention to her, Bibi Dong snorted coldly, and her mood suddenly became bad, and then the sky blue bull python who was fighting with her suffered. The absolute strength was inferior to Bibi Dong, and now he was facing an angry woman. After just a few rounds, he could no longer hold on. The sky blue bull python looked at the depths of the Stardo Great Forest in despair, and realized that he and the second brother had become abandoned, and no one would come to rescue them. Roar! A voice almost like a dragon roared. The sky blue bull python looked at Xiao Wu. She had to be sent away no matter what, and Xiao Wu must not be allowed to die here with them. The slow field was released to the strongest, and Bibi Dong was also slowed down a bit, but she was still a few points faster than the sky blue bull python. A flexible tail was thrown towards Xiao Wu. No! Xiao Wu was blown away by the huge tail. In the air, Xiao Wu made a sad sound, and her eyes were full of hatred for Bibi Dong and Guyi. Roar! The azure bull python made a painful cry, wanting to kill Xiao Wu. After being sent away, he had no chance to resist Bibi Dong's attack. 8 spider spears pierced into its huge body. As long as you are caught by her, don't even think about escaping. The time has come for this azure bull python to die. Bibi Dong frowned and looked at Guyi. Don't worry, she can't leave. The power of space flowed in Guyi's eyes, and Xiao Wu, who had flown far away, reappeared at the lakeside and hit the ground heavily. Since he and Bibi Dong are here, he is ready to hunt Xiao Wu. What she did back then should come back now. The time of death has come. After transferring Xiao Wu back, Guyi continued to focus on the Titan ape. The energy contained in his body made him like a perpetual motion machine. He kept fighting and kept his energy and blood. At this point in the battle, Guyi has already figured out the way to transform energy. As soon as the thought comes to mind, chi and blood will follow, even faster than the soul power. Guyi even felt like his body was jumping for joy, as if this was the real road, this was the path he should be walking. Xiao Wu fell to the ground and looked sadly at Daming, who was pierced by 8 spider spears. Tears had already covered her petite cheeks. There is no other way, no one can save them. The only hope was also hitting Ming hard at this moment. Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly became determined. Even if she died, she would not let Bibi Dong succeed. A flash of red light bloomed. A powerful force swept through the entire forest. What does she want to do? The 8 spider spears behind Bibi Dong held up the azure bull python, and the powerful force was eroding the opponent's body. Self-destruct. Guyi and the titan giant ape also stopped fighting and retreated to both sides. Ming, let's go quickly. Let Sister Xiaohe be a hero for once. Xiao Wu's eyes turned blood red, the light on her body was unstable, and a terrifying power spread across her body. Stop her. Bibi Dong didn't want to waste 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone in vain. This was a huge loss. Guyi looked at Xiao Wu, whose energy continued to expand, and the next moment he came to her. The titan giant ape roared angrily, and struck Guyi with its huge fist. Without it, no one could hurt Sister Xiao Wu. Get out of here. Guyi no longer hid, and instantly controlled the energy of heaven and earth to easily knock it away, flying dozens of meters away. A shocking wound appeared on his chest, and blood was flowing. He struggled but couldn't get up. You've had enough fun, please stop. Powerful power flowed in Guyi's hands, and a palm hit Xiao Wu's abdomen, causing her to fly backwards as if she lost all power, and finally stopped after hitting a big tree. The terrifying aura on his body was also contained. Self-destruction is impossible in front of him. Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief and continued to cook the azure bull python in front of her. Of course she could also see that this azure bull python was the strongest, so she naturally had to deal with it first. Scum, bastard! Xiao Wu's mouth was bloody, her whole body was dirty, and she kept scolding Guyi. Now this last chance is gone. Bibi Dong, you absorb this azure bull python first, and I will protect you. Guyi glanced at the azure bull python that was still resisting with difficulty, and he had to say that Bibi Dong's 8 spider spears were really powerful. Although the strength of the azure bull python is not as good as that of the ferocious beasts deep in the forest, it is still pretty good. But was manipulated so easily. Good. Bibi Dong increased her strength, and the azure bull python that was picked up on the spider spear showed a painful look and made a pitiful cry at the same time. Tails kept trying to attack Bibi Dong, but the 8 spider spears seemed to be poisonous, making it unable to gather strength at all. I can only feel that my soul power is being eaten away bit by bit, and my vitality is being wiped out bit by bit. Until the azure bull python used all its strength to turn its huge bull head towards Xiao Wu, carving her figure into his mind, and its 2 eyes lost color. Xiao Wu wanted to get up in grief, but the pain in her abdomen made it impossible for her to get up at all. The power in her body was completely sealed, and she could only continue to uselessly struggle in place. Tears stained clothes. Despair, extremely desperate. When her mother died, she was also so desperate, but she forgot that despair, and was immersed in the prosperous human world. The blood-red soul ring emerged from the body of the azure bull python, which meant that it was completely dead. The vitality is really strong, but in the final analysis, he is just a beast. After living for so many years, his strength is still so weak. Bibi Dong sneered, sat down cross-legged, and immediately began to absorb the azure bull python's soul ring. The titan ape roared angrily, but it had been seriously injured by a blow and could not do anything at all. ETA Euro trademark S just a feeble wailing. Guyi felt the feeling just now. Guyi always felt that something was being nurtured in his body, and his energy and blood were more than twice as strong as before the battle. The remaining power of Tien Mang Ice Silkworm greatly improved his body. If not, competing with a powerful soul beast like the titan ape would be a suicide attempt. Feeling his body, Guyi can feel that there is still a lot of power in it. If used for cultivation, it can also increase his soul power by 1 or 2 levels. However, Guyi did not intend to absorb it, and wanted to experience another hardy battle. Chapter 222 I am willing. 3 days passed in a flash. Bibi Dong stood up, with 7 soul rings surrounding her second martial soul. 5 black and 2 red. Even now, Guyi is not as good as Bibi Dong in terms of soul ring ratio. Having a second martial soul is simply a crushing existence for ordinary soul masters. Even if Bibi Dong only has the soul-devouring Spider Emperor as her martial soul now, it is still powerful to the point of being invincible. Who can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring when it is the first soul ring? Okay, finally it's you, little rabbit. The 8 spider spears behind Bibi Dong made her look a bit cruel. Xiao Wu, who was leaning against the tree, had already lost all hope, and her pupils were no longer alive, like a walking corpse. It's my turn. Xiao Wu supported herself on the tree trunk and struggled to stand up, looking at the 2 people standing beside her sadly. After 3 days of recovery, the pain in her abdomen also dissipated, at least she would not die lying down. You and your daughter can die together in my hands, it can be considered a fate. Bibi Dong looked at Xiao Wu with a cold face, she would never be merciful. 8 spider spears stabbed at Xiao Wu fiercely. Mom. Xiao Wu looked up at the sky, quietly waiting for death, the only regret was that she could not avenge her mother. If she had practiced well in the 8 years of living in the human world, perhaps there would not be such a result. At the beginning, what he said was really right. 8 spider spears pierced Xiao Wu's body, instantly destroying her vitality. Guiyi's eyes did not fluctuate, quietly watching Xiao Wu who lost her life. After Bibi Dong sat down and began to absorb the soul ring, Guiyi once again put his mind into his body. The transformation power came quietly. Now the blood and qi are enough to spread all over the body, and strength can be released anywhere. After several absorptions, Bibi Dong has had good experience in absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring, and it took only half a day to complete the absorption. Your strength is estimated to have surpassed Jian Daoliu. Guyi rationally judged Bibi Dong, who exuded a powerful and terrifying aura, and even he was a little scared. Bibi Dong smiled evilly, stood up, and walked towards Guyi with a pair of slender legs. Bibi Dong, wearing a pope's robe and purple stockings, looked particularly attractive today. If it weren't for I1/2 EOE I1/2, I wouldn't have made such a smooth progress. Elder Gu, what reward do you want? Bibi Dong walked in front of Guyi, less than a step away, and the best position was even in contact with Guyi. She raised her jade hand, slightly hooked Guyi's chin, blew a breath at him, and said charmingly with seductive eyes. Guyi didn't speak but bowed his head slightly. Bibi Dong understood and rolled her eyes. She could no longer pretend. She immediately restored her pope dignity and scolded, "Get away, scum! Your Holiness, don't you think you can get away with it after teasing? Don't play with fire, be careful of getting burned." Guyi came closer and whispered a bit harshly in her ear, then took a step back. His dark eyes seemed to have divine majesty. He stared at Bibi Dong's evasive eyes, put his hands on her shoulders, and exerted a little force. "Let me go." Bibi Dong struggled unnaturally and refused to yield to Guyi. "As the Pope, don't even think about asking her to kneel. Kneel down." The tone was full of domineering. Domineering can only be responded to with stronger domineering. Bibi Dong was angry. When did anyone dare to do this to her? She simply didn't want to live. But she had a feeling of wanting to surrender to Guyi in her heart. She is also a woman, and she also needs the company of a man. Their eyes kept colliding. Guyi would not retreat, and stared at Bibi Dong closely. After all, Bibi Dong was defeated. She did not attend the sermon at the beginning, so Guyi could only teach Bibi Dong alone. Fortunately, Bibi Dong was very studious and received the knowledge intact. After a long time, Bibi Dong patted the weeds on her knees and swallowed her saliva with a ruddy face. "Your Holiness, I think you should remember this time, the phrase playing with fire and getting burned." Guyi tightened his belt, looked at Bibi Dong with an indignant look, and said with a smile. "Too strong blood and qi can sometimes be a kind of distress. Whether it is for him or for others. Bibi Dong understands this best. After all, she has some soreness in her jaw now. Get out of here." Bibi Dong was indignant. Guyi simply ignored her and made her feel uncomfortable. "Go back." Guyi grabbed Bibi Dong and disappeared from the spot. His spatial ability was very useful. Back to the Pope's palace, Guyi discussed with Bibi Dong in detail on how to spread faith on the exclusive Pope's chair, and handed her a few books. After saying goodbye to Bibi Dong, Guyi returned to the hotel without stopping. His students had been waiting for him for several days. Compared to Bibi Dong's suction Zhuzuking and the others were obviously much faster in collecting soul rings. After all, they were just 10,000-year soul beasts, so it didn't take that long to absorb them. It took less than half a month to hunt all the soul rings, and most of the time was spent on traveling. Oscar also chose the mirror beast as his 5th soul ring again, and he also had the ability to imitate anyone's martial soul. This will allow him to completely match or even surpass the strength of a combat soul master. Are you feeling a little disappointed? At night, Guyi hugged Zhu Zuqing, who felt a little disappointed. Of the people who followed Guyi at the beginning, only she and Ning Rongrong have not reached level 50, and they must be a little unwilling. And Guyi also gave her a lot of special treatment. Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything, but just hugged Guyi tighter. Do you want to break through level 50 tonight? Guyi said half temptingly and half encouragingly. No need, I think I'll be almost there after practicing for a few more days. Zhu Zuqing subconsciously thought that Guyi was going to give her something again, and shook her head in his arms. The feelings between the two are mutual. If Guyi just keeps giving, this relationship will sooner or later go wrong. Zhu Zuqing didn't want to become like that, so she decisively rejected Guyi's kindness. Silly, this thing is also good for me. Guyi whispered in her ear, and he didn't know what he said, which made Zhu Zuqing's earlobe turn red, making people want to suck it. I do. Zhu Zuqing blushed, not only with words, but also with actions to show her willingness. Guyi's eyes widened, and the position of his palm made him surprised that the mountains and rivers in the world were just like this. Excited, completely excited. Brother Yi, be gentle, this is my first time. Zhu Zuqing said shyly. When she was in the academy, she heard Duguyan's screams outside the door several times, and she was still scared. Guyi turned over and gently brushed her soft little face. Don't worry, I'm here. Chapter 223 Far North. Overnight, they were completely different. When Zhu Zuqing and Guyi appeared in front of everyone, they all congratulated Zhu Zuqing for finally getting what she wanted. Only Ning Rongrong felt a little disappointed. She had bravely pursued her love, but she didn't get any response. From today on, you will officially graduate from Tianwen Academy. From now on, you can travel anywhere. Guyi was still very proud. In the original book, Oscar and others wanted to improve their cultivation to the current level in 4 years. Graduation? Disperse? These unfamiliar words confused the boys and girls who had not yet considered these things. They had never thought of leaving Guyi and exploring the world alone. Especially Oscar and others. Except for Tianwen Academy, they really had no other place to go, and they didn't know where to go. It was like losing their goal in an instant. What's wrong? Why are you all so surprised? Your life has just begun. You can't be a student for life. Do whatever you want to do. You are now a timid thief and have enough willpower. Guyi smiled at the bewildered people. He couldn't take care of them in the next time. There were still many things to prepare. Now he no longer thought about what soul beast to choose for the second martial soul. Maybe he can get a special martial soul. The Tien Mang ice silkworm gave him the spiritual essence, but no appearance, so he needed to get the appearance by obtaining the soul ring. Just like Huo Yuhao, he got the martial soul of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion by obtaining the soul ring of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Similarly, if the soul ring he obtained did not have a soul beast, what martial soul could he get? Maybe it is the purest mind and spirit, or at least the brain or the sea of a spirit. To achieve this, all he needs is to complete the God test and obtain the God-given soul ring. Oscar seemed to have thought of something, and he couldn't help but smile, and winked at Ma Heng-jun. After the few people left, Guyi was left with only Zhu Zuqing and Duguyan. After all, where could they go? Sister Zuqing was still murdered by you. Duguyan attacked Guyi with her fists, venting her jealousy. No woman doesn't want the man she likes to love her wholeheartedly. On the surface, she looks generous, but in fact, she also feels a little bitter. Guyi knows in his heart, but he can't say such things. After all, he really can't love only one person, so he can only embrace both of them and let them experience that hot heart. On the other side, Bibi Dong is busy helping Guyi spread the skills and build statues. This is the most critical step in harvesting faith. If you want to collect faith, you should have something to collect. It is impossible for people to imagine it out of thin air. This is impossible. Therefore, the statue is very important. Douluo continent is so big that it is impossible to do it without a large enough force. Either use time to fill it, or use manpower and material resources to achieve all this. Guyi chose the latter. After sending Zhu Zuqing and Duguyan back to the academy, Guyi rushed to the far north without stopping. The matter of the God-given soul ring is imminent, and the second martial soul must also complete its existence in form as soon as possible. It is time to pass the second test. A very important thing. Maybe he doesn't need to fight this time. After all, he has Tien Mang Ice Silkworm, who is extremely familiar with the far north. If he can persuade her to sacrifice to him like he persuaded Bingbai Emperor Scorpion in the original book, it would be great. After all, he is better than Huo Yuhao 10,000 years later. She can become a god soon, so she can't help but be tempted. If she can avoid fighting, try not to fight. Guyi doesn't have much chance of winning. The three kings of the far north are not to be underestimated, especially the Ice Snow Girl and the Snow Emperor, who are the third of the 10 fierce beasts. In this far north that is extremely suitable for her to fight, I am afraid that even if Emperor Tien comes, he may not be able to gain much advantage. If they fight together, he can only flee in panic. The far north. It's really a bit cold. Guyi felt the situation around him. This place is very different from the Star Do Great Forest. Endless cold, looking up is all white. It was a bit novel. Let's start. Guyi said to Tien Mang in the spiritual sea. In the spiritual sea, Tien Mang Ice Silkworm was very confident and a little excited. Finally I can see you again, little Bing Bing. Ice Silkworm and Ice Jade Scorpion are not the same species, and they can even be regarded as natural enemies. They were even hunted by Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion for a period of time. But he was like a dog, enjoying it. Although Tien Mang Ice Silkworm has lost its spiritual attribute, it still has ice attribute. It is enough to attract Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. After a few minutes, the white sky was dyed green, and a deep green mark crossed the horizon. Guyi could clearly see that this green mark was made up of a beautiful scorpion. Tien Mang, you dare to go back. Bingdi looked at Tien Mang Ice Silkworm, and before he finished speaking, he saw that the beautiful golden pattern on its body had disappeared, and now it had turned into a light red pattern, and its aura had also weakened. What's wrong with you? Bingdi was still in extreme shock, and did not notice Guyi who had restrained his aura below. Tien Mang smiled, with bitterness, relief, and a little bit of madness. Bing Bing, as you can see. Now I only have a soul. I have become a human soul ring. Tien Mang lowered her head slightly, and Bingdi looked down, just in time to see a human standing in the snow and smiling at her. Soul ring? Damn human! Bingdi was angry, even she did not get the power of Tien Mang Ice Silkworm, but it was obtained by a weak human. Damn it! The voice carried a terrifying murderous intent, because the sky that had become green because of her arrival turned dark green. The powerful aura locked him instantly. The aura of the beast for more than 300,000 years made the surroundings quiet. Ice Emperor is not Zig, whom Guyi dealt with before. This is her territory. With the ultimate ice attribute, she is like a fish in water in the extreme north, and her combat power has increased a lot. Tian Yu, there is no ice here. Guyi rose into the air, with a serious expression with a bit of holiness. Within a range of 30 meters, the ice dissipated, revealing solid land. Hey! Guyi didn't expect that the effect here would be so bad, which caused this little power, and he could feel that he consumed more power here. Even after practicing to this point, the two attributes of ice and fire are still the two strongest elements he has mastered, even space can only be ranked behind. But now he has encountered unprecedented obstacles here. Douluo, the soul book has gone through the signing process again. Those who want to make some coins can invest. The earlier you invest, the more you earn. Chapter 224 Agreeing Under Helplessness. Ice Emperor was more shocked than Guyi. Because of the intentional restraint of her aura, she didn't even see Guyi's true strength, and thought he was just an ordinary human soul master. Now this display of strength is completely beyond the expectations of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. This is not the periphery of the far north. Although it cannot be called the real core location, it has been frozen for countless years. The human in front of her can actually use his own power to make such a large area of this frozen area empty. If she hadn't really felt that everything around her was real, not a false world constructed by mental power, she would have thought she was trapped in an illusion. There is no soul master in this world who can make her look at him differently. Guyi is the first. Tien Mang, you brought this human here and used your aura to attract me out. Could it be that you have betrayed the Soul Beast clan and defected to humans? You want me to become his soul ring? The crisp voice spread again in the sky above the far north, and the dark green sky behind her showed her unhappy mood. The air was filled with murderous intent. If Tien Mang Ice Silkworm heard anything that made her unhappy, she would probably use all her 300,000 years of cultivation to kill Tien Mang Ice City and Guyi. Bing Bing, listen to my explanation first. Tien Mang said anxiously. Guyi's true strength. He had seen Guyi's strength, which was definitely not inferior to that of the Ice Emperor. Even after absorbing his spirit ring, his strength was even higher. Even he couldn't figure out how strong Guyi was. Even with the blessing of the far north, the Ice Emperor was likely to lose. Tien Mang had seen this man's methods. Nearly 10 title Douluo and dozens of soul Douluo were destroyed by Guyi without blinking an eyelid. Guyi could kill humans, let alone their soul beast clan. If he started to fight, he would be even more ruthless. By then, the Ice Emperor would not even have the last chance. Standing in the air, Guyi did not interrupt Tien Mang's ice silkworm's persuasion of the Ice Emperor, and carefully felt the surrounding atmosphere. The air of God. Hearing Tien Mang's explanation, the Ice Emperor exclaimed. He didn't expect that this human was not only powerful, but also the heir of the throne of God. In a few years, he would be able to ascend to the God realm and become an eternal and immortal existence. For the first time in history, Bingdi envied humans. The soul beast's cultivation for 10,000, 100,000, or even hundreds of thousands of years may not be as good as a human's cultivation in a short lifetime. Even when they sleep or retreat, the human strongmen who did not exist before have surpassed them. Even if I am the heir of God, even if the gods come in person, don't even think about letting me become a human soul ring and increase their power. Bingdi was still very resistant. Many of her people have been hunted by humans over the years. Now she was asked to serve as a soul ring for a human. As the three kings of the far north, Bingdi would not make such a choice to live in such a miserable way. She was ready to call Swati immediately. Even if she couldn't defeat Guyi, Bingdiangxianu, the head of the three kings of the far north, was better than her in both cultivation and control of ice. Wait, Bing Bing, don't be in a hurry to listen to me. Tien Mang naturally saw what she was going to do and hurriedly stopped her. Traitor, if you dare to blaspheme me like this again, even if I explode on the spot, I will definitely drag my sister and Huang Yulazi to death. Ice Emperor was furious, and the green scorpion tail behind him was ready to move. He was very disdainful of Tien Mang Ice Silkworm, who could have a stronger cultivation than him just by sleeping. Now he dared to blaspheme her like this. So many years of fighting have made Ice Emperor cold-hearted, and only the Emperor's deterrence remained. The title of one of the three kings of the far north was not brought by her beautiful body, but completely relied on her strength. She has experienced countless battles. Calm down, Ice Emperor, calm down first. Tien Mang was startled and his body couldn't help but step back a few steps. In his current state, he might not be able to withstand the stab of the Ice Emperor scorpion. Coward! Ice Emperor snorted coldly, looking down on Tien Mang Ice Rink. There are almost 10,000 years until the 400,000 year catastrophe. Are you sure you can survive it? Tien Mang asked a very realistic question. Compared to humans who can easily increase their strength, their soul beasts need to survive the catastrophe if they reach more than 100,000 years. If they survive, they can practice safely for 100,000 years, but if they can't survive, hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation will be wasted and vanish, and there will be no chance of survival. The Ice Emperor was silent for a moment, and said in a cold voice, if you were willing to offer your own heaven and earth energy, let alone 400,000 years of heavenly tribulation, even if it was 500,000 years or 600,000 years, what would it matter? In the end, it actually benefited humans. That's what I want to say. Originally, soul beasts would die if their soul rings were absorbed. But if you give up your power, you can live in his spiritual sea like me. When Guyi becomes a god, we can also live forever with him. Isn't it for such a dream that you have practiced for so many years? Eternal life. Maybe this opportunity is right in front of you, Ice Emperor, do you plan to miss it? Tien Mang Ice Silkworm is actually a master of drawing cakes, but this cake is real. If Guyi really goes all out, he can complete all the tests of the evil God King in less than 2 years at most, ascend to the God realm, and become the supreme God King. In this world, I am afraid that only the seriously injured Silver Dragon King can completely kill Guyi. However, that is almost impossible to happen. Once the Silver Dragon King chooses to show up, he will be discovered by the God realm that manages Douluo continent in an instant. Then the Soul Beast clan will have no hope at all. Becoming a god is already a foregone conclusion. Ice Emperor is still hesitating. Not only does he not believe in Tien Mang Ice Silkworm, but he also does not believe in this human being in front of him whose depth is unknown. Tien Mang saw the hesitation of Ice Emperor and continued to add fuel to the fire. Ice Emperor, you should know that if you don't agree, you should have a bottom line in your heart based on the strength he just showed. It won't be an opponent. When the time comes, if you really fight and truly become a soul ring, there will be no chance of eternal life. On one side is certain eternal life, and on the other side is an 80 to 90% chance of death. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm, you should know how to choose without me saying it. Ice Emperor was completely moved. He was able to build a region without coldness in the ice and snow, and he had to complete all this under the influence of her power. Her ice attribute is already the ultimate ice. Apart from the Snow Emperor, no one else can surpass her. It is almost impossible to accomplish. What else can I choose? The Ice Emperor finally chose agreed, the cold breath also dissipated a lot, and the dark green sky returned to its original state. Chapter 225 The Three Tests of Evil. Congratulations, you made the right choice. Guui finally set his sights on Bingdi, and looked at the Tien Mang Ice Silkworm next to him with admiration. He didn't expect that he was so eloquent, and he used this big stick and sweet dates so well. Human, I hope you will do what you said and set us free after you become a god. Bingdi's words were still cold, but there was no hidden murderous intent before. It was just that her self-esteem as an emperor made her unwilling to bow to humans. This was her last bit of dignity. Guyi smiled and said, as long as you are willing to become my soul ring, I will let you go after I become a god. It's useless for me to keep you on my body. This is a very realistic point. His own strength is enough. Even if Bingdi and Tien Mang Ice Silkworm are added, it will not have any substantial effect on him. Remember what you said. Bingdi compromised and continued, what should I do next? Release your spiritual origin and follow my lead into the sea of a spirit. Hearing that he had to release the spiritual origin, Bingdi hesitated. The spiritual origin was more important than life for any fierce beast. If the spiritual origin was controlled by others, it meant that his life and property were all entrusted to this person. But after hesitating for a few breaths, Bingdi released his spiritual origin. She was not a person who liked to waver. Since she had made a decision in her heart, she would not change it at will. Although the spiritual origin was important, she would become the other party's soul ring. What's the use? A ball of green spiritual origin flew out of the body of Bingbi Emperor Scorpion. Guyi did not hesitate and directly used his mental power to pull the ball of spiritual origin into the sea of a spirit. From now on, there was one more guest in the sea of a spirit. After the spiritual origin was properly placed, Bingdi's voice came from his mind to Guyi's ears. Next, we will begin the process of fusing the soul ring. Bingdi was not worried that the human in front of her would be blown up by the power in her body, nor did she worry too much. Instead, she was worried about what would happen to her next. If she could not retain her own wisdom during the process of fusing the soul ring, she would really become a soul ring and there would be no room for recovery. Guyi did not hesitate and immediately began to fuse the soul ring of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, which was 390,000 years old. Already had the experience of absorbing soul rings of 1,000,000 years, it was just absorbing soul rings of more than 300,000 years, which was not too much pressure for Guyi. The Jotien Liuhi Sutra was constantly running, quickly refining the cultivation of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion over the years. The level 80 barrier also began to shrink continuously, and Bingdi, who had integrated the spiritual origin into Guyi's spiritual sea, also felt the loss of her own power. This feeling made her very uncomfortable, as if she was constantly waiting for death. Her power was being drawn away bit by bit, and the spiritual origin was constantly expanding Guyi's spiritual sea, and the emerald green spiritual origin was becoming smaller and smaller. Half a month later, Guyi completely absorbed the cultivation of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion over the years, much faster than the speed of absorbing the Tien Mang Ice Silkworm. At this time, the spiritual sea, which was originally a large group of spiritual origin, now only has a turquoise light spot, which is the last bit of the soul of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. If even this bit of soul is dissipated, it will be scattered and there will be no recovery. However, when Guyi put his eyes on the spiritual sea, he was sure that he did not see the sad Ice Emperor, but was unexpectedly happy. The reason turned out to be that she had learned about the current situation of the Tien Mang Ice Silkworm, which weakened the pain in her heart. After absorbing my soul bone, leave the extreme north. The ice land transformed into a human appearance. Still as beautiful as his original body. There is a bit of coldness in the handsome face, and there are 4 turquoise lines on both sides of the cheeks, which not only do not destroy her beauty, but also add a bit of wild charm. Her dark green hair was casually scattered behind her, floating naturally without wind, showing her wildness and a bit of imperial majesty, but her skin was like ice and snow, white and tender, with a faint green light flowing under her tender white skin, making her look particularly charming, as if showing her true colors. This appearance is the best even in the human world. I didn't expect the legendary Ice Emperor to be so beautiful when he transformed into a human form. No wonder Tien Mang can't forget you. Guui was generous with his praise, but this praise was the most extreme irony in the eyes of the Ice Emperor. In the blink of an eye, it turned back to its original appearance. Human, put away your dirty thoughts, don't associate me with Tien Mang, a coward. Guui didn't provoke the current Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. After all, it had just become his spirit ring, so it was normal for him to have a little temper. Don't worry, I'm not interested in a scorpion, even though you look pretty good in human form. As for Bingdi's suggestion, Guyi plans to take it. Except now he has only fused the soul bone of the blue silver emperor and the external soul bone that has transformed into 100,000 years of quality. The soul bone of the Ice Emperor Scorpion is of high quality, so he will not give it up. The integration of soul bones is much faster than absorbing soul rings. After fusing the torso bone of the Ice Emperor, Guyi can feel that his blood has been strengthened again. A force is brewing in his heart, but it is still a little short. When all this was completed, a majestic voice came into Guyi's mind. The second test of evil is completed, and the reward soul ring age is increased by 1,000 years, a god-given soul ring, and the affinity of evil is increased by 5%. The voice full of majesty and divinity was not only heard by Guyi, but also by Tien Mang, Ice Silkworm and Ice Emperor in his sea of a spirit. God, there is no doubt that this is God. Everything before was said by Guyi, and he also carried a powerful force on his body, but after all, he had never witnessed the appearance of God with his own eyes. But now they have personally experienced the coming of the gods, and they are completely convinced of Guyi. Ice Emperor, who originally had some opinions about Guyi, now has no regrets. The Soul Beast clan is born to believe that the strong are respected. As the Emperor of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan, she is even more impressed by this, and she is very satisfied with Guyi. The third evil test followed. Within 3 years, have a full set of soul bones. 1,000 years has almost no effect on him now, and can only be regarded as an ordinary reward. However, the god-given soul ring at the back surprised Guyi. He didn't expect that today would be a double happiness. The long-awaited god-given soul ring was actually obtained now. Now he needs to verify whether his guess is correct. But he will naturally not absorb this god-given soul ring here. After all, the far north is still the territory of soul beasts. Even if there is the remnant of the breath of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion here, it is still too dangerous. If he happens to meet the Snow Emperor, it will be the biggest tragedy. Guyi can now grasp the ability to defeat the Ice Snow Girl born from ice and snow in the far north. That is a snow elf that is closer to ice and snow than the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, and it also has various powerful skills. However, this time it can be regarded as a perfect success, and there is no battle. Chapter 226 Second Martial Soul. Guyi's mind moved, and his figure disappeared in the far north. In an unknown place, Guyi's figure appeared. So far, the Ice Emperor's soul ring still improved his strength, and his cultivation reached level 85, although it was not like absorbing the Tien Mang Ice Silkworm, which directly improved him by 10 levels. But it also greatly improved his soul core, which became more than twice as large, and the power contained in it was also more powerful. And with the integration of the Ice Emperor's power, the soul core originally focused on ice and fire attributes, and now there is a faint feeling that the ice attribute is dominating. The Ice Emperor was originally a soul beast with 2 attributes of ice and poison. With continuous cultivation, he gradually abandoned the poison and created the extremely powerful ultimate ice. In less than a day, Guyi returned to Tiandu city from the extreme north and came to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. This place is about to become his exclusive retreat place. It really deserves to be the first treasure land of Douluo. The vitality of heaven and earth is not only rich, but also a natural barrier. Not only that, there is also a titled Douluo like Douluo guarding here. Guyi couldn't imagine that there is a better place than here. This time you are really famous throughout the Douluo continent. Douluo looked at Guui, who suddenly appeared. He was no longer surprised. This kind of impoliteness made Douluo feel kind. After all, only a family in his heart would be so casual. Guui also learned about the current situation on the continent from Douluo's words. Since the end of the sermon that shocked the entire continent, Gui's powerful strength has also made the world understand. There is still a huge gap in the strength of the titled Douluo. That day, whether it was the cloud ladder that spread to the sky, the martial god temple hanging high in the sky, or the giant finger that held up the sky, they all amazed the world. Only then did I understand that soul masters could be so powerful. If Guui wanted to destroy a city, it would be easy. The martial soul temple also began to promote the true martial arts path for Guui, a path that would allow all human beings in the world to embark on the path of cultivation. Why are you here again this time? After saying this, Douluo was concerned about the purpose of Gui's coming here this time. To absorb soul rings, the old poisonous creature will have to trouble you to protect me again. Guui pointed out his purpose. He didn't need to pretend in front of Douluo, or he didn't want to pretend at all. Although Douluo was surprised at Gui's speed of absorbing soul rings, he thought of his heaven-defying record, and this situation didn't seem to be enough. I will come back alone again, and see if I will chase you away. Let me hold my great-grandson sooner, and no matter how many women you have, if you dare to ignore Yan, I will beat you to death. Guui was helpless. It is true that elders in every world like to urge people to hold children. Not to mention that he has no such idea for the time being, even Douluo probably has no such idea for the time being. While they are young, they should enjoy themselves and enter the stage of being parents early. Neither Guui nor Douluo are ready. Old poison, you don't know who I am. Chu? No matter what the future holds, her position in my heart will never change. This is my promise, and it is also what I really think. Guui admits that he is not a loyal person, but he is definitely not a person who abandons his woman. He is affectionate but definitely not promiscuous. Otherwise, with his current strength, he can be the emperor himself, take in all the beautiful women in the world into the harem, and form his own 3 palaces, 6 courtyards and 72 concubines. Although Douluo did not watch Guui grow up, he also witnessed his growth. He has a good understanding of his character. The reason why he said this is that he is anxious to hold his great-grandson, but he did not expect Guui to tell him so formally. Okay, do your own thing, and leave the outside to me. Guui smiled, walked into the hut where he had been in seclusion many times, and took out the God-given soul ring. This will be a risky attempt for him, but this risk is worth taking and should be taken. God realm. Evil, you are violating the rules a bit, right? The kind God King stood beside Evil, and had some doubts about his previous actions. What's wrong? He completed the task, and I gave him a reward. Is there any problem? Evil was a typical dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. As the Supreme God King, it's a bit too much to favor your successor like this. Completing the second test, but not being rewarded with a God-given soul ring, isn't this obviously helping him? The kind God King showed that he had seen through everything. Evil turned around and asked with a smile, so are you going to report me? Of course no. The kind God King's mouth drew a bright smile. This was just a joke between the two. And the evil God King was just using his own rules. Strictly speaking, it was not a violation at all. As it stands now, your successor will be no more than 10 years away from ascending, and I haven't found a suitable candidate yet. When the time comes, you can travel in the universe first, and I will catch up as soon as possible. The kind God King understood that they had been waiting for this opportunity for too long, so long that they didn't know how to live. Facing this unchanging God realm, it was too lonely and too dull. Let's talk about it later. The evil God King didn't want to talk about this issue anymore. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Guui didn't rush to absorb the God-given soul ring, but adjusted his own state to keep his body at its peak so that he could better absorb the God-given soul ring. The God-given soul ring has a characteristic, that is, your body can withstand the soul ring for how many years, and the God-given soul ring is the soul ring of that age. Gui's goal this time is naturally still the soul ring of the million-year level, so it is so formal, and this is related to his own second martial soul, so naturally it needs to be cautious. The adjustment of the state is directly 3 days. During these 3 days, he did nothing, just sat quietly, running the Jotyen Liuhi Sutra, and feeling every part of his body. It started. Guui reminded the Tien Mang Ice Silkworm and the Ice Emperor Scorpion in the sea of a spirit. Perhaps at the critical moment, they can also play the role of surprise troops. Guui can feel that there is an insubstantial origin in his body, which is the outer core of his second martial soul. What he needs now is to guide the power in the soul ring and his own spiritual power into it. Boom! Powerful power surged out of the God-given soul ring, spreading to every corner of his body, and his body greedily absorbed every bit of power to strengthen. The soul core in the Danshan rotated faster and faster, turning into a torrent pouring into it. The external soul bones near the soul core also benefited a lot, constantly absorbing power and increasing their age. The most important thing is the situation in the sea of a spirit. The power of God is really terrifying. Bingdi watched the infinite power burst out from the soul ring. Even in her heyday, she could not have such a powerful energy. Bing Bing, listen to me, right? It won't be long before Guyi will become a god. Then we can all be immortal and become immortal beings. Tien Mang also came over at this time, looking at the Ice Emperor who had transformed into a human form, with a look of obsession in his eyes. It turned out that Bing Bing, whom he had loved for hundreds of thousands of years, was so beautiful no matter what she looked like. But he just didn't want to look at him more. Chapter 227 Eye of the Soul. Guyi didn't have the mind to listen to their quarrel now. He was busy absorbing the power of the God-given soul ring while observing the condensation of the martial soul. He really couldn't divide his mind at all. Good boy, you have absorbed enough power. The evil God King could feel that the power in the God-given soul ring was constantly decreasing, and the power placed in advance was not even enough. But he was not worried at all. Even if Guyi could absorb power for millions of years, he was not worried at all. The gap between divine power and soul power can be said to be a world of difference. Although sometimes quantitative change can lead to qualitative change, it depends on how big the gap between quantity and quality is. At least the evil God King doesn't care at all this little bit of power is lost. It can be said that he is a symbiotic existence with this God realm. After surviving for so many years, his own power has been accumulated for a long time. Even if Guyi was blown up, the power absorbed was just a drop in the bucket, which was insignificant. The absorption of the soul ring continued, and Tien Mang Ice Silkworm and Ice Emperor also took this time to restore their strength. Especially Ice Emperor, who only had the last bit of spiritual origin left. If he didn't recover some power, there was always a danger of dissipation. At the same time, a brand new martial soul began to be born. A white gold soul ring also appeared around Guyi's body, which was very dazzling, even more dazzling than the soul ring of Tien Mang Ice Silkworm he had absorbed before. During this period, Guyi's power was constantly increasing, especially the already very powerful mental power, which became more magnificent than before. It seemed to have reached an endless and inexhaustible point. Of course, this was just an illusion caused by the huge increase in power. But there is no doubt that the spiritual improvement Guyi received this time is unmatched by any other time. In the spiritual sea, Guyi condensed into a physical body and stood together with Tien Mang Ice Silkworm and Ice Emperor. It seems that this is your second martial soul. Tien Mang Ice Silkworm looked at an oval bead hanging high above the spiritual sea. Although the spiritual origin had been stripped from his body, the spiritual origin that formed the martial soul was still provided by him, so naturally there was still some sensing ability. Guyi nodded. He already knew what his second martial soul was. In the shocked eyes of Tien Mang Ice Silkworm and Ice Emperor, the strange bead above the spiritual sea cracked from the middle, and inside was an eye emitting golden light. The golden light emitted by the eye shone on the body, and it felt as if the whole body was seen through, especially for Ice Emperor, this feeling was particularly obvious. Eye of the Mind. This is the name of the second martial soul, and it is also the result of his hard work for so long. The second martial soul should have been the mind, but unfortunately the mind is invisible and intangible, and it cannot be figured out, so it turned into a window of the mind and turned into the shape of eyes. These eyes can see through everything in the world, and any secret will be exposed in front of him. What kind of martial soul is this? Why do I feel that I am completely seen through? Ice Emperor asked curiously, and he had already surrendered to Guyi in his heart, but he was particularly curious about this eye. The same is true for Tien Mang Ice Silkworm. The eye of the mind, which can see through the mind of all things in the world. The eye of the mind now only looks like this in the sea of a spirit. In the outside world, Guyi's eyebrows split from the middle, and a vertical pupil emitting golden light appeared in the middle of the eyebrows. The surrounding area was still covered with golden lines, which looked particularly sacred. Although the result this time was not the sea of a euro spirit or mental power as Guyi had judged before, it was also a good development. The mind is a powerful force, far more suitable for inheriting the evil god position than the meridian martial soul. Compared to these, Guyi still cares more about what kind of soul skills the eye of the soul has brought him. You should know that the soul ring he obtained this time has exceeded 1,000,000 years and reached the terrifying level of 1.2 million years. It has exceeded the power contained in the peak period of Tien Mang I's silkworm. It is precisely because of this that his spiritual sea has such a big change. After a period of exploration, Guyi has already known what the ability of the first soul skill of the eye of the soul is. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a 1,000,000-year soul ring. The soul skills it grants are indeed extremely powerful. A 1,000,000-year soul ring can grant 4 soul skills, namely mind control, illusion evolution, mind attack, and the last mind perception. Mind control, as the name suggests, is the ability to directly control the other party's mind with the power of the mind. It is not a conventional control skill, but an ability to manipulate others. Illusion evolution can construct an illusion with the power of the mind, making people trapped in the illusion unable to extricate themselves, unable to distinguish between true and false, and forever sinking in it. Psychic attack, this skill is also the simplest. It can directly attack the opponent's spiritual sea with the power of the mind, which can cause a powerful effect. The last psychic perception is almost an enhanced version of the magic skill. As long as the power of the mind does not exceed him, he can see through anyone's thoughts. Guyi directly opened the psychic perception, and countless voices flooded into his mind in an instant. There are people, soul beasts, and plants. It seems that everything has life in his eyes. I don't know when my poor great-grandson can be pregnant. Hearing what Douluo was thinking, Guyi smiled helplessly and put away the eyes of the mind. Some things cannot be seen too thoroughly, otherwise you will soon lose interest in everything. With the eyes of the mind, he can see through the thoughts of everyone in the world. Love him, hate him, miss him, resent him, everything will be presented in front of him, just like an omniscient god. Being omniscient and omnipotent may be good, but sometimes the unknown is a better choice. Old poison, do you want to return to heaven, go live in Dushan for a while? I can set up a barrier around yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and I will know if anyone wants to break in. Although yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are full of heaven and earth energy and very suitable for cultivation, they lack some worldly atmosphere after all. It is boring to live here alone. Forget it, I will leave when you let me hold my great-grandson. Douluo was completely unappreciative and acted like a child. Guyi had nothing to say. He could not work hard on this matter alone, but he also understood Douluo's feelings. At the same time, he also understood that he could not continue to entangle with him, otherwise he would really be unable to leave. Okay, let me know when you want to leave. Let's go, let's go. If you don't bring a child back, don't even think about retreating here next time. Guyi chuckled. How could he not know that Douluo was tough on the outside but soft on the inside? He had said similar things so many times, but he had never rejected him. But now is really not a good time to have children. There are still many important things to be done. After everyone ascends to the God realm, there will be plenty of time to complete this great creative activity. Chapter 228 Existence above the titled Douluo. Tiandu City. Tianwen Academy. Why are you here? Guyi looked at the people standing in front of him and was a little confused. The people standing in front of him were Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and others. Dean, we are here to apply for the teacher position and have been waiting for a long time. Oscar and others looked formal and serious at this moment, and did not call Brother Yi. Teacher? This is not what you should do now. Get out of here quickly. Guyi immediately rejected their request. Oscar and the others chose to be teachers in a rush, but he couldn't help but consider them. The fastest age for soul masters to practice is their age. If they don't go out to experience battles and see a wider world, and only practice hard in the academy, it will be difficult to become strong. Guyi doesn't want his students to reach this point. Oscar and the others have a firm gaze and don't move their feet at all. Well, you should know what the Spirit Hall has done during this period. Guyi originally planned to wait for them to practice for a while before telling them about this, but in order to motivate them to reach a higher peak again, he could only tell them in advance. The continent has been turbulent during this period. Many strong men from various forces have been destroyed by Guyi, and the Spirit Hall has taken actions one after another, especially the skills taught, which can be used by ordinary people. And there are several statues of Guyi in Tiandu City now, and it is difficult for them not to know about these changes. Oscar nodded, but he didn't understand what Guyi meant by this. Do you know why I did this? Everyone shook their heads. As we all know, a soul master who practices to the titled Douluo is the top, right? Guyi looked at Oscar and others who stood obediently in front of him. He didn't expect that the first thing he did after returning to the academy was to teach them. Everyone nodded. Title Douluo is the existence at the top of the continent, and this seems to be unnecessary. Now I want to tell you that titled Douluo is not the existence standing at the top. You can become a god by practicing to the 100th level. Everyone opened their mouths wide. Do gods really exist? Brother Yi, you are not kidding. If there are gods, where are they? How come people in this world have never seen them? Ma Hongjun was a little unbelievable, and the others nodded in unison. What do you mean you haven't seen them? Isn't it right in front of you? Let me introduce you formally. Guyi smiled and looked at them and continued, I am the Dean of Tianwen Academy, Guyi, the heir to the Supreme God King of the God Realm and the future God of War. Guyi rarely had a bit of arrogance. It's not that he is arrogant. Since he absorbed the God-given soul ring last time and awakened the second martial soul, his mental power has reached an unprecedented level. Even if Emperor Tien is in front of him, Guyi has the confidence to remain undefeated. This is the strong confidence brought by his 2 million-year soul rings and a powerful martial arts. Brother Yi, you are serious. Oscar believed Guyi, but the impact of this incident on him was too great, so great that he found it difficult to accept. When have I ever lied? Guyi smiled at them and continued, so don't think that you are very strong now and relax your vigilance. This world is more complicated and more powerful than you think. Practice well. Otherwise, when I become a god, I don't want to see your corpses many years later. Although Guyi's words were very heavy, they stated a fact. If no god came to them, perhaps many years later, Guyi's style would still be the same, and they would have been dead. Just thinking about it, I feel a little chilly. Brother Yi, I will definitely find the inheritance of the throne and follow your footsteps. Oscar's heart surged with endless enthusiasm. Since it was so obvious in the previous life, he should also take another path. That's right, after so many years of teaching from you, Brother Yi, we can definitely find our own throne and will never embarrass you. Ma Hongjun had long since gotten rid of his laziness during his years of practice. Perhaps because she had absorbed too many soul beasts with phoenix blood, her speech and behavior were full of the domineering and majesty of the phoenix, the majesty of the king of birds. The others were not to be outdone, and were all ignited by Guyi's words. Everyone stay for 3 more days, and I will teach you some things, and then you can leave. Chinger, what do you mean by practicing to level 50? When will you come back to me? Your martial soul should also be further improved. As for Yan Ran, I will take you to a place later. After so many years, it's time to solve your martial soul problem. Lin Qing has been practicing from the beginning of the blue-silver grass martial soul to the present, and she is only 1 step away from the final blue-silver emperor martial soul. Guyi plans to help her in the end. Wang Yanran is even more so. As a very important part of the human body, the I martial soul can be regarded as the top martial soul among the main body martial souls, and it is also related to mental power. The second martial soul awakening must begin. As for the second martial soul awakening, although Guyi knows a lot of methods for the second awakening, the simplest one is still the autumn water dew. This is the best fairy herb for nourishing spiritual power and improving eyesight. Guyi originally wanted to use it for himself. But his current realm is no longer something that can be improved by a fairy herb, and the spiritual power he has gained is not enough to achieve the effect of his few days of practice. It is better to make full use of it and help Wang Yanran awaken her martial soul. Go back and rest, Yanran, wait for me. Guyi suddenly realized that he had just come out of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. If he went back like this, he would probably be scolded by Douluo again. Then he planned to take Douluo back with him to see what she thought. In this way, Guyi returned to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire with the 2 women. Old poison, I brought Yan back with me this time. Tell her what you want. If she has no objection, I will make your wish come true next year. I need another magical herb for my return this time. Do you mind? Douluo saw that his granddaughter would never care about Guyi, the brat who always made him angry. He immediately waved his hand and said with disdain, go quickly. Don't delay my conversation with Yanyan. Guyi let go of Duguyan in his arms, gave her a look of wishing her the best, and left with Wang Yanran. Grandpa, what did Brother Yi mean by that? Duguyan was a little confused about what Guyi said just now. She was curious but felt something was wrong. Duguyan regretted it in the next few minutes, silently saying in his heart, Guyi, you're dead when you go back. At this moment, Guyi brought Wang Yanran to Wang Chuankai Shulu. Yanran, you have a good talent. Next is the beginning of your real transformation. Are you ready? Guyi always had a special affection for Wang Yanran. This affection was not comparable to anyone else. It was more like his spiritual sustenance. It seemed that as long as he looked into her eyes, he felt at ease. Chapter 229 Dugubo's Persuasion. Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes, a few minutes ago. Yanyan, how does Guyi treat you? Dugubo looked at his granddaughter, who was more beautiful. He was just worried that Guyi had too many women around him and neglected his granddaughter. Duguyan naturally understood what grandpa meant. After all, Guyi had made a big fuss in the entire Xingluo Empire for Zhu Zuqing before, and even killed the Xingluo Emperor, who symbolized the pinnacle of power, in court on the palace. It was normal for grandpa to have this worry. Grandpa, don't worry. He treats me very well. When talking about Guyi, Duguyan's eyes seemed to be full of brilliance. Only a truly affectionate person would have such a shining look. Duguyan knew on the day she dedicated herself that in this life, she could only occupy a corner of Guyi's heart at most, and she never thought of monopolizing him from beginning to end. When a man is excellent to a certain extent, the charm he produces is like a light in the dark, attracting them like moths. I feel very happy to be a member of his heart. That's good. Next is the question that Grandpa really wants to ask you. Dugubo's eyes and tone became serious. Duguyan subconsciously stood up straight, not knowing what she wanted to ask. But thinking of the expression Guyi showed her just now, she felt a little bad. When do you plan to have a child? Grandpa can't wait to hold his great-grandson. After these words came out, Duguyan was immediately shy and finally understood why Guyi brought her here this time. It turned out that he was using her as a scapegoat. Grandpa. Duguyan hugged her grandfather's arm like a spoiled child, shaking it constantly, as if she had returned to her childhood. This kind of thing really had never been thought of. Originally, she and Guyi had met for a short time during this period, and Duguyan herself also needed to practice, and they had not had enough of their own world. Child? This concept had not yet appeared in her mind. Looking at his granddaughter like this, Dugubo sighed in his heart. Her parents died too early, and no one had ever taught her these things. Now he, the grandfather, can only talk about it. After that, Dugubo was the only one who spoke, and Duguyan stood aside with a blushing face and listened, absorbing these great truths, seemed to be somewhat moved. On the other side, with the help of Guyi, Wang Yanran also began to refine the Wangchuan Kaya Shulu. Although it was safe inside, Guyi still did not go to find Dugubo and Duguyan. This was a conversation between grandfather and grandson, so he didn't want to join in the fun. Standing not far from Wang Yanran, Guyi also discovered the changes in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. The vitality of heaven and earth here is weakening, not a lot, but just some sporadic changes, harmless. If it weren't for his current mental power, he might not feel that the residual soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King was absorbed by him, and the power contained in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire was gradually dissipating. Perhaps after thousands of years, this place will no longer be a treasure land like a cornucopia. However, the cultivation speed of this Blue Silver King is still quite fast. Although it is still a long way from the 100,000-year soul beast, the origin of its bloodline is infinitely approaching the Blue Silver Emperor. For Guyi, who knew Blue Silver King very well, it was not a difficult thing to distinguish. He was bored now, so he just took it as a way to get familiar with the Eye of the Heart. How is your training? Guyi walked to the side of Blue Silver King with boredom and asked curiously. Blue Silver King, who was targeted by Guyi, felt distressed. He had carefully restrained his breath, but how could he still be noticed? I really don't want to face this evil star. If it weren't for you bringing me to this treasure land, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. All this is thanks to your help. Blue Silver King had already abandoned his dignity and flattered Guyi blindly. He would never forget the half of his vitality that was taken away that day. Go away, don't come over. At the same time, the Eye of the Heart could see the soul of Blue Silver King now. This was not a difficult task for him at all. He could read even the soul of a titled Douluo. A mere soul beast that had not reached 100,000 years could not stop his soul detection at all. However, there were still some annoying voices in his mind, which was also because he was not mature enough in mastering the eye of the heart. Guyi naturally understood the Blue Silver King's resistance to him, and laughed in his heart. He continued with a smile, "How about I help you to go one step further? What does the evil star want to do? He is so kind to help himself improve his strength. Staying away from me is the best help." The Blue Silver King thought so in his heart, but he said, "I dare not trouble you, it's good now." "Okay, then I'll leave first." Guyi turned and left. The Blue Silver King breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why he left suddenly, the damn evil star finally left. At this moment, Guyi suddenly turned his head, his eyes were like jade, and there was a strange light in his eyes. The golden vertical pupil bloomed between his eyebrows, as if he could see through everything in the world. "No way, the evil star couldn't hear what I was thinking just now? Good brain!" Guyi said, and really walked out of the Blue Silver King's vicinity. After just a few attempts, Guyi has been able to roughly grasp the power of the eye of the mind, and all the information will not rush into his mind at once like before. After practicing to his current level, he can already achieve the state of understanding all laws. The power of the mind is just a variant of mental power. However, this power is more mysterious and difficult to control than the original mental power. 100,000-year soul ring is enough to allow Lin Qing's martial soul to complete its evolution. Guyi is looking forward to that day. It's a pity that there is no soul beast in this yin-yang eye of ice and fire, otherwise he can try other soul skills of the eye of the mind. Especially mind control. Perhaps this is unprecedentedly helpful for absorbing soul rings. Half lying on the stone, Guyi also studied the power of the mind he had just obtained, which is also a new field for him. Especially the illusion that he had previously constructed using the evil field and mental power to make people sink into it, the effect is very good. But perhaps it is really not as good as the illusion created by the power of the mind. When I was exploring the soul skills before, I found that the evolution of illusion is definitely a powerful ability. It is harmless to study it now while I am bored. But not long after studying, I suddenly felt a figure in my arms while thinking. "Yan, how was the talk with Grandpa?" Guyi scratched Doguyan's nose and asked with a smile on his face. It would be fine if he didn't talk about this. Doguyan was full of anger when he talked about this. "Well, are you still the little brat who wanted to study your sister's body? Now you have learned to divert the trouble." Doguyan twisted the soft flesh on Guyi's waist dissatisfiedly. The slender jade hand turned 180 degrees. It hurts, Yan, I was wrong, it really hurts." Guyi immediately began to beg for mercy. Doguyan raised her lips, and naturally understood that Guyi was pretending. With his current body, even if his strength was doubled, he might not feel any pain. Although she knew it was a disguise, Doguyan still couldn't suppress the slightly raised corners of her mouth. There was a man who doted on her, was willing to play with her, and could beg for mercy regardless of his status. How could she not love such a man? Chapter 230. A question. "Humph, I'll forgive you this time. Next time if you dare to do this again, I will deal with you next time." Doguyan snorted coldly, showing an expression that said "you are smart," loosened the hand twisting his waist, and gently caressed it for a while. Guyi enjoyed Doguyan's caress, slowly closed his eyes, and felt Doguyan's body. Doguyan looked at Guyi who was enjoying himself, and thought that Grandpa was really worrying too much. This lady only needed to use a little charm to make him fall at her feet. She gently put her head on his chest and felt Guyi's fiery heartbeat. Throwing herself into the arms of a lover is the best way to relax and spread love. "Brother Yi, let's have a child." Doguyan opened his lips slightly, listening to Guyi's suddenly accelerated heartbeat. Guyi opened his eyes and looked down at Doguyan in his arms. He didn't understand why she wanted to have a child at this time. This was too inconsistent with Doguyan's character. Now that he has the eyes of the mind, he can see through anyone's mind, but he didn't do it. If lovers still need to do this, wouldn't it be the biggest irony? "Okay, when we return to the academy this time, we will try hard." Guyi hugged Doguyan tightly and did not choose to refuse. Since she wanted a child, he would give her one. He could still afford to raise a child. Doguyan raised his head suddenly, and learned from his grandfather that Guyi did not plan to have a child now, but he agreed without hesitation. Brother Yi, don't you want to ask me why? What's there to ask, mother of the child? Gui's mouth curled up into a smile, and the name changed very quickly. Hearing this name, I don't know how many times I blushed today. Shameless, you haven't even started dating yet, and you're calling me that. Shame and anger made Duguyan bury herself in Gui's arms like an ostrich, looking very dependent. Guyi liked to see Duguyan's shy look, and leaned close to her ear, who said there's not even a stroke between us. I don't know how many strokes there are between us. And it was someone who took the initiative to draw this stroke, which is so wild. Ordinary people may not know what it means, but Duguyan deeply understands it. As early as that night, this stroke had been completed. Don't say it, don't say it. Duguyan couldn't stand it anymore, turned over and rode on Guyi, covering his mouth tightly with her hand, making him unable to speak. His breath had already become extremely disordered, and his earlobes were unnaturally red. Guyi looked at Duguyan, who covered her mouth with one hand and supported her chest with the other hand, and changed the position of her hand covering her mouth. Nodded with satisfaction. You were like this that day, like a high and mighty knight, like a general riding a horse to go to war. You're going to die. Duguyan slapped Guyi's chest in shame and anger, and never thought that Guyi's verbal flowery words were simply unstoppable. Guyi smiled, I'm not helping you recall in advance, otherwise what will you do if you forget it at that time? Boom. Guyi and Duguyan, who was sitting on him, looked at the place where the noise came from at the same time. It seems that my apprentice's martial soul has awakened for the second time. Let's go, we can go back and fulfill your wish. Guyi patted her hips and stood up holding her legs. Asshole, put me down quickly. Duguyan finally couldn't help it. This man could have whoever he wanted. Anyway, she didn't plan to have it. It was too torturous and too playful. Duguyan came down from Guyi's arms forcefully and walked away angrily. Guyi looked at Duguyan who was going away with interest. This is what life is. Guyi looked at the wetness on his waist and abdomen and shook his head helplessly. With a thought, his clothes became dry again. The next moment, he appeared beside Wang Yanran. At this moment, Wang Yanran's eyes were shining with a blue light, and there seemed to be an endless starry sky in her eyes. Even some perverted bastards would dig out these eyes and watch them all the time. The beauty of these eyes can even compare to his newly awakened soul-eye martial spirit. Yanran, how is it? Wang Yanran restrained the azure light in her eyes, revealing a pair of azure eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and Wang Yanran was born an orphan, so she is naturally very sensitive to some things. The reason why Guyi favors her so much has a lot to do with the eyes she has. Teacher, I suddenly feel that the whole world has become clear, my mental power has become stronger, and the effect of my soul skills has also been strengthened a lot. Wang Yanran introduced her own changes without sadness or joy. Guyi also saw that Wang Yanran had some doubts in her heart, and asked with concern, Yanran, is there any problem? I don't think you are very interested. Wang Yanran raised her head and looked at the teacher who was more than a head taller than her. The question buried in her heart for many years was finally asked. Teacher, can I ask you a question? Her eyes were like jade. Silly child, just ask whatever you want to ask, why should I be polite to the teacher? Guyi was a little confused as to why he became unfamiliar after his martial soul awakened. Wang Yanran raised her head, her beautiful eyes never left Guyi's face. Teacher, you are so good to me, is it because of my eyes? Asking this question, Wang Yanran's heart tensed up instantly, afraid to hear the answer, but eager to know the answer. Two complex emotions kept colliding. Guyi was silent for a while, lowered his head slightly, raised his hand and gently touched her black hair a few times. You are so unconfident in yourself. Indeed, I accepted you as an apprentice at the beginning. A small part of the reason is because of your eyes, but more of the reason is the purity of your heart. Even if I am the teacher, I am not as good as you in this regard. Wang Yanran finally showed a beautiful smile. With a pure heart, she could feel that everything the teacher said was true and came from the heart. I'm sorry, teacher, I was just imagining things. Wang Yanran felt very relieved. The problem that had puzzled her for so many years was finally solved today, and she was relieved. Yanran, don't keep anything in your heart in the future. The teacher is looking forward to your arrival at any time. Then he rubbed Wang Yanran's head again. Let's go, we should go back too. Yet. Wang Yanran smiled sweetly and responded. Old poison, I will take them away. You come to Tiandu in a year to fulfill my previous promise. Although I don't know what method Douluo used, since Douluo proposed it, there is no reason to refuse. Douluo laughed with relief, and finally his ideological work for so long was not in vain. Ha ha ha, the old man will definitely come at that time. Douluo, who changed his clothes, came out of the hut and shouted in shame and anger, Grandpa. Then he walked to Gui's side and twisted his waist fiercely. It's all because of this evil spirit that she had to change her clothes. Chapter 231 The Power of Faith. Tianwen Academy. Gui taught them some new things, which made them have a deeper understanding of the relationship between martial arts and soul skills. Then they were allowed to disperse. Gui, what exactly are these energies in the sea of a spirit? Bingdi looked at the colorful balls of light that suddenly appeared in the past few days and asked with some doubt. There is an extremely complex atmosphere in it, which is very impure. Gui is also standing in the sea of a spirit at this moment. Through the eyes of the mind, he can see more deeply and clearly than Bingdi. As expected, these colorful energies are the necessities for becoming a god, the power of faith. This should be the power of faith, but these beliefs and the like cannot be used directly. The thoughts in them are too complicated, and the pollution to the sea of a spirit may even be more serious than the evil power. For this kind of thing, it is just a dream to want to become a god. The next thing to do is to purify these powers of faith so that they can be used better. It took a day for Guyi to go all out with his mental power to gradually disperse these complex powers of faith, and then carefully drive all the messy things out of the sea of a spirit. Witnessing with my own eyes that colorful power of faith gradually turned into pure white, it contained the purest power of faith, which could also be used to condense the power of faith into a godly position. Finally I understand. Guyi sighed. What do you understand? Bingdi came to Guyi and asked. The whole process was carried out under his eyes, and he didn't understand what Guyi had discovered. There was once a sea god on this continent. He spent 800 years conquering the sea and collecting enough power of faith to condense a powerful godly position. Before, I was wondering if the sea god was really that powerful, why would it take so much time to collect the power of faith? This is totally unreasonable. Today I understand that faith is poisonous. Guyi looked at the pure white light in front of him and explained. Although the position of faith can make a person become a god, the things contained in it are too messy and there are too many thoughts. It can't be used directly to condense the god's throne. Just this ball of faith power consumed his one day. To accumulate enough faith to condense the god king's throne, the time spent can only be calculated in years. It is probably because of this that the sea god took 800 years. Very little of the time was spent on conquering the sea, and most of the time was spent on removing impurities in the faith power. It is probably not easy to go on the road of faith to become a god. After a while, the faith power that had just become pure white became turbid again, and it was simply unclear. Guyi was a little helpless. Why do you want to do this? Isn't it easier to work hard to complete the god's test and ascend to become a god as soon as possible? Bingdi didn't understand why Guyi didn't complete the god's test and wanted to collect faith power. Isn't this sacrificing himself for the sake of seeking far away? Tien Mang also didn't understand. What is this for? Looking at the two of them, Guyi suddenly had an idea. Since he didn't have time to decompose these modeled powers of faith bit by bit, the Tien Mang Ice Silkworm and Ice Emperor in the sea of a spirit never lacked time. And the Tien Mang Ice Silkworm and Ice Emperor were both soul beasts that had survived for hundreds of thousands of years, and their control over spiritual power was also extraordinary. If they could help him purify the power of faith, wouldn't it save a lot of time? You too, I need to trouble you for your future. Bingdi felt an ominous premonition from his eyes. Don't even think about it. It's impossible. Helping me is helping yourself. The sooner you help me, the more you will fulfill your wish. Shameless, human beings are such despicable beings. Bingdi cursed. He had seen shameless people but not such shameless people. But he was helpless. She wanted freedom, so she could only wait until Guyi became a god to get out and gain true freedom and eternal life. Tien Mang followed Bingdi completely. If Bingdi agreed, he would agree. Thank you, sister, for your forgiveness. Guyi left the sea of a spirit, but he also understood that this was just a drop in the bucket. Bingdi and Tien Mang Binken's progress was at most equal to his. The power of faith had just begun to gather, and it would only be more than now. It was not something they could succeed in a short time. Did he really want to waste 800 years in the world just like the sea god before, just to purify the power of faith? Then how to transform the modeled power of faith into pure power of faith more conveniently and quickly is the subject he needs to study later. At night, Douluo came to his room in a nightgown. In the past few days, Guui needed to teach Oscar and others, and she also needed to make some psychological preparations. On the day in the Eyes of Ice and Fire, she was almost teased by Guui. It is indeed very strong to be able to endure until now. It seems that it has been decided, even the attack speed equipment is ready. Guui glanced at Douluo's legs and the black high heels on her feet, and could vaguely see the bright red underneath. Douluo did not refute Gui's words, but straddled his body wildly like that day. Little brother, tonight you belong to me. Douluo seemed drunk, with a little redness on her snow-white face, and her words were full of charm, seductive and tempting. I still remember our first meeting a few years ago. Neither he nor Douluo thought that their relationship would progress to this point. Guui smiled knowingly. I have never asked you what your first impression of me was. Looking at those autumn water eyes, Guui asked curiously. A few memories flashed in Douluo's eyes, and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good impression? You may have forgotten what you said at the beginning. Douluo's body sank slightly, and the distance between their eyes got closer and closer. Guui awkwardly patted Douluo's hips, easing the stupid words he had said at the beginning. Little brother, now smell my body again, is there any smell? Douluo stretched out her hand, and her jade-like snow-white hand slid across Gui's nose, bringing a silky touch and leaving a fragrant breeze. Guui looked at Douluo with a slight blush on her pretty face, and said with a smile, there is a smell, Yan, you'd better stay away from me. Douluo's eyes widened. She had bathed several times before coming here, and there was no other smell on her body except the fragrance. Chapter 232 Who is the Master? You are such a good brother, you dare to make fun of your sister. Douluo subconsciously sniffed her snow-white arm, but saw the corner of Gui's mouth that he couldn't suppress, and immediately understood that Guui was deliberately making fun of her, and punched his solid chest with shame and anger. As Douluo's fist fell, Guui wrapped it in his palm, exerted force on his waist and abdomen, and with a ah sound, Douluo lost her balance instantly and fell on Gui's chest. I'm not making fun of Sister Yan, but although you don't have the poisonous smell as before, you have a little more. Before Guui finished speaking, Douluo panicked immediately. Seeing his serious look, she knew that Guui was not joking, and immediately sniffed her body fiercely a few times, as if trying to find a smell that didn't exist at all. Okay, don't smell it anymore, I'll tell you what it smells like. Guui turned her head towards him and said seriously. Is there really a smell? Does it make you uncomfortable? Douluo wanted to get up. She really didn't smell any strange smell, but after what happened before, she really couldn't smell the smell of poisoning. Would it be the same this time? She was about to get off Guui in a panic. The smell I'm talking about is your intoxicating fragrance, which makes people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Guui held her hand and pulled Douluo towards him again, saying emotionally. Douluo didn't expect it to be like this. It was because of the previous events that she was too sensitive, so she would panic at the slightest disturbance. You are so mean, you like to tease me like this, it was the same in the yin-yang Eyes of Ice and Fire before, and it's the same now. Douluo slapped him on the chest, but she finally felt relieved. If she really had a smell on her body, she would really leave and come back after removing these smells. She didn't care at first, but now she has to care, and she wants to show her best side to her beloved every moment. In front of the person. But there is one thing, Yan, you are wrong. Guui said in Douluo's ear. Douluo didn't understand. When she came to this room, she didn't say much. If she said something wrong, she looked at Guui with big eyes and doubt. You are mine tonight. As the eldest sister, Douluo took the lead and she would not give it up. No, you are mine tonight. Okay, tonight we will see who is whose. Guui didn't mind letting Douluo hold on for a while, anyway, he would end it in the end. The smile on Gui's face made Douluo suddenly regret her bold words just now. The next day, Douluo lay in Gui's arms, with 2 lines of tears on her face, and her messy hair. I really don't know who is so cruel to such a charming woman. Near noon, she woke up slowly. Douluo looked up at Guui and recognized a fact. In front of him, she would always belong to him. There was no room for resistance. Even if she could turn over and become the master for a while, she would eventually fail in the end. She bowed her head and knelt down to beg for mercy. Looking at Guyi, who was still asleep, she remembered that he did not let her go even if she begged for mercy last night, and she had a revengeful mentality. The whole person disappeared into the quilt like a soft water snake. Soon after, Guyi woke up suddenly. It seems that you, the surrendered female general, are still unwilling to admit defeat and dare to take the initiative to provoke. Guyi, like a domineering king, once again severely suppressed Doguyan, who wanted to turn over and become the master. This time they stayed in the room for 2 days, and they could always start a war regardless of day or night. Their behavior completely angered Zhu Zuqing, who lived next to them. She scolded them many times in her heart without shame. It was not until the morning of the 3rd day that Guyi, who had completely conquered the enemy's female general, walked out of the room refreshed, but saw Zhu Zuqing, who had already walked out of the room and admired the sunrise. Eye to eye. Although Guyi did not use the eye of the mind at this moment, he could understand Zhu Zuqing's current thoughts. If they stayed in the room for a while longer, they would be taken advantage of by a third party and let her pick the peaches. Zhu Zuqing walked over, with a pair of big eyes, staring at Guyi. I also want a sustenance. Doguyan naturally did not hide the fact that she wanted a child from Zhu Zuqing, which was why she had not come to disturb her in the past few days. Guyi's face froze, and then he tapped her hard on the center of her eyebrows. What do you want? Practice well. I knew this would happen. They were originally at the same starting line, but now someone has left their organization and surpassed them by a long distance. Naturally, they would be unwilling and naturally want to have the same treatment. If it were someone else, Guyi might agree, but Zhu Zuqing is not suitable now, and the most important task is to practice. An extra tie will have a great impact on her cultivation. Zhu Zuqing did not speak, just looked at him with a pair of big eyes, not wanting to waver. This is also her way of opposing Guyi. Don't worry, even if you don't want to in the future, you must find me for sustenance. Guyi hugged Zhu Zuqing in his arms, and his gentle voice sounded in her ears. When he came to the office, Guyi first entered the sea of a euro spirit and looked at the current situation of the power of faith. As soon as he came in, he found that the ball of light containing the power of faith had become 3 or 4 times larger than before, and the power of faith was constantly gathering from the outside. Under the ball of light, Tien Mang, Ice Silkworm and Ice Emperor were trying their best to use their spiritual power to remove the impurities in it. But it still couldn't keep up with the speed of the power of faith pouring in, but it was not as colorful as before, but not as pure white as before. It was between the two. Humans can't do it. It takes too much time. Even if I and Tien Mang, this waste, work together to purify the power of faith, we still can't keep up with the impurities entering. When Bingdi saw Guyi, she immediately stopped her work and started complaining. She hardly rested these days. It was okay on the first day. The power of faith was not much. Even if she was alone, she could maintain the purest power of faith. But on the second day, he and Tien Mang Ice Silkworm had to work together to keep the power of faith pure. Now, the two of them can only make the power of faith less turbid. And as Guyi's influence on Douluo continent grows, the speed at which the power of faith pours in will only get faster and faster. Even if Guyi is added, he can't do it. Bingdi, Tien Mang, thank you for your hard work. Guyi also understands that this is an almost impossible task. Chapter 233 The relationship between the power of faith and the eye of the mind. Humph. Ice Emperor turned his head away proudly and snorted coldly, but the impatient look just now disappeared a lot because of this sentence. She is soft but not hard. This is the character of Ice Emperor. If you are harder than her, she will only be harder than you. Sometimes, you only need one sentence to make the resentment in Ice Emperor's heart dissipate. Why not do it? Tien Mang, do you have any ideas? With his current strength, he has already surpassed Tien Mang. Ice Silkworm is a million-year soul beast in name, but there are some things that cannot be achieved by strength alone. Although Tien Mang Ice Silkworm has only been sleeping for 1,000,000 years, as a million-year soul beast, it still has extraordinary attainments in mental power. Purifying the power of faith is definitely not something that can be accomplished by one person. Tien Mang pondered. If he was asked about how to accommodate more power, he would have a lot of experience, but if it was this kind of power of faith, he really didn't have a good way. Maybe you can use a similar operation method to the soul core in your body to keep the essence in it and remove the impurities. Bingdi spoke at this moment. She had not spent these 300,000 years in vain, plus the operation method of the soul core in Gui's body that she had felt before. Bing bing, the power of faith and soul power are not the same thing, how can they be compared? Tien Mang did not agree with this method. The power of faith and soul power are essentially different. The other desires in the power of faith can only be carefully stripped away bit by bit through mental power, which is not as simple as soul power. Bingdi thought about it carefully, and it was really so. Feeling a little embarrassed for a moment, he turned around. No, maybe it's possible. Guyi gave the opposite opinion. The impurities in the power of faith are essentially the people who believe in him have other thoughts and desires in the process, which leads to the impurity of the power of faith. Don't comfort me, this method won't work. Bingdi thought about it carefully, this method won't work, the two are completely different powers. No, your words gave me inspiration. Guyi looked at Tien Mang and said seriously, soul power was not solid like it is now, but gaseous and liquid at the beginning. It was just that it was compressed and impurities were removed to form the current state. The two still didn't understand what Guyi wanted to say. They were all old experts in the process of soul power cultivation, with hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation experience. What do you mean? Bingdi still didn't understand. What I want to say is that since soul power can speed up this process through soul core, the power of faith can also reach the desired level through a certain tool or method. The growing power of faith made the slightly turbid light ball even more chaotic. The speed of refining by the three of us alone cannot catch up. There is too much. Although this power is somewhat similar to mental power, it is essentially different. It is not something we can accomplish in a short time. Bingdi sighed. Guyi was stunned, looking at the eye of the soul hanging high above the sea of a euro spirit. The fog in front of him dissipated, and suddenly realized a feasible method. Bingdi, you are my lucky star. You have helped me a lot. Guyi looked at Bingdi excitedly, holding her shoulders with both hands. He didn't expect that she would make him suddenly realize it with just one sentence. Bingdi was confused and didn't understand why Guyi was so excited. What did she do? She didn't even stop Guyi's hands on her shoulders in the first time. Tien Mang I silkworm, who saw this scene, stared at it with eyes wide open, looking at it in disbelief. Especially, he focused his eyes on the junction of Guyi's hand and Bingdi's shoulder. In his impression, no male had ever been able to get so close to Bingdi. Gu Feng let go of his hand and looked at the growing power of faith. The eye of his mind hanging high in the sea of a euro spirit slowly opened. He ignored Tien Mang and Bingdi and closed his eyes tightly. Why is this the case? You can't even speak clearly. Tien Mang I silkworm came over and said something to Guyi in a friendly way, and stretched out his hand to hold Bingdi in his arms. If you stretch your hand over an inch more, don't blame my scorpion tail for piercing your spiritual body. Bingdi's eyes were cold, and his pair of emerald green eyes seemed to have no emotional fluctuations. Tien Mang looked down and saw a long emerald green tail coming out from under Bingdi's skirt, with the sharp tail thorn shining with cold light. Withdrawing his hand awkwardly. Bing Bing was still the same Bing Bing, and she hadn't changed. Bingdi didn't move his eyes, just looked at Guyi standing under the ball of light, still puzzled. Using the power of the mind to thoroughly comprehend this ball of faith power, he finally found some interesting things from it. Just now, Bingdi's words completely opened his mind. The power of faith is somewhat similar to the power of the mind, but there is an essential difference. This made him think of the power he possessed, the power of the mind. Now think about it, the power of faith is simply a kind of power that can create life generated by people's worship and chanting of him, but the thoughts of mortals are too complicated, which makes the power of faith so turbid. It may really be a very special power of the mind. However, he is not sure whether his idea is right or not, and everything needs to be felt by himself. The power of the mind is also a very unfamiliar power to him, and there are too many places for him to study and discover. Bing Bing, what do you think Guyi is doing? Tien Mang looked at the sea of a euro spirit hanging in the sky with the golden light of the mind's eye floating. He still couldn't understand what Guyi was doing. Bingdi seemed to see through Guyi's actions, his eyes were solemn. Shut up. An hour later. Guyi opened his eyes excitedly. After an hour of research, he finally confirmed one thing. The power of faith is indeed a variant of the power of the mind, but the power inside is too modeled, and he himself doesn't know much about the power of the mind. It was still Bingdi's unintentional words that made him suddenly enlightened. This is much simpler. Guyi has confidence in himself. Since it is the power he controls, sooner or later he will be able to master it. Bingdi is really grateful to you this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't know that I need to truly understand this. Speak clearly. Although Bingdi had some guesses in his mind, he didn't know whether his thoughts were correct. Thanks to your words, although the power of faith is somewhat similar to mental power, it is essentially different. It made me think that the power of faith is related to my second martial soul, the Eye of the Soul. Chapter 234 Qi and Blood Soul Ring. After understanding that the power of faith is related to the power of the soul, Guyi was not as worried as before. However, another problem came with it. Before, he always felt that there was a power brewing in his heart, but he had never had time to feel the existence of this power. Now that he is finally free, he has enough time to feel what this power is. Although he has made some guesses, what he wants in his heart has not yet been realized, but he thinks it is almost right. I am afraid that he may have another soul ring. And the name of this soul ring is Qi and Blood Soul Ring. In this deformed world, the power of other paths is not allowed to appear. Even if it appears, it will soon become the form required by Douluo continent. Either it exists in the form of martial soul, or in the form of soul ring, or you can transform it into a unique power of Douluo continent in various wonderful ways. For example, the Xiantian Gong that Tang San practiced, originally in his world, could completely rely on his own practice to reach the highest level step by step. But now it also needs to absorb soul rings layer by layer to break through to the next level. The same is true for the secret manual of the skills he created. Now his blood power, after the battle with the Titan giant ape, coupled with his comprehension of the transformation of the national martial arts realm, made his blood power stronger again. After absorbing the soul bone and soul ring of the Ice Emperor, the blood was strengthened again. The power continued to condense near the heart. As a master of transformation, Guyi's control of the body has reached an outrageous level, and with the meridians and the soul eye martial spirit, it can be said that no one's understanding of the body can surpass him. In the next month, Guyi did not practice soul power, nor did he study the power of faith. He put all his energy on how to strengthen blood. With his current status, he easily got drugs such as whale glue that can improve blood and strengthen the body. He practiced boxing to exercise his body every day, consuming his own blood and qi. The amount of medicinal materials he consumed in this month was almost the sum of what he had spent on zhuzhuking and others in the past year. Every time the blood and qi were consumed, they would become more vigorous when they were restored. He even abstained from sex during this period of time, just to ensure the vigor of his body. However, this also led to the fact that he could not sleep at night if he did not consume his blood and qi. Guyi's changes during this period naturally could not escape Zhu and Duguyan. After all, they were the most intuitive people who felt the changes. At noon, Guyi stood under the scorching sun, practicing a set of the most basic boxing that even the students who had just enrolled in Tianwen Academy could do. The heat on his body could be clearly seen even under the scorching sun. This most basic boxing was performed by Guyi, but it was beaten fiercely, like an invincible general sweeping through thousands of troops. Guyi's one-month boxing journey also gradually condensed his boxing power in his pair of iron fists. Boxing can be divided into two ways, hard and soft. The boxing he taught Oscar before was Tai Chi, which was known for its slowness and softness. But the basic boxing he was practicing now was a strong and invincible way of dominance. During boxing practice, he never used soul power, or he rarely used soul power this month, and put blood and qi first. However, there are also benefits to doing so. The perception of the martial arts realm that he once lacked was also made up little by little in this boxing career. Qi and blood martial arts and internal strength martial arts are two completely different paths. He was a little bit of a sitting well and looking at the world before. Especially after experiencing this month of boxing practice, he felt this way even more. Bang! The fist fell in the air, making a crisp sound out of thin air. Guyi turned around and punched, enjoying the feeling of consuming and strengthening the blood and qi power little by little during the boxing practice. The key is to constantly integrate the spirit into the boxing. This feeling is even more refreshing than the feeling of merging the body into the world. This is not done deliberately, but it is natural. The spirit is naturally integrated into the boxing, which fundamentally changes the whole boxing. Just like in martial arts novels, Xiao Feng was able to defeat many people with the most basic Taizhi Chongchuan Da, a martial arts master who has been famous for a long time. Now Guyi also has this feeling. Although the appearance of the boxing has not changed, it is still the same boxing, but the inside has already produced his own traces and left his spiritual imprint. Boom! With the last punch, an extremely powerful force surged out of his fist, bombarded in the air, hit the wall 30 meters away, directly collapsed it, and spread to a long distance. Ah! Guyi suddenly looked up to the sky and screamed, the blood in his body grew wildly, and his heartbeat became faster and faster, as if he was about to rush out of his body. A powerful breath continued to surge and burst out from his body. There was no soul power in the breath, and it was completely the power of blood and qi that was bursting out. What's going on? Zhu Zuqing and Duguyan were the first to arrive, followed by Zhao Wuji and others. But they had never seen such a terrifying Guyi. His long hair was flying wildly behind his head, and his muscles were bulging high, pushing up his clothes. If he was not a few sizes smaller than Zhao Wuji, he would be another Zhao Wuji. His muscles were like steel. What kind of power is this? I don't feel any soul power in it. Zhao Wuji looked at Guyi, whose blood power had long surpassed his, in horror. Did Brother Yi succeed? Zhu Zuqing muttered to herself. Everyone present was a soul master. Although Zhu Zuqing's voice was very small, it was still heard by everyone present. What success? He asked hurriedly. In just a few dozen seconds, Guyi had already started to practice basic boxing again. His momentum was even stronger than before. Every punch and kick seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. The solid ground under his feet cracked inch by inch, as if it had been hit by a natural disaster. You can imagine how powerful the power Guyi is now. Brother Yi mentioned to me before that his blood power has reached its limit and something is brewing. That's why he gave up a month and put all his thoughts into improving blood power. Zhu Zuqing said what she knew with a worried look on her face. Looking at Guyi, who was as terrifying as a god or demon, she was full of worry. Time passed slowly, and some people came to Tianwen Academy and saw Guyi's current appearance. What happened to him? Xue Qinghe, as the prince, rushed over as soon as he saw such an exciting atmosphere in the city, and the owner of this atmosphere was Guyi, who had not been seen for a long time. Soon someone came to explain. Xue Qinghe frowned, and Guyi's current state was not very good. None of them stepped forward to stop him. Chapter 235 Fist Intention. What do you want to do? Zhao Wuji and others stopped Xue Qinghe, who took a step forward. It is a time of great storms, and no one knows what they want to do. After all, what Guyi is doing now is to overturn the whole world. After so many days, even if some of them are not extremely smart, they have lived for so many years and can still see some things clearly. The main reason why the imperial power exists in this world is that the base of the lower class people is always hundreds or thousands of times that of the soul masters. Even if the soul masters grow to the title of Douluo, they may not be able to really go against the imperial power. With thousands of troops, even if the soul power of the titled Douluo is full, it is difficult to escape. Those who can cultivate to the titled Douluo basically have family forces behind them. Even if the soul masters with the strength of the titled Douluo can escape, they cannot guarantee that their descendants will be safe. The situation is different now. The martial arts passed down by Guyi broke this situation, which directly led to the fact that soul masters will emerge in an endless stream in a few years, and the power of the imperial power will be weakened again and again. In this situation, how could Zhao Wuji let Xue Qinghe get close to Guyi? Although Guyi didn't need his protection, he couldn't let them go just in case. Are you just going to watch him exhaust all his blood and qi and finally die of exhaustion? Xue Qinghe was extremely excited and lost his identity as a prince. Fortunately, most of the people who came here were well-known high-level soul masters, otherwise he would be reported again when he returned this time. Your Highness, don't worry. Although I don't know what caused Guyi's current situation, I am sure of one thing. Guyi is now experiencing an unprecedented transformation. Even if he stands here, he can clearly feel the hot and boiling blood in his body. Chen Xin, who was following Ning Fengzi, reminded him, his eyes were still on Guyi. As the number one swordsman on Douluo continent, and the person with the highest soul power and combat power among all the people present, he can see some things more clearly. Guyi's madness did not end, but became more and more intense. Each move seemed to have the power to split mountains and break seas, and his boxing skills carried an inexplicable meaning. Everyone, look at his boxing skills carefully. This may be the most precious thing in your life. Precious opportunity. Chen Xin stared at him intently and reminded him. Understand the sword intention and understand the sword heart. Seeing Guyi at this moment, they wanted to go forward and fight with him. Everyone was shocked and looked at Guyi with amazing destructive power. Although they didn't understand what Chen Xin meant, no one doubted his words. Just because his name was Chen Xin, the leader of swordsmanship on Douluo continent, no one could beat him in swordsmanship, so he was also called Sword Chen Xin. Guyi didn't go crazy, but he couldn't restrain his fists now. The energy contained in his body completely exploded at this moment, and every punch, with each kick, the blood and qi in his body were constantly condensing and condensing. His body turned blood red, and a set of red gold soul rings slowly grew out of his body, and then became the size of a normal soul ring. At this moment, the power in Guyi's body finally reached its peak. The powerful force that condensed the spirit and blood completely broke out at this moment. Even now, he could only guide this power, but could not really control it. This punch condensed the power of the Tien Mang Ice Silkworm and Ice Emperor hidden in his body, which he said had not been refined before. Not good, retreat quickly. As the strongest among them, Chen Xin noticed the extraordinary punch at the first time. The powerful soul power burst out, directly shocking the people around him back several steps. Then he took a step forward, and his martial soul 7 killing sword was already suspended in front of him. 7 killing field, open. Originally, Chen Xin's aura was just a little sharp, but now with the addition of the field, the whole person is not only full of murderous aura, but also has an unprecedented aura. Come on, let me see how strong this punch is. Chen Xin wanted to fight with Guyi just now, but he couldn't find a chance to do so. He didn't expect that God would give him such a good opportunity. Turning the body into a sword. The highest mystery of the sword. This time, they are not only competing in combat power, but also in their own realms. The sword energy rushed into the sky, turning the whole world into a world of swords. The sword energy scattered unconsciously, leaving a deep mark on the ground. The domineering and unparalleled, under that not-so-big fist, condensed a huge spirit that overwhelmed all the soul masters in the world, and its momentum was even to split the world. What is he studying again? A euro. How could everyone see that Guyi was now relying on the purest physical strength, that is, the power of blood and qi? But even soul beasts may not have such a strong physique, and I have never heard of anyone who can train their bodies to such an extent. Guyi is really a guy who likes to amaze people. With a bang, Guyi was directly knocked away by the powerful 7 killing swords and smashed heavily into the wreckage of the courtyard wall that he had destroyed before. After all, he was still a little weak. He has just condensed a blood and qi soul ring now. It is almost impossible to compare with Chen Xin with blood and qi alone. Everyone was not surprised that Guyi was knocked away. If he could really defeat a swordsman Chen Xin with super attack power with his physical body, then they should really doubt what the use of so many years of practice is. Brother Yi, are you okay? Zhu Zuqing disappeared from everyone's sight, and then emerged from the shadows dozens of meters away, rushing into the ruins first. As soon as she entered, she ran straight into Guyi's arms. I'm sorry to have worried you, but I'm fine. Guyi was naked from the waist up at this moment, and his clothes had long been cut into tatters by the sharp sword energy. It was the first time that Zhu Zuqing hugged Guyi in front of so many acquaintances, and left his arms shyly, but before leaving, she couldn't help but touch his iconic 8-pack abs. The earlobes were slightly red, as if she was shy about her bold action just now. Duguyan also arrived at this moment, and was relieved to see that Guyi was fine, and then angrily hit him. Why don't you put on your clothes quickly to show your good figure, right? Yes, Sister Yan. Guyi obediently took out a piece of clothes from the soul guide and put them on, then walked to Chen Xin and said, "Thank you for your help just now. It's okay, and I also want to compete with your boxing skills." Chen Xin didn't take credit for it. The punch just now gave him some insights, and perhaps his swordsmanship could be improved. Guyi nodded and looked at the others. Everyone, we've seen the excitement, isn't it time to leave my Tianwen Academy? Yes, Dean Gu, you are busy, don't worry about us. Chapter 236 The Three Treasures of Spirit, Qi, and Soul. The City of Slaughter. Too strong, Bloody Shura has only been here for less than 2 years, and there are at least 800 people who have died in his hands. A euro so far, he has won 72 games, right, a euro. The fallen ones watching looked at the only black-clothed, red-haired figure standing in the field. The blood-red vines spread all over the field, and the sharp thorns like blood-sucking blood pierced through all the corpses on the ground, greedily absorbing the soul power and flesh. The black-clothed figure standing in the field showed a look of enjoyment, and the feeling of increasing strength was really intoxicating. Or if you get to him, I'm afraid your life will end. For more than a year, Bloody Shura has used his strength and cruel means to prove to everyone how powerful and brutal he is. After absorbing all the power from these corpses, the red-haired boy walked down the competition field coldly. Wait for me, there are still 28 games before I can leave here. The red-haired boy disappeared into the darkness in full view of everyone. Yan, it seems that it won't take a year for Grandpa to come to Tiandu City. After calling everyone away, Guyi hugged Doguyan, whose waist had not changed at all, but he knew very well that a new life was being nurtured in her seemingly small waist. This life is the crystallization of his and Doguyan's life, and is also his only child with a blood relationship in the world. Is it really possible? It's only been a month, and although Doguyan can feel something wrong with her abdomen, she can't be sure. Yes, after all, we have been trying for nearly 3 days. If we can't get pregnant, then there is something wrong with us. Guyi said with a smile. Doguyan subconsciously touched her still flat abdomen. She was already in her 20s, and after Guyi's nourishment, she already had the charm of a mature woman, and now there was a bit more maternal radiance between her eyebrows. Zhu Zuqing looked at this scene and felt very uncomfortable. Don't worry, Zuqing. This guy won't let you live in peace. Now I'm pregnant, and everything that comes next depends on you. You should know that this guy has been abstaining from sex for a month. Now his goal has been achieved, and his physical fitness is far stronger than before. Take care. Doguyan patted Zhu Zuqing's hips and said with a smile. Then she left with a meaningful smile and twisted her waist. After Doguyan's advice, Zhu Zuqing was also a little trembling in her heart. You know, she was not Guyi's opponent before, if it wasn't for helping her practice. I'm afraid that on the first night, this small body would have stayed in the hotel. Now I'm afraid that Guyi, who has untied all the restraints, can't be resisted by herself. Let's go, Zuqing. I missed you so much in this month. Guyi did not expect Doguyan to say this, but after holding it in for a month, he was indeed a little angry. In the room, the sound of fighting continued until night fell, and then slowly stopped. A blue figure emerged from the treasure bag and cleaned up the mess. Zhu Zuqing's failure on the battlefield still requires someone to clean up this mess. It's a pity that your current cultivation is too low. Your real body can only last for 1 hour, otherwise I would really be unable to stop. Guyi looked at Ayan on his body, breathing a little hurriedly. Ayan is wrong. I can't let you have fun. Please punish Ayan as much as you want. Okay. The next day, Guyi woke up early because of his biological clock. He took a look at the messy room, walked out of the room with satisfaction, and came to an open space. It was not to practice boxing, but to study the blood and spirit ring that had just condensed yesterday. He didn't know what the specific effects were. After all, people are not born to practice. After practicing continuously for a month, they should naturally indulge their minds. Standing in the open space, Guyi released the blood and spirit ring that had condensed yesterday. The bright red gold spirit ring was suspended alone beside Guyi. Guyi also got the soul skills contained in this soul ring. Invincible Overlord Body, once this soul skill is used, it can make its own blood and chi burn crazily, can increase strength and physique by 3 times, and at the same time have the powerful ability to be immune to all physical attacks. Not only that, using this soul skill can release a domineering aura, which can reduce the enemy's combat effectiveness. The blood and chi soul ring relies entirely on the power of blood and chi to drive, and does not require soul power, mental power, etc. Guyi suddenly realized that he seemed to have entered another realm. In the previous life, what was the most important thing in the human body? It was the essence, chi, 3 treasures of the spirit. Essence can be understood as the body itself. Chi can be understood as the energy of soul power and internal force. Shen is the power of mental power and mind. Suddenly, he had a new understanding of the way of cultivation. Perhaps the path he had taken was not complete. No matter which of these 3 paths he took to the end, he could reach the supreme realm, but if one of them was missing, it seemed that it would not be stable. Moreover, the Chinese medicine he learned in his previous life also talked about harmony and stability all the time. Perhaps this is the most essential way of cultivation. No matter what kind of cultivation system, in the end, they can't escape these 3 forces. Each force is crucial to the human body. He used to put chi first, but later, after condensing the evil god bead, it became god first, followed by chi, and Jing last. He deliberately recalled all the cultivation he had experienced along the way in his mind. Originally, the Jotien Liuhi Sutra, which he thought had been completely perfected, seemed to still have some places that needed to be supplemented and improved. Thinking of this level, Guyi didn't even have interest in cultivation. He was thinking all day about how to cultivate Jinki or Qi and blood more quickly. The way of Qi, the way of God. They are far ahead of the way of essence. If it weren't for the national martial arts that he accidentally comprehended, he would not be able to condense a blood and spirit ring even today. Although he has become a master of Huajin, his blood and Qi have almost reached the limit of the Huajing realm. What should he do next? Open the acupoints? Others have fewer problems the more they practice, but Guyi has more and more problems. He is even a little busy now. There are too many things that need him to study. Whether it is the spiritual power he has just obtained, or the national martial arts realm that must be further improved, these things are all on his shoulders. But fortunately, he is still young and has a lot of time for him to study and perfect the way of practice. Guyi doesn't know how many times he has modified the Jotien Liuhi Sutra. Chapter 237 Guyi is ready to take action. Tiandu City. Since that day, Guyi condensed a spirit ring in front of everyone, which completely aroused everyone's enthusiasm for signing up. This is even more shocking than the skills he released before. After all, skills can only make soul masters and ordinary people practice faster. If they lack key soul rings, they still cannot become strong. But that day, everyone present can never forget it. That red gold soul ring is constantly impacting their hearts. The world of soul masters has really changed dramatically because of Guyi's existence. Especially after this time. All forces have established diplomatic relations with Guyi more frequently, and have sent gold, silver, jewelry, and various cultivation resources. They are simply more dog-licking than licking dogs. Even many forces have powerful soul masters who were abolished by Guyi in that sermon and became ordinary people. But they still come in an endless stream. In this era of great change, no one wants to fall behind others, and Guyi is the source of all these secrets. You can't beat him, and you don't dare to scold him. Then you have to join. Just like now. Everyone, are you out of your mind? Guyi looked at the deans of the 5 elemental academies who came to him, and said with a bit of surprise. Several people looked at each other and said firmly, please agree to our request, even if it means letting our elite disciples be ordinary disciples here. We will be responsible for all the cultivation resources consumed. And if Dean Gu is willing to let the students from your academy come to our academy to study, we will also cover all the cultivation resources consumed. We will train them all according to the resources of the top students. We will never let Dean Gu suffer any loss. The 5 people can be said to have put their attitudes in a very low place. You must know that they are all soul Douluo level existences, and they will be welcomed as VIPs wherever they are. Guyi naturally knew what they were thinking. But it was also fortunate that they were able to come up with the method of exchange students. The conditions they proposed were indeed very generous, even very one-sided. Without paying anything, he could let the 5 colleges help him train students for free. Okay, I agree. But I will accept up to 7 students from each of your colleges. I don't care what their identities are here. I will treat them all equally. And you need to build a statue of me in your college, with the name of the god of war written on it. The 5 people were delighted. They didn't expect Guyi to be so easy to talk to. After all, someone in their college had troubled Guyi before. It's just a statue. It's not a difficult problem for them. But they had a lower evaluation of Guyi in their hearts. Such a character who likes to show off is really a poor man with short ambitions. He wants everyone in the world to know that he has become rich overnight. What they don't know is that everything they think in their hearts has been seen through by Guyi, who has the eyes of the mind. But Guyi doesn't care what they think in their hearts. It's not how to think, but how to do it. Guyi can't make everyone like him. He doesn't mind if they don't accept him. Thank you, Dean Gu is willing to agree to our request. We will definitely select the best students. When we go back, we will definitely build a majestic statue for you. Guyi nodded. For him, these things are not important. Collecting faith is what he wants to do most at the moment. In the sea of a Euro spirit, the faith light group that was originally only 1 person high has now become more than 10 times larger, and it is still growing. However, the color is more colorful than before, and Bingdi and Tien Mang silkworm have already stopped refining the power of faith. It is impossible for their power alone to be faster than the speed of the increase of faith power. Why do anything useless? After letting these 5 people retreat, Guyi disappeared on the chair, and the next moment he appeared in the prince's mansion and came to Shui King He, that is, Jian Rongxiu. Jian Rongxiu, how long will your plan take to implement? What does this have to do with you? Jian Rongxiu is no stranger to Guyi's sudden arrival. Strange, he did not answer Guyi's question, but asked back with a very high attitude. Although he could not purify the power of faith now, it did not prevent him from collecting the power of faith. Once he found a way to quickly purify the modeled power of faith, that day would be the time for him to become a god. Before that, all he needed to do was to continuously increase the power of faith. Although the Spirit Hall helped him build statues in various cities to spread popularity, it was still no match for the actual order of an empire. If the Tiandu Empire ordered every resident to worship at a specific time, I believe the growth of the power of faith would be unprecedented. The reason why he came to ask Jian Rongxiu about the progress was because this matter was about the royal family. Now he and the Spirit Hall were also partners, and he did not want to disrupt their plan. After all, if he was asked to choose one to support among the 3 major forces of the Tiandu Empire, the Xingluo Empire, or the Spirit Hall, he would definitely choose the Spirit Hall. For no other reason, it was because the Spirit Hall was willing to make profits for the lower class people. This is very similar to the society in the previous life. To end the chaos, a unified country is undoubtedly needed. He is very optimistic about the Spirit Hall, at least the current Spirit Hall is pretty good. If you don't plan to do it, I will do it first. Guyi is not sure whether Emperor Shuiye will succumb to his power. If he really disagrees, he doesn't mind killing another emperor to try. After all, Shuiye did not pass his test at the beginning, and he became greedy for him and even wanted to interrupt his recovery. It's not that he was too busy some time ago and couldn't spare time to deal with this matter, otherwise Shuiye might have died at this moment. What are you going to do? Do you want to kill another emperor? Jian Rongxiu looked at the domineering man in front of her in shock. It was already very arrogant to hear that Guyi forcibly killed the emperor in the palace of Xingluo Empire. But he didn't think there was any problem. After all, Guyi was originally a member of the Tiandu Empire. Even if he killed the emperor of Xingluo Empire, he was just paying for his country. But now he actually wants to kill the emperor of Tiandu Empire, and he has no respect for the people of Tiandu Empire. Why not? So tell me, how long will it take you? Or ask another question. After Shuiye dies, can you overwhelm all the voices in the court, completely control this huge empire, and successfully ascend the throne of the emperor? Guyi stared at the blonde woman in front of him with eagle-like eyes, without any fluctuations in his eyes. Even if Jian Rongxiu is the most beautiful woman in the world. Chapter 238 The Call of the Evil God King. Yes, if Shuiye dies, I can control the entire empire in the shortest time. After being the prince for so many years, I am absolutely sure of this. Jian Rongxiu is very confident. Over the years, she has eliminated countless people who are dangerous to her succession to the throne, leaving only a playboy Xuebeng. As long as Tiandu Empire loses its only emperor, the only one who can inherit the throne is her. Okay, if we can't reach an agreement, you can prepare to ascend the throne. After saying this, Guyi's face suddenly changed, and then he disappeared in front of Jian Rongxiu. Jian Rongxiu was a little annoyed when she saw this scene. He came and went in a hurry. He didn't give her time to talk at all. Thinking of the hateful woman who was pregnant in Tianwen Academy, Jian Rongxiu was so jealous that she was going crazy. Even in the middle of the night, she substituted that woman for herself more than once. She re-experienced the scene of knowing and staying with Guyi in the illusion. Every day when she woke up, she always had a smile on her face and a taste of happiness. But all that would only appear in dreams. In reality, Guyi was still a man she could not reach. Jealousy and hatred continued to spread in her heart, constantly nourishing the dark side of her heart. Guyi did not go to the palace of Tiandu Empire after leaving, but returned to his office in Tianwen Academy again. The reason why his face changed drastically just now was because the inheritance of the evil God King in his body had changed. It also produced a kind of power similar to mental power, but it was countless times stronger than mental power. This power was very similar to the one when the evil God King put the inheritance on him before. He realized that the evil God King might have something to ask him, so he gave up the idea of a euro looking for Emperor Shuiye today. In the dim light, Guyi came to a palace, and in this palace stood a young man with very deep eyes. Finally we meet, my successor. The young man spoke. He was the evil god king who gave Guyi the inheritance. Evil god king, your palace is not as dark and evil as I imagined, but it is particularly bright and upright, like the residence of an angel god. Guyi did not see the restraint of the gods, but was very open, and even commented on this palace. The evil god king did not expect that his successor would not feel any fear when he saw him, but was very casual. This was very much to his liking. The evil god king did not want the successor he found to be respectful and follow a set of rules for everything, that would be too boring. Guyi, you are quite to my taste. Sure enough, I did not choose the wrong person. The evil god king first praised Guyi, and then explained to him, you have already realized that the end of evil is light and justice. Now you have understood this important meaning. Good and evil are not that simple, and what you see is not all. You still have a long way to go before you can truly understand evil. Guyi nodded. In front of the evil god king, his little understanding is naturally not worth mentioning. The world of Douluo continent is very magical. It is clear that the titled Douluo does not have very powerful power, but it has the existence of the god realm. But today I brought your consciousness here not to teach you the way of evil. But I have something to ask of you. The evil god king glanced outside, and before Guyi could answer, he continued, although with your current strength, it is almost no difficulty to complete the 9 evil trials. You only need to cultivate your soul power to level 99 to ascend to become a god. But I want you to extend the time of each test as much as possible and postpone the time of becoming a god. Guyi was stunned for a moment, but he didn't understand what the evil god king meant. Didn't he want to pass on the throne to him now? But this was impossible. As far as he knew, the evil god king had long wanted to travel in the universe. How could he regret it halfway? The evil god king could tell what Guyi was thinking at a glance, and reminded him, don't think too much. Even if you don't want to inherit my throne, I will force it on you. It's just because I don't want to travel the universe alone. Although I have found you as the successor, the good god king who was born with me still hasn't found a suitable successor. I want to wait in the god realm, and then we can travel the universe together. It turned out to be like this. Guyi didn't expect that the two completely different gods, the evil and the good, who could even be said to be opposing gods, could come together, and even stay in the god realm that he had long been bored with for each other. This emotion was indeed extraordinary. Guyi naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, he still had many things to do in the mortal world and many things he hadn't done. Naturally, he didn't want to ascend to become a god so soon. I promise this. I will definitely delay the time of each test until the end. The evil god king smiled. Now he can finally wait in the god realm for a while without being known by the good god king. They have been friends for many years. If the inheritor really ascends to the god realm, and he delays leaving the god realm, he will understand that he stayed here for him, and the good god king will definitely blame himself. As a partner for so many years, the evil god king naturally does not want him to fall into this situation. That's why he chose this trick to delay his departure from the god realm. As long as his inheritor delays the assessment and comes to the god realm, he can stay in the god realm for one more day. It is the best choice for both him and the good god king. I know that this request may be a bit too much for you. I will help you find some vacant god positions later. As long as your friends or family pass the test, they can also complete the god test and come to the god realm. Thank you, God King. With his promise, Guyi does not have to worry about being separated from his family and friends after becoming a god. After all, even if he inherits the throne of God King in the future, the number of people he can bring to the god realm is limited. Okay, don't tell a third person about our conversation today. The good god king will find out if you stay any longer. Let's go back. The evil god king waved his hand lightly, and Guyi felt his soul body falling continuously, and the space constantly changing until he returned to his body again. Close relatives and trustworthy. Guyi still admired the feelings between them very much. Although he returned to his body quickly, he still did not go to find Shui yet today. During the falling process just now, he had a new understanding of space, and he must seize this time to digest these understandings thoroughly. However, he also witnessed the strength of the God King this time. Now he can't even see his back. Chapter 239 Attacking the Imperial City. Half a month later, Guyi woke up from his practice. His consciousness fell from the God realm to the mortal world, and the space he crossed was more stable and mysterious than the space of Douluo continent. After all, the space of Douluo continent was too easy to break, and the plane level was too low. Although he can break through the space and cross it at will on Douluo continent, if he really reaches the God realm, I am afraid that this space crossing ability will be greatly reduced, or even impossible to cross the space. The God realm and Douluo continent are not two worlds at all, or they are not at the same plane level. The gap is even greater than the gap between titled Douluo and ordinary people. After finishing his practice, Guui even felt that he could easily change the situation here with just a thought. Space. There is absolutely no need to pause. Now he might be able to travel between the two empires in a thought. It's time to go see Xueyat. Guyi looked at the Tiandu palace. He had wasted half a month because of the matter of the evil god king. It was already a waste of time, so he naturally didn't want to delay any longer. The next moment, Guyi appeared in the Tiandu palace and stood in the bedroom of Emperor Xueyat. It was late at night, and Xueyat, a generation of emperors, was naturally singing and dancing, but it seemed that only Xueyi's voice was louder than that of the concubine, and he seemed very tired. The emperor is in a good mood. The voice stopped abruptly, and a big head stretched out from the bed curtain. It was the most powerful Emperor Xueye in the Tiandu Empire. Xueye naturally did not forget Guyi. He frowned, with great anger in his eyes. You dared to break into the palace late at night and even enter my bedroom. You are so audacious. Guyi, do you really think you are invincible and no one can subdue you? I am not invincible, but I am more than enough to deal with you. Get down. At Guyi's command, Xueye unexpectedly rolled down from the bed, looking very embarrassed. When the bed curtain was slightly lifted, Guyi saw the appearance of a pure woman. Come quickly. Xueye naturally understood that it was definitely not a deliberate opponent. Now the only way to ensure safety is to call for help. I still don't believe that the whole country can't wipe out Guyi. After decades of hard work, the economic strength of the Tiandu Empire has long surpassed that of the Xingluo Empire, and it also has the most powerful titled Douluo among the Soul Masters. There are also sects in the country that are known as the top 3 sects in the Soul Master world, which are enough to compare with the Wuhan Hall. Such a powerful strength, how can a Xingluo Empire be compared? If it weren't for the Spirit Hall's interference, their Tiandu Empire would have unified the entire Douluo continent long ago, and he would have become the greatest emperor in history. Don't waste your energy, no one will come to save you. I just came to find you. If you meet my requirements, I can let you go for the time being. Guyi looked at Xueye calmly, and was not moved at all because he was the king of a country. If he wanted, he could unify the entire Douluo continent in a very short time. With his current strength, there is probably no one among the Soul Masters who can be his opponent, even Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong are not his current opponents. Absorbing 2 million-year soul rings has already widened the gap between them. What do you want? Xueye didn't want to die, and the Tiandu Empire was not like the Xingluo Empire, which respected martial arts and could give up life for its own dignity. As long as he could survive now, as long as he could meet the conditions, he would agree. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. After Guyi leaves, he will definitely summon all the high-level soul masters in the country to completely wipe out Guyi, including the Tianwen Academy he founded. All traces of Guyi will disappear in the Tiandu Empire. I changed my mind. Now kneel down and talk. What Xueye was thinking had already been discovered by Guyi. The ability of the mind's eye had already allowed Guyi to easily perceive everyone's psychological activities. I am the king of a country, the emperor of the Tiandu Empire. How can I kneel down? Xueye was not willing at all. From birth to now, the only person who had kneeled was his father. During these years as an emperor, he had already forgotten how to kneel down. This word would only come out of his mouth, and as for others, they could only obey his thoughts and words. I say, kneel down. Guyi's eyes condensed, his face instantly became gloomy, and the aura on his body became sharp and terrifying. You are also a citizen of the Tiandu Empire. How dare you treat your king like this? Xueye tried to change Guyi's mentality through this point. In this world, what is still important is heaven, earth, monarch, relatives, and teachers. If a traitor is found, he will be ridiculed and hunted by everyone, and will be looked down upon no matter where he is. Guyi did not speak again, but his aura became particularly solemn. The strong pressure almost made the legs of this great emperor tremble a little, and his belly with some fat trembled like a fat pig. The strong pressure spread throughout the palace, and Shui Yi's feet kept bending, and his waist became more and more bent. Under this pressure, Shui Yi finally knelt in front of Guyi. It looks much better now, we can discuss the next topic. This scene was completely seen by the concubine on the bed curtain, who covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from making any sound. But there was a bit of despair in her heart. Although she had been in the palace for less than 2 years, she was still very clear about the rules in the deep palace. This kind of thing was seen by her. If Shui Yi survived this time, she would definitely die. There is no doubt about this. No king would allow others to know his dark history. Even the dark history of kneeling down to others was extremely humiliating. What are you going to do? Shui Yi lowered his head, his eyes were already bloodshot, and the anger in his heart had accumulated to the highest point. After all these years of cultivation as an emperor, he did not explode completely. Knowing that he is now a fish, he can only be slaughtered. He has a huge hatred in his heart. Kill him, he must kill him. Kill me, do you think you can do it? This sentence made Shui Yi sweat profusely, and his excellent psychological quality felt a little broken at this moment. Just now he was sure and certain that he had never said what he thought in his heart. Could it be that Guyi can now hear the voice in the other person's heart? Impossible, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to go this far. Shui Yi raised his head suddenly, as if he wanted to know if his thoughts were correct. Chapter 240 Kill the Emperor Again. You guessed right, but unfortunately there is no reward. Guyi solved the doubts of Emperor Shui Yi. How is it possible? You can't have this ability. Shui Yi was extremely frightened. If Guyi really had this ability, then all his thoughts just now would have been seen through. Fear spread to the whole body, shaking unconsciously. No matter who it is impossible to let go of someone who wants to kill him. I have helped you solve your doubts. Now it's time for you to help me solve my problems. Guyi stretched out his hand. There seemed to be energy in his palm, and he was ready to kill. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I can agree to whatever you want to do. I can even give you the entire Tiandu Empire. Shui Yi was completely panicked. He had never thought of such a scene today. Even if he would die, he would only die of old age. He had never thought that he would be threatened to kneel on the ground in his own bedroom, and his life might be taken away at any time. The facts were in front of him. Guyi really wanted to kill him. From the day you coveted me, you were already a dead man. The energy in the palm gushed out and instantly penetrated Shui Yi's brain, taking his life away in an instant. He didn't even make the last scream. After taking a look at the woman on the bed, Guyi disappeared in the bedroom. The woman who saw this scene did not panic because Shui Yi died in front of her, but was thinking carefully about how to escape next. This result is the best for her. Shui Yi is dead, and no one can threaten her life anymore. Next, she only needs a performance to survive. Guyi doesn't care what the woman thinks, and he doesn't want to know. Qianrongxiu, the opportunity to complete the task has come. It depends on whether you can grasp it. Guyi, who came to the prince's bedroom, didn't expect that it was already late at night, and Qianrongxiu hadn't rested yet, but was still practicing. The aura on her body was much stronger than before. Qianrongxiu was such a smart person that she knew something big might happen in the Tiandu Palace just by Guyi's words. She still hasn't forgotten what Guyi said to her half a month ago. He made a lot of preparations for this, but there was no response after waiting for half a month. But just when she thought it was just a joke, Guyi appeared again, bringing such sensational news. Are you serious? Qianrongxiu couldn't believe it. After all, he was the emperor of Tiandu, and he was killed so simply and plainly. I have delivered the message. It's up to you to believe it or not. But if you miss this opportunity, don't blame me for not giving face to your Wuhan Hall. Next time we meet, I hope you have become the only king of the Tiandu Empire. Goodbye. Guyi still came and went in a hurry, without giving Qianrongxiu any chance to talk. After all, he really couldn't get too close to Qianrongxiu. After all, he and her mother were in that kind of relationship now. Although he couldn't control himself when it came to women, he could still distinguish some things. What to do and what not to do were all in his mind. After Guyi left, the two Douluo, Thorny Porpoise and Snake Spear, appeared in the room one after another, and the three looked at each other. Young master, can you believe what he said? Cicada asked carefully. After all, he knew what kind of feelings the young master he served had for Guyi. No need to say, Chiada, you and I will know it when we enter the palace. Snake Spear, we are waiting in the prince's palace. If it is really as he said, we will immediately activate all our hidden forces and absolutely no waves can occur. I don't want any problems to occur. Tien Rongxiu arranged things very calmly. Although it is late at night, as the prince and the future heir of the empire, he can naturally enter and leave the palace. However, if Guyi was lying, it would be a big blow to her. After all, the prince has never wanted to enter the palace so late at night, which will inevitably arouse suspicion. There is no family affection in the royal family, especially the emperor's mind is even more serious, and the slightest disturbance may arouse suspicion. Young master. Snake Spear was interrupted by Tien Rongxiu before he finished speaking. No need to say, I have made up my mind. In his dream, many high-ranking and powerful people in Tiandu city did not know what would happen tomorrow. Early, their fate will be greatly deflected. Back in his room, Guyi did not disturb Zhu Zuqing and Duguyan, but summoned Yin. After a wonderful night, Guyi naturally did not care about the turbulent waves outside. His strength has long allowed him to ignore the existence of imperial power. If he is not satisfied, what about the emperor? He can kill him at will. Guyi plans to wait for the situation in the Tiandu Empire to stabilize, and then go to the Xingluo Empire after handling the matter. After all, the Tiandu Empire is only half of the entire Douluo continent, and the other half belongs to the Xingluo Empire. Guyi knows that the Xingluo Empire now has a new emperor, and that new emperor is Dai Mubai. How long have you been stuck here? Guyi asked Yin, who had turned into an illusory figure. It's been a few months, and it's all Yin's incompetence that prevented the adults from completely relaxing. Even though she had turned into an illusory figure, Yin knelt down and confessed her sins. Get up, then I'll help you. If we talk about the person who knows the Blue-Silver Emperor's aura best in this world, besides Yin himself, he is the only one left. Guyi now has only 3 soul bones embedded in his body, one of which is the right leg bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor. He knows the energy of the Blue-Silver Emperor very well. Thank you, sir. Guyi simulated his own aura into the aura of the Blue-Silver Emperor, and then gathered all the surrounding wood elements and vitality on the Blue-Silver Emperor potted plant on the windowsill through the original energy field. Yin's figure quickly disappeared in front of him and merged into the blue-silver grass that was becoming more and more energetic. The aura of the blue-silver grass was also rising, and the years of cultivation were actually slowly increasing. It works. The Jotyen Liuhi Sutra, the original idea was to master all the power, all the principles, and all the rules in the world. Created the most powerful technique in history. Although Yin's cultivation is no longer as strong as it was in the past, and she sacrificed 100,000 years of cultivation to Tang Hao, it does not mean that she has forgotten her own cultivation realm. The reason why she is stuck now is because she wants to break through, and the power required is too huge, so she is stuck in place. After he condensed all the surrounding power on the Blue-Silver Emperor, a strong breath burst out from the Blue-Silver Emperor. Guyi instantly stopped this breath in the room. After all, as long as this breath bursts out, it will attract a large number of people to watch, which is really annoying. Chapter 241 Vast Sea Universe Cover. It only took half a day. Yin's figure appeared in the room. This time her figure was not illusory, but became a physical entity. Thank you, sir. Yin successfully broke through the shackles of 70,000 years. She can maintain the physical state for a longer time and can serve you better. Yin knelt down to thank again. Go back and consolidate your cultivation. The most important thing is to restore your cultivation of 100,000 years as soon as possible. Yin nodded, and his figure disappeared again, leaving only the Blue-Silver Emperor swaying on the windowsill. Guyi came to the window, and the spiritual eye between his eyebrows blossomed. He could feel that the human breath in Tiandu city was decreasing. What he did last night would shock the entire Tiandu city and affect the future of most people in Tiandu city. Guyi did not feel the slightest guilt about this. His cognition in his heart had changed a lot over the years, and he also deeply understood one thing. If there is rotten flesh on the body, it must be removed in order to cure the disease and keep people alive. The process of removing rotten flesh will inevitably cause many people who are not guilty to die in this storm. When the sun rose the next day, the position in the Tiandu palace that had not changed for decades finally welcomed its new owner. Xueqing he sat on the dragon chair, looking at the noble ministers who were paying homage to him below, and his excitement was self-evident. After so many years of undercover, he finally achieved his original goal. I'm afraid that no one in the entire Douluo continent knows that the current emperor of the Tiandu Empire, one of the two great empires, is actually from the Spirit Hall, and is the young master of the Spirit Hall. If this matter is known, the entire Douluo continent will be in shock. She did it, she finally did it. Qian Rongxiu now wants to return to the Spirit Hall as soon as possible and show off in front of that woman. But now she also knows that there is still a problem that needs to be solved, and it is an extremely huge problem. Guyi may make her efforts in these years go to waste at any time, and the key is that it is impossible to kill him. Qian Rongxiu doesn't think she can do this. She can only meet his conditions. But until now, she doesn't know what Guyi wants. After the court was dismissed, she returned to the emperor's office and called out the people in the room, leaving her alone. Congratulations, young master, your wish has finally come true. The two titled Douluo, Thorny Porpoise and Snake Spear, half knelt in front of Qian Rongxiu, with a faint smell of blood on their bodies. Don't talk about these useless things, how is the matter going? Young master, please rest assured, we have dealt with that woman, and we have dealt with all those who know the truth. They have all been dealt with. Except for Guyi, only a few of us know what happened last night. Although she didn't know what Guyi was going to do with the Tiandu Empire, Qian Rongxiu understood one thing very well. That is, she must not let the world know that Emperor Shuiye was killed by Guyi, otherwise it would be difficult for him to do what he wanted. Are you sure? We can guarantee with our lives that no one else will know. The Thorny Porpoise and Snake Spear promised seriously and solemnly. Well done, go and ask Guyi for me. I want to see what he is going to do. Yes. After dealing with these chores, Qian Rongxiu began to deal with these government affairs, most of which were about how to bury Shuiye's memorial. Having been the crown prince for so many years, Qian Rongxiu was already familiar with this set of things. As a filial son, Shui Qinghe naturally wanted to make the funeral of his father the largest and most luxurious. It was precisely because of this that his cultivation progressed so slowly. The most precious time for a soul master to cultivate is between his teens and 20s. Once this precious time is missed, it is almost impossible to make up for it later. Even though she is the most gifted person in the history of Douluo continent, it is still the same. Qian Rongxiu's life has been wasted. If she had practiced seriously, her achievements would definitely not be just the current mediocre situation. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in this world. At night, Guyi once again came to the palace that symbolizes the power of the emperor, but unlike the previous night, the person he faced this time was no longer Emperor Shuiye, but the young master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Rongxiu. Can you tell me your purpose now? Qian Rongxiu sat on the chair that symbolized status, and the dragon robe on her body looked particularly noble, and also had a bit of imperial air. I haven't congratulated you on successfully becoming the highest-ranking person in the Tiandu Empire. Guyi was also anxious to answer. He first congratulated him, and then said, I need you to set up a festival to worship me throughout the country. And I need the Tiandu Empire's national treasure, the vast sea universe cover. Qian Rongxiu couldn't believe that Guyi had done so many things just to set up a festival to worship him and a useless soul guide. What on earth was he trying to do? Although Qian Rongxiu was born in the Spirit Hall, she still didn't understand some things. Both the power of faith and the inheritance of the sea god left on the vast sea universe cover were very precious things, especially the former, which could help people become gods. It's just that these secrets are rarely known. If Guyi wasn't a time traveler, he wouldn't know the mystery of it. I can agree to both conditions. The vast sea universe cover can be given to I 1/2 money 1/2 now, but the festival can only be implemented after the burial on Shuiye. Otherwise, it will affect my prestige among the people of Tiandu. You told me that people can carry a boat, but they can also overturn it. Guyi also knew that this time was not suitable, but he did not force it. After all, he still had a long way to go before becoming a god, and there was no need to rush to collect the power of faith. Killing Shuiye was just revenge for what happened in the past. Okay. Although Qian Rongxiu did not do anything, the thorny pig soon came in carrying a plate covered with a layer of red cloth. This is the vast sea of a heaven and earth cover you want. Guyi pulled the red cloth open, revealing what was inside. This is a three-dimensional triangle, and it looks like a sapphire. It is not big, and can even be held directly in the hand, but it emits crystal clear blue light and ripples like water waves. The moment the vast sea universe cover was unveiled, the whole room became brighter. As long as you go to the Sea God Island, you can obtain the Sea God inheritance if you have enough talent. This thing must be given to the right person. But he has not thought about who to give this vast sea universe cover to yet. It is impossible for him to use it himself. After all, there are already 2 god positions in the plan, and it cannot accommodate 3 god positions anyway. This position can only be left for others to enjoy. Chapter 242 Second Soul Core. Can you tell me why you want these things? Qianrongxue was very curious about these things. No, it should be said that she was very curious about everything about Guyi. She even wanted to grasp all his thoughts firmly in her own hands. The desire to control almost devoured her. If her strength was not too weak now, she would have done it long ago. But she believed that she would catch up soon. After the matter of the Tiandu Empire was over, she would return to the Wuhan Hall and devote herself to cultivation, and would no longer be affected by these mundane things. No. There is something I still need to warn you. Your talent should not be like this. If you stop at the brink, you may still have a chance to catch up with us. Otherwise, you will not be able to stop the things that will make you regret in the future. Goodbye. Guyi grabbed the vast sea universe cover from the plate and then disappeared in the palace. Qianrongxue clenched the letter in her hand, her jade hand turned blood red due to the force, her eyes gnashed with endless anger, but she had nowhere to vent. One day and day I want to know all the secrets. Qianrongxue slapped the memorial in her hand. Now that she had achieved her goal, she should move towards her ultimate goal. Her ultimate goal was to keep Guyi by her side forever and listen to the secrets that she had never told her before. Qianrongxue felt that she had the best temper that she could not bear to kill Duguyan and others. Back to the academy, Guyi held the vast sea universe cover in front of his eyes, and his mental power shone through his body. Just as he went deep into it, an extremely vast force directly knocked his mental power out of the vast sea universe cover. In the last step of Guyi, he did not expect that the power in the vast sea universe cover was so strong that he could be knocked out without any resistance with his current mental power. Out. Sure enough, mortals and gods are like natural chasms, which cannot be crossed at all. Even though his current spiritual power is the best in the entire Douluo continent, he still cannot resist the spiritual power left by the sea god. There is a qualitative difference between them. It is difficult to achieve the effect of confrontation with pure volume. However, Guyi wants to gain some insights about spiritual consciousness from it. The spiritual power is now huge to a very powerful level, but there is still no sign of transformation. What is the difference between spiritual power and spiritual consciousness? Maybe he can get it from the vast sea universe cover. At this stage, he has 2 things to do. The first thing is to condense the soul core again. It has been a long time since he condensed the soul core last time. Whether it is both his mental power and soul power have made great progress, especially during this period he absorbed 2 million-year soul rings and the Ice Emperor soul ring that is almost 400,000 years old. With these things added together, Guyi believes that he will have no problem condensing another soul core. Perhaps he can use this to transform his mental power, and perhaps it can improve the quality of his mental power. Even if it cannot be compared with God, it can be much stronger. The second thing is to study the eye of the mind, or the power of the mind. I always have a feeling that the potential of the power of the mind will never be as simple as it seems now. There are many powers that need to be explored and discovered by oneself. After thinking so much, Guyi once again lamented the impatience of time. Enough. And now he has a pregnant woman to take care of. Duguyan has been pregnant for almost 2 months. Although cultivation is very important to him, he can't neglect his child's affairs. Guyi doesn't want to end up being an irresponsible father. So he has to complete many things before the child is born. 10 months of pregnancy, now almost 2 months have passed, leaving him only 8 months. But Guyi still plans to stay and take care of Duguyan in the last month. So he only has 7 months left. To condense the second soul core in these 7 months, the pressure is still very high. After all, the road he has to take is very difficult. A soul master can condense 3 soul cores in his lifetime, namely the upper danshan, the middle danshan and the lower danshan. The soul core belonging to the Jotyen Liuhi Sutra has been condensed in the lower danshan, and now only the upper danshan and the middle danshan are left. You have to choose one to condense the soul core. Finally, he made a decision that the second soul core would be used for half a day to carry his spiritual attribute soul core. This was also in line with his original intention, allowing the spiritual power to transform. However, this was the second time to condense the soul core, which meant that it was far more dangerous than the first time and could not tolerate any mistakes. If he encountered the sudden situation of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings again this time, he might not be so lucky. However, fortunately, his spiritual power was far more abundant than before, so he did not have to worry about insufficient power when condensing the soul core. Moreover, his external soul bone Danshan had already transformed into a 100,000-year external soul bone when he absorbed the million-year soul ring several times. Not only could it accommodate twice its own soul power, but it also obtained 2 skills belonging to the soul bone. Alien containment can accommodate power that does not belong to itself. As long as it does not exceed the limit of the soul bone, it can be contained in it without limit. Endless devouring, this is also the only attack attribute of this external soul bone. Once it is used, it can condense a black hole in front of the body that devours everything in the world crazily, until the soul power in the body is not enough to support the existence of this black hole, it will stop. When he learned about these 2 soul bone skills, Guyi was also somewhat fortunate that he chose the heaven-swallowing clam as his soul ring when he was the 4th soul ring. Otherwise, he would not be able to get such a powerful external soul bone. Although the current level of this external soul bone may not be as good as the trunk bone of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion that he absorbed, if he were to choose one from them, it would definitely be this external soul bone. Especially when used with his Jotien Liuhi Sutra, the effect would probably shock everyone. For a period of time in the following period, Guyi became stable, and he spent a lot less time on cultivation. More time was spent on thinking. It is not easy to condense the second soul core, and many changes it must be taken into account, especially the soul core in the Danshan that has become much larger is the key. The whole body is attracted by the rotating force of the soul core. If you want to get rid of this attraction and rebuild a new soul core, it is easy to cause an explosion between the soul cores. So you must think carefully to make every step you take very safe. Guyi dare not take risks now, after all, there is an unborn child waiting for him. I also want to hear the real child call daddy, not the fake daddy. Chapter 243 Bibi Dong's sudden visit. As time goes by, Duguyan's belly is getting bigger and bigger, and her figure is getting more and more plump. Although she is still not as talented as Zhu Zuqing, she is also very extraordinary. There are only 4 months left before the real birth. In the past 4 months, Guyi has checked his hidden dangers again and changed many shortcomings in cultivation. The latest version of Jotien Liu Hijing is still being continuously improved. In 4 months, he has figured out all the joints in the condensation of the second soul core and can enter the closed door state at any time. Unfortunately, on the eve of his retreat, the arrival of a person interrupted all his thoughts. No, it's nothing for a great pope to break into a man's room in the middle of the night. If someone saw it, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to explain it even if you had a lot of mouths. Guyi didn't understand why Bibi Dong came to him at this time. It couldn't be because she was lonely. Bibi Dong sat elegantly on the only chair in the room, lifting up her slender legs in high heels. Explain, why explain anything? The domineering words showed her majesty as the queen. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? After the adjustment in the previous period, the spirit, energy, and spirit are now in the best state, and there is no too much thought to entangle with Bibi Dong. The process of condensing the second soul core is very dangerous, and it is necessary to ensure that one's own state is adjusted to the best. I came to you for my own business, but you seem to be enjoying it. That woman is about to give birth. As a 99th level peerless Douluo, Bibi Dong's mental power is not as good as Guyi's, but it is still easy for her to detect a person's condition, and the information about Tianwen Academy has been placed in front of her. Although the tone did not change, Guyi heard some inexplicable meaning from it. Your Holiness, are you jealous? Guyi said with a smile. It was just a teasing remark, but what Guyi did not expect was that when he heard his words, Bibi Dong's face changed instantly, and her eyes were a little panicked at that moment, and then turned into anger. Jealous, for you? Bibi Dong asked a question first, and then said, you may feel too good about yourself. We are just the simplest relationship of satisfying each other's desires. In my eyes, you are just a tool. Tool. When Guyi heard this, although he knew that Bibi Dong was being stubborn, he still felt a little uncomfortable. He had been lying on the bed for a long time, but he got off the bed and walked barefoot towards Bibi Dong who was sitting on the chair. The steps were so light, and there was an unspeakable firmness in his eyes. Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment. She just wanted to piss off Guyi. After all, they had been in love for a long time, and they had maintained this relationship for quite a while. At the beginning, they started this relationship just for revenge and counter-revenge, but gradually, he moved into her heart. Bibi Dong did not have the ability to cross space like Guyi. Although she could fly, it would take a long time to get from the distant Wuhan city to Tiandu city. When participating in the all-continent high-level Soul Master competition, the participating teams had been walking for more than 10 or 20 days. Actually, you are right. To me, you are just a good tool. Guyi said softly in Bibi Dong's ear. His tone was very frivolous, far more sincere than when Bibi Dong said this just now. Since we both regard each other as tools, coming here late at night, does His Holiness the Pope miss me as a tool? After saying that, Guyi stood up straight in front of Bibi Dong and continued. But his appearance of a playboy completely angered Bibi Dong, and the anger in her heart continued to rise. Guyi was simply provoking her bottom line. Those words just now were said with a hint of jealousy. Even if Bibi Dong didn't want to admit it, she couldn't deceive her heart. But now that Guyi said this, she was angry no matter what. Before she could make any move, Guyi, who was standing in front of her, picked her up and held her in his arms like a princess. It just so happens that I also plan to practice in seclusion for a while. It's a good time to stretch my muscles before seclusion. Plop. Before she could react, Bibi Dong found herself on the big bed. Space movement. Guyi actually transferred himself from one space to another without her noticing. His strength has become stronger again. Bibi Dong really couldn't understand why Guyi's strength was still so strong at this level. Rapid progress. You know, it won't be long before she becomes a god. Bibi Dong is confident that she can be ahead of Guyi in this step. Get out of my way. I have something important to talk to you about. Because of what she said just now, Bibi Dong didn't want Guyi to touch her. It would make her feel that she was actively throwing herself into Guyi's arms, which was totally inconsistent with her personality. Guyi stopped joking. Some things should be stopped at the right time. I don't know, but he didn't leave. He also turned over on the bed and hugged Bibi Dong in his arms. You can talk now. Bibi Dong struggled for a while, but couldn't break free. She rolled her eyes at him and stopped struggling. An Xin lay in Guyi's arms, found a good position for her head, and finally said, You must know clearly the purpose of the Spirit Hall for so many years. Tien Rongxiu has now sat on the throne of the Emperor of Tiandu as planned, and our plan is about to start. I came to Tiandu specially this time just to see your position. As for whether there are other ideas in her mind, only Bibi Dong knows, but any of her thoughts now can't escape Guyi. It is undeniable that Guyi's current strength is enough to threaten the future plan of the Spirit Hall by himself, so it is necessary to find out his current position. Will he support the Spirit Hall to unify the entire Douluo continent? Whatever, but leave the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Guyi didn't care whether Tiandu city would become the power of the Spirit Hall. Hearing the name of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Bibi Dong quickly turned over the image of a playful and lively girl in her mind. Lord Wuxian is really capable. He even took down the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Pa! Ah! Bibi Dong cried out and hugged her hands to her chest. What nonsense are you talking about? It's just that they have a good relationship with me, so they won't die in this disaster. Guyi put his hand down, but the impact just now was still quite good. Chapter 244 Healed Gap. You want to die? Bibi Dong now feels a little pain in her chest. It can be imagined that the force used by Guyi just now is not small. Guyi hugged the delicate body leaning on him tightly. Who told you to be jealous all day long? It's just a small punishment. Humph. Bibi Dong turned her head away, with a little blush on her face. Obviously she didn't want to face Guyi. Guyi chuckled and said, You came to me this time just for this matter. Otherwise, do you think there are other topics we can talk about? She was struggling to get up, but would Guyi let her get her wish so easily? The answer was naturally impossible. You don't think so? He turned over and easily pressed Bibi Dong under him, with his hands on her ears. The two of them were breathing heavily. I don't understand what you are talking about. Let me get up. I have something to do with Tien Rongxiu. Now is the time when the Spirit Hall is preparing to attack. I must return to the Spirit City as soon as possible. Bibi Dong was very stubborn and refused to give in. It seems that my position in your heart is higher than Tien Rongxiu. You came to me as soon as possible. Guyi's head slowly moved towards Bibi Dong's pretty face. Bibi Dong, who was under his body, tilted her head and left her side face to Guyi. You are so anxious. If I really don't help you, it's really unreasonable. This night, Guui estimated that it would take another day to restore his condition to the peak level. Women are indeed the biggest obstacle on the road of cultivation. At daybreak, Bibi Dong dragged her tired body around the room, collecting the clothes that were destroyed by brute force last night. She didn't want to leave these things here. If they were discovered by Gui's other women, Bibi Dong would be really ashamed to death. Don't look for it, this thing is here. Guui dug in the quilt and took out an unknown gadget. Dead pervert. Bibi Dong cursed, knelt on the bed, and wanted to take the thing back from Gui's hand. Seeing this posture, Gui's eyes lit up and put the thing in his hand back into the quilt again. If you want it, come in and get it yourself, and you have to hurry up. There will be at most 1 hour before someone comes to find me. If they find it then, it's none of my business. Bibi Dong knew the dirty thoughts in Gui's mind, but that thing was very important to her. If she couldn't get it back, she would feel a little leaky when she walked. You are so shameless, and you dare to call yourself a martial god. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and looked at Guui. If you could kill a person with just your eyes, Guui would have been cut into pieces long ago. What did I do? I was just reminding you kindly. Forget it, you are in a hurry anyway, so go back early. Guui didn't care and even ordered him to leave. Perhaps because of Bibi Dong's identity as the Pope, Guui especially liked to see her expression, which was so thoughtful. Bibi Dong finally gave in. After all, she had done this before. It was not too embarrassing. Half an hour later, Bibi Dong's pretty face was flushed, her lips were particularly rosy, and a little moist. Avoiding all the guards of Tiandu City, she crossed the palaces and came to Jian Rongxiu's bedroom. She sat on the chair like a master, with the same posture as she sat on Gui's chair last night. Perhaps it was because she had been the Pope for a long time, or because her legs were too long, she always liked to lift her legs when she sat down. It was just a little different from last night, there seemed to be something missing on these slender legs. What are you doing here? Jian Rongxiu, who was still in the state of Shueqing He, changed back to her own side as a woman the moment she saw Bibi Dong. Jian Rongxiu was worthy of being Bibi Dong's daughter, her appearance and temperament were exactly the same, noble and elegant. But Jian Rongxiu found that Bibi Dong was unusual today. His face was particularly moist, and his eyes were filled with an inextricable spring love. Jian Rongxiu was jealous. Because she was outdone, especially since he stayed up late to practice last night, his skin condition was extremely bad. What are you looking at? Bibi Dong was very sensitive to Jian Rongxiu's eyes wandering on her face, pretending to be calm, with a bit of questioning. You haven't answered my question yet, what do you want to talk to me about? Jian Rongxiu didn't give Bibi Dong any face at all. Their relationship has always been like fire and water, and they can't stand together at all. Bibi Dong frowned, but did not get angry. She tried to make her voice calm. Since your mission in Tiandu City has been completed, the next plan of Wuhan Hall should also begin. Before the large-scale attack, we must control the backbone of the entire Tiandu Empire in our own hands. Especially the legions guarding between the cities. As for the Soul Master sects in the Tiandu Empire, we will deal with them. You can leave after that. Jian Rongxiu listened to her quietly and said coldly. Bibi Dong looked at her daughter's cold side, and felt a little guilty in her heart. She held back her temper. If it had been before, she would have quarreled with her. Practice well. You have wasted too much of your talent in these years. Don't waste the next time. Bibi Dong did not stay for long. After explaining the matter, she was ready to leave. Jian Rongxiu was stunned by her words just now. How long has it been? From childhood to adulthood, she had never felt a bit of maternal love, and what she always saw in her eyes was disgust and hatred. Especially that day when she awakened the angel martial soul, and her innate soul power was unprecedentedly level 20, she did not get praise, but the look from hell that wanted to kill her. I don't Euro trademark T know when it started, Jian Rongxiu stopped calling Bibi Dong mother, and changed to sister. Finally today, she heard concern from his mouth, although it was just the simplest concern for her cultivation, but this was something she had never experienced before. Jian Rongxiu looked at Bibi Dong who was about to walk out the door, opened her mouth, and her throat still did not make a sound until she disappeared in front of the door. But looking at her mouth shape, it seemed to be the word mother. However, the gap between mother and daughter could not be resolved by such a simple sentence. However, the gulf between them disappeared silently. It's a pity that Jian Rongxiu doesn't know the relationship between Bibi Dong and Guyi now, otherwise the relationship that has just healed a little will probably fall to the freezing point it has never been in an instant. Bibi Dong also doesn't know Jian Rongxiu's perverted thoughts about Guyi. Perhaps, in the near future, this crisis that will come sooner or later will happen. Chapter 245 Panacea. Before leaving, Bibi Dong returned to Tianwen Academy again. Take care of her at the critical moment. Guyi looked at Bibi Dong, who had returned and naturally understood who she was talking about. He nodded and said, "Of course, after all, I am her nominal father." Just one sentence broke the defense of this most noble and elegant woman who was the strongest in the entire continent. If you were really her father, you would have died last night. Bibi Dong didn't want to remember the struggle that made her live in pain all her life. This time she was not joking. Her eyes were extremely serious, and there was even a bit of murderous intent in her eyes. Although she is now the same as she used to be, she will always get angry when it comes to that matter. Don't worry, go back. I know what to do. Also, don't kill too much, it will have a great impact on your state of mind. Guyi reminded her. After all, although Bibi Dong has a high talent, her state of mind is very easy to be affected, especially since she inherited the throne of the evil god, which is easy to affect the mind. Once too much killing is caused, it is very likely to fall into the previous out-of-control situation again. Bibi Dong smiled, very brightly, with her eyes slightly narrowed, and said with a bit of charm, "I still have a secret, it will be up to you when the time comes." After saying this, Bibi Dong left Tiandu City, leaving Guyi with a confused face. It seems that Bibi Dong, who has let go of her shame, seems to be more indulgent than before. It even makes him a little overwhelmed. Shaking his head, Guyi also walked into his own practice room. The series of battles last night consumed some of his energy, and now he must recover, otherwise his plan to condense the second soul core will be delayed for a few days. Fortunately, because he had condensed the first blood and chi soul ring before, the consumed energy was quickly replenished. The news that Guyi was going to retreat was naturally not hidden from Zhu Zuqing and Duguyan. "Go early and come back early, Zuqing, and I will wait for you here, and the child." Duguyan and Zhu Zuqing stood together and looked at this high-spirited man who belonged to them. They were very proud in their hearts and did not feel angry because he left them for practice. If Guyi was really just a man who coveted the present enjoyment, he would not get their love at all. "Don't worry, I will come back immediately after practice, and I will definitely not delay the birth of the child," Guyi first said to Duguyan with affection, and then turned to look at Zhu Zuqing, who was standing silently beside him. "Wait for me to come back." Guyi did not tell them about the dangers of this trip. Although he had calculated it in his mind countless times, he had never actually done it once, so the danger was probably inevitable. Guyi disappeared in their expectant eyes. This time he did not choose to come to Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, because even he himself was not completely sure. If the power was out of control, it would probably cause a huge chain reaction. Even he was not completely sure that he could control it, and there would be a huge explosion at that time. "I am afraid that the entire Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, and even the Sunset Forest, might be destroyed, so he chose to practice on the sea this time. In this way, even if something uncontrollable happened, it would not cause too much damage." Half a day later, Guyi appeared on the seashore. As a person living inland, although Guyi had been here, he did not stay here for a long time, so it was difficult for him to have the opportunity to get so close to the sea. However, he did not come here to enjoy the scenery this time. He took off into the air, and the next road only needed him to slowly search by himself. After all, space transmission was not omnipotent, and the place of cultivation also needed him to find it by himself. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Guyi planned to place the place of cultivation in the distant sea, where even soul masters could hardly reach. Aimlessly, Guyi flew over the ocean for a day, but still could not find a place enough for him to practice. Fortunately, there were many soul beasts and animals he had never seen before, so it was not a boring journey. However, he was not worried about not finding a suitable place to practice. After all, there were not too many deserted islands in the sea. After flying for a day and a night, Guyi finally settled down and chose a deserted island with abundant heaven and earth vitality, mountains, and water. It took several hours again to improve his state to the best, and then entered the sea of a Euro spirit. Looking at the two light balls, one large and one small, he felt a little more at ease. These powers of faith should be enough, right? Tien Mang stopped the work in his hands and asked Guui. No one knows what will happen when the soul core is condensed. The more pure faith power, the better. Bingdi did not speak, but used his tail to beat Tien Mang's silkworm back, and all his other thoughts were on purifying the faith power. After this period of accumulation, the faith power of the sea of a spirit is getting bigger and bigger, but the color in it is also more gorgeous, and it can't be used at all. Even with his current mental power, if he immerses himself in the faith power for too long, it will be affected. It's even more outrageous than evil thoughts. However, the pure faith power is like a panacea, and it can even be used to increase the age of the soul ring. After this period of research and discovery, with the help of Tien Mang and Bingdi, Guyi has a deep understanding of the power of faith and the power of the mind. The God-given soul ring that originally surprised him seems not so mysterious in front of him now. The throne of God seems to be right in front of him. Condensing the second soul core is very risky. In order to minimize this risk, naturally all possible methods must be used. Now the most critical and effective method is to use the power of faith. Of course, it is the power of faith that has been purified. After figuring this out, Tien Mang and Bingdi started their refining life again. Although they were not very happy about this boring work, they tried their best to let Guyi have a better chance of survival. Now in the sea of a spirit, the much smaller power of faith is particularly pure white, as if it does not contain any impurities. These powers can be used with complete confidence without worrying about any hidden dangers. We will accompany you to the end. Bingdi turned his head and looked at Guyi seriously. This time, the condensed soul core represents not only Guyi's life, but the common future of the three of them. Once he has any problems, Tien Mang and Bingdi will not survive, and even their souls will be scattered. Even if someone comes to rescue them, there is no way to save them. It will succeed, it will definitely succeed. There is great confidence in his tone, as if what he is about to face is not a life-or-death situation, but a small realm breakthrough. Chapter 246 Heart and Soul Core. After recovering, Guyi also opened his second martial soul, the Eye of the Soul. This time he chose to condense the second soul core in the upper danshan, which required mental power, but this time he was not going to choose just mental power. The first soul core, the condensed attribute, is all elemental abilities, which is also the attribute produced by the Jotien Liuhi Sutra. For the second soul core, Guyi naturally would not choose pure mental power, as the effect that could be achieved was not very good. As a variant of mental power, the Eye of the Soul has the ability to see through all the minds in the world. He intends to use the mind as the attribute of his second soul core in order to enhance his own mental power. The Eye of the Soul is actually a kind of body martial soul, but this body martial soul is more like a concept than a reality. The mind belongs to oneself. Perhaps after adding these layers, the potential of the Eye of the Soul itself can be stimulated, and then it may be further awakened. The goal is very big, which is why he has to be cautious. After this period of research, Guyi, Bingdi, and others found that there was some inexplicable relationship between spiritual power and faith power, and it was even very likely that it was spiritual power, but he had not yet studied it more thoroughly. Begin. This voice was not only to remind himself, but also to remind Bingdi and Tien Mang's silkworm in the sea of a spirit. Guyi took a deep breath and carefully took out the most primitive soul power from the first soul core. Because of practicing Jotien Liuhi Sutra, soul power naturally took on a myriad of attributes and could evolve into various elements. If you want to condense a different second soul core, you can't take on any other attributes. However, this process is not too troublesome. With his control over soul power, it is very simple to do this. Soul power and spiritual power condensed in his hands at the same time, but this time it was dominated by spiritual power. At the same time, he accelerated the process of space collapse with his own spatial ability, and soon a vortex was generated, and this vortex soon flew into the air. Put away your hands and start to fully bloom your power with all your heart and soul. A large amount of heaven and earth energy moved here, moving much faster than before. A cloud of energy condensed in the sky. The heaven and earth energy, which was so huge that it seemed to have no limit, kept falling from the sky into the solid soul power crystal that had already formed. The space around the solid soul power was cracked inch by inch, revealing a dark space. The space power contained in it was integrated into it little by little, allowing this solid soul power to integrate more power. Guyi now needs to control 5 powers at the same time. Soul power, spiritual power, mental power, space power, and the last heaven and earth energy. the consumption of energy is even greater. Bing bing, do you think he can succeed? In the sea of a euro spirit, Tien Mang Ice Silkworm looked at the solid soul power crystal emitting terrifying energy in the air outside with a worried look. Bingdi looked impatient. Do you really want him to fail? How is that possible? If he fails, we will all die. I still want to stay with you, Bing Bing, for a long time, ascend to the God realm together, and be a pair of carefree lovers. Then close your eyes and quickly refine the power of faith. Although Bingdi said so, his face still showed a worried look. This is related to the safety of the three of them. Even the coldest people will be worried. She can't do anything now. She is no longer one of the three kings who is majestic and roams the extreme north. Now there is only the soul body left, and the only thing she can do for him now is to enhance the power of faith. The process of condensing solid soul power is actually not a big problem. The most critical problem is how to integrate this solid soul power into the body. After a day and a night of absorption and condensation, Gui's spiritual power is somewhat weak. Although the spiritual power and the spiritual power are both of the same origin, they are not of the same sect and cannot be converted into each other. Bingdi, it's up to you next. Leave it to me. Tien Mang and Bingdi exerted their strength at the same time, and the pure white faith power in the spiritual sea poured into the solid soul core in the air. The soul core, which was originally unstable due to insufficient spiritual power, stabilized instantly. Sure enough, he guessed correctly. The matching degree between spiritual power and faith power is much higher than that of spiritual power. He can completely use the faith power to replace his insufficient spiritual power. After all, the spiritual eye awakened too late, and only absorbed one soul ring, which was not enough to support him to condense a soul core. With the intervention of the faith power, Guyi can relax a little. But the next is the most difficult moment. The reason why Tien can be ranked first among the 10 fierce beasts is because the path he took is the same as the path Guyi is going to take now. Using the method of yin and yang complementation to condense two completely different soul cores. There is still soul power in his soul core now. If he wants to achieve the level of yin and yang complementation, he must extract the soul power contained in it, so that the soul core only contains the power of the mind. This is the most critical and difficult point. The soul core in the air has just stabilized a little. Once he extracts the soul power, it is very likely that the entire soul core will collapse, so it must be done very slowly, without any problems. Fortunately, now he has Bingdi and Tien Mang to help him output the power of faith steadily and continuously, so he can focus more on extracting the soul power. This process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Every step was taken very carefully, and the soul power was extracted bit by bit. Guyi carefully controlled his mental power and extracted the last bit of soul power. Now there are only the power of the mind, the vitality of heaven and earth, and the power of space in the entire soul core. Finally succeeded. Guyi took a deep breath. He didn't dare to breathe for a few days, for fear that this soul core containing endless power would explode accidentally. The soul core in the air seemed to have turned pure white because too much faith power poured in. It exuded the power of the mind that Guyi felt familiar with. There is no doubt that he succeeded. The first difficulty was overcome, and the second difficulty followed. The next thing to do is to fuse the soul core into the body, and then let the two interact and blend, to the point where you are in me and I am in you. It can be considered a real success. The real test has only begun now. To bear the power of the second soul core, the toughness of the body is needless to say. Now that the first blood and chi soul ring has been condensed, I am confident that I can survive this process of fusing the soul core. Chapter 247 Blood and Chi show divine power. Sea of a euro spirit. Seeing that the soul core was successfully condensed, Tien Mang and Bingdi no longer provided the power of faith. However, before, there was 5 people's pure white faith power, but now it is only 1 person's height. It can be imagined that the power consumed by condensing the second soul core is terrifying. Next, we can only see him. If Guyi fails, everything is over. Pray. The two did not speak again, and watched the next scene quietly. The heart-soul core in the air has stabilized, so there is no need to worry about it becoming uncontrollable due to loss of control. Guyi knew that what he needed next was to hurry up and restore his state to the peak. Especially the mental power, which would be needed to control the next fusion. Fortunately, Guyi had spent so much time looking for this place before, and no humans or soul beasts came to disturb him. He could go through this process peacefully. It took another 3 hours to recover. Opening his eyes, Guyi looked at the pure white heart-soul core in the air, and his eyes gradually became firm. He could feel a connection between himself and the heart-soul core, and he no longer hesitated, and directly pulled the heart-soul core over. The heart-soul core approached the center of his eyebrows little by little. The closer it got, the more Guyi could feel the huge power contained in it, and even he felt frightened. Little by little, let the heart-soul core touch the center of his eyebrows, looking at the heart-soul core that was like a physical entity but seemed to be illusory and non-existent, and flew directly into his eyebrows. Instantly, a sharp pain spread from the center of the eyebrows to the whole body, and white lines gradually developed from the center of the eyebrows to the bottom. The soul core located in the dantian seemed to be provoked, and the power kept surging upward from the dantian, as if to completely destroy the thing that was trying to grab its territory. Guyi would naturally not allow such a situation to happen. For this heart-soul core, he paid too much effort and too much faith. The element soul core was forcibly isolated under the chest, so that its power could not penetrate and affect the rotation of the heart-soul core. The heart-soul core is still too weak compared to the element soul core. Whether in terms of rotational force or energy volume, it is not enough. The element soul power constantly hit the blockade he set up, and Guyi's face turned red, with a painful expression on his face. Now it is equivalent to two energies fighting in his body, and the battlefield is his body. If an ordinary soul master had sprayed blood in this scene, it would have been Guyi who could hold on. Without the interference of the elemental soul core, the progress of the heart-soul core is not slow. The pain brought is not any easier than the elemental soul core impacting the blockade. Guyi is now like being sandwiched between two barrels of explosives, constantly impacting his limit until he can no longer hold on, and the two energies collide, causing him to explode and die. However, fortunately, his blood and body are no weaker than those of ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts. Although this impact can make him painful, it is still a little short of making him unable to hold on. If the two soul cores want to achieve a state of yin and yang complementation and balance, they must keep their rotation speed at a certain level, otherwise one fast and one slow will only cause him to explode and die instantly. The elemental soul core condensed at the beginning rotates clockwise, while the heart-soul core he condensed now rotates counterclockwise. Only in this way can they achieve the degree of complementarity and prepare for the next condensation of the third soul core. The impact force is getting bigger and bigger. Although the elemental soul core has reduced its rotation speed a lot under his control, it is still madly attacking his blockade. The heart and soul core above is still not optimistic. Although the rotation force has been improved a lot, it has a great impact on the body. The impact on the body was also greatly increased. Puff! Guyi could no longer hold on, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of the corner of his mouth. Under the impact of the two, I am afraid that only the body of Tien, a euro which is so strong that it defies the heavens, can withstand it. The body was constantly damaged, and the internal organs were also shaken and cracked. If it were not for the absorption of the trunk bone of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, which gave his body a very powerful blessing, coupled with the soul bone ability of the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone, he would continue to recover from the injuries in his body. This is why Guyi has persisted until now. After all, the ability of the soul bone has its limits, and now the war between the heart-soul core and the element soul core has not ended. A slight slackness here actually allowed a trace of soul power to rush through his blockade. Although a trace of soul power is harmless, it further stimulates the aggressiveness of the element soul core, and the impact of soul power is getting stronger and stronger. No way, he is going to fail. Tien Mang looked at Guyi, who was in a worrying situation, with a worried look, and a trace of despair appeared in his heart. It was simply too much of a mess. Isn't it good to cultivate to become a god step by step? Bingdi didn't say anything, just watched quietly. She didn't believe that such a powerful man would die so easily. If he couldn't even pass this level if he was favored by the gods, wouldn't he be too incompetent? Guyi certainly wouldn't fail so easily, otherwise his time in the past few months would have been wasted. This was also within his expectations. Qi and blood soul ring, invincible overlord body. There are not only soul power and mental power in his body, but also qi and blood are indispensable to him. Now this is the key to breaking the deadlock. With the addition of qi and blood soul skills, Guyi's condition improved instantly, and he could better deal with the impact in his body. The strengthening of his physique made him more confident in dealing with the impact. Gradually, he released some of the soul power blockade, and at this moment, the heart-soul core also settled in his body, but he also felt another existence. Whether it is the heart soul core or the element soul core, there is no doubt that these two are the cores of the body, and neither of them will give way to the other. The spiritual power also began to fight with the soul power. What Guyi had to do now was to control the current situation and let the two forces slowly interact and merge together, so that they could reach the state of you and me in you. Maintaining the invincible overlord body was a serious consumption of qi, but he couldn't care less at the moment. Now it was a dilemma, and it could only end when the two forces slowly communicated and merged together. Once the invincible overlord body was released, it would be almost impossible to hold on. Gritting his teeth, enduring the pain every moment, his body also felt a burst of weakness. The consumption of qi and blood was very serious. According to his calculations, with his current blood and qi, he could only hold on for another stick of incense at most. If he wanted to maintain his invincible overlord body for more time, he would not have enough blood and qi to support it. Chapter 248 The Problem. Although the soul core of the heart was in a very disadvantageous state at the beginning, it never stopped getting stronger and bigger, constantly absorbing the power from the outside world to make itself more huge, and the power contained in it was constantly approaching the elemental soul core. In addition, with Guyi's continuous blessing, the rotation force was improved, and from the initial weakness, it slowly changed to be evenly matched. Bingdi, Tien Mang, integrate all the remaining refined faith power into it. Guyi felt the continuous consumption of blood and qi, and he had to complete this fusion at a faster speed, otherwise he would really be unable to avoid exploding and dying. Hearing Guyi's voice, Tien Mang and Bingdi were stunned. Now if the power of faith is input into the soul core of the heart, wouldn't it be more difficult to control? Tien Mang wanted to say something, but was pulled over by Bingdi. Hurry up and start. It's useless to say more. Since it has come to this point, you can only believe in Guyi's choice. There is no other way. With the injection of the power of faith, the soul core of the heart became more manic and aggressive than before. It actually began to counterattack the elemental soul core. Guyi controlled everything with a stronger mental power, and never forgot what the strongest power he had now was. From the initial practice of the magic skills, to the evil god beads later, absorbing the spiritual power of Tien Mang's ice silkworm for millions of years, his spiritual foundation has already reached the point that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. Qi and blood are one of his trump cards, but there is no doubt that mental power will always be his strong backing. Since you like to make trouble, you might as well make it bigger. The huge mental power instantly surged out of his spiritual sea, forcibly controlling the two powers of mind and elements, allowing them to blend with each other. The mental power consumed every second is several times or even dozens of times the original. The soul core of the heart is getting stronger and stronger, and the vitality of the world outside is pouring into his body. Guyi's body is like a sieve, absorbing the huge vitality of the world. The soul core of the heart is also getting bigger and bigger under this situation, and it is about to reach the level of an elemental soul core. Bing bing, if he continues to use his mental power without restraint, I'm afraid the sea of a spirit will not be able to bear it. The Tien Mang ice silkworm looked at the trembling sea of a spirit and looked at the ice emperor next to him. In terms of actual combat power, the Tien Mang ice silkworm is even. It is possible that it is not as good as some 100,000-year soul beasts, but if we simply compare the spiritual power, even the powerful beast like the ice jade emperor scorpion is still not good enough. Don't talk nonsense, the current situation is completely controlled by this powerful spiritual power. If the output of spiritual power is reduced, let alone the spiritual sea, even we can't survive. If you have any ideas, tell me quickly. Ice Emperor felt powerless again. This was the third time he felt powerless after becoming one of the three kings of the extreme north. Every time was related to Guyi. If you want to stabilize the spiritual sea, you naturally need spiritual power as support. But now we are both rootless duckweed. If we use spiritual power a little bit, we will have less. If we consume too much, we may even be in danger of losing our souls. Ice Emperor glanced at Tien Mang coldly, his eyes full of impatience. He was very impatient with Tien Mang's nagging. With such high-intensity mental power output, I estimate that there will be cracks in Guyi's spiritual sea in at most 5 minutes. At that time, we will be responsible for filling these cracks with mental power to prevent the spiritual sea from collapsing. But this kind of repair is like a bottomless pit. As long as Guyi does not stop, no matter how much mental power we have, it will be useless. Knowing what to do next, Bingdi closed her eyes and quietly waited for the time when she needed to take action. Gui's side has also reached the most difficult moment. The spirit soul core has grown up, and the competition between the two is getting more and more intense. There is no thought of merging together. It's as if it is rejecting him. Gui doesn't know which link has a problem. He has calculated it too many times, and this situation has never appeared in his imagination. Resisting the double pain in his mind and body, he carefully thought about all the steps. Since it is stuck here, there must be something he didn't do. Yin and Yang complement each other. Yin and Yang complement each other. Gui finally set his sights on the elemental soul core and seemed to understand where he had a problem. If Yin and Yang want to complement each other, they cannot have the same source of power. When he condensed the elemental soul core, he used not only soul power, but also mental power. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. If it weren't for the urgent situation now, Gui would even want to slap himself twice. He actually ignored such an important thing, or forgot it. However, finding the source is half the success. Stop it! Gui once again set up a blockade between the two soul cores. This time it was a double blockade of mental power and blood. Even two soul cores that have grown very powerful could not be broken in a short time. There is only 3 minutes at most. Gui calculated his remaining blood. If he couldn't extract the mental power from the soul core in 3 minutes, it would be too much pressure to suppress the two soul cores with mental power alone. It is even possible to fail directly. Come on! Although the elemental soul core is not under control now, it is not difficult to extract mental power from it. After all, when using soul power, mental power will naturally be brought out. This is almost a no-brainer. It was just that he was not sure whether he could extract all the spiritual power within 3 minutes, which was the biggest difficulty. Soon, the spiritual power was separated from the elemental soul core under his control and merged into the sea of a spirit. At this time, the sea of a spirit trembled more and more, and a tiny crack quietly appeared. At this moment, Bingdi opened her eyes, and the spiritual power symbolizing life flowed from her hands. The originally very solid figure slowly became a little illusory. The consumed spiritual power is life. When the spiritual power is used up, it is the time for Bingdi to die. Tien Mang looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If they had worked harder and refined more faith power, they would not have fallen to this point. It is necessary to use the most original spiritual power to repair the sea of a spirit. Tien Mang was also not idle. In such a short time, 2 more cracks appeared. However, Tien Mang's condition is much better than Bingdi. After all, he had been receiving nourishment from the evil god Pearl. Although there was not even a complete line on his body, the spiritual power contained in it was definitely not less than that of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Chapter 249 Beyond the Sky. Guyi was naturally clear about the situation in the sea of a spirit. Seeing them trying so hard, his confidence increased greatly. Will not fail. The spiritual power in the elemental soul core was constantly extracted and merged into the sea of a spirit again. Hurry up, faster! Guyi almost exploded all his potential. Even though the power in his body had already erupted in a full-scale conflict, the blockade of his subordinates was as thin as paper. It seemed that it would be squeezed and broken at any time. Tick, tick, time passed by, and the figure of the Ice Emperor in the sea of a spirit became more and more illusory. Guyi's body gradually began to dry up, and most of the blood in his body was maintained near the heart, maintaining his last vitality. Even if the sea of a spirit was protected by the Tien Mang Ice Silkworm and the Ice Emperor still unable to stop the increasing number of cracks, it is only a hair's breadth away from collapse. The body and mind have now truly reached the so-called limit. Life and death. Facing such a crisis, the imagined panic does not exist. Instead, Guyi is now like a real meditation, and the body and soul have reached an unprecedented unity at this moment. There is only one goal, to extract the spiritual power in the elemental soul core. In this state, Guyi is more subtle in operating the spiritual power than before, and his body and mind seem to have entered another realm. Bing Bing, after becoming a human soul ring, I am really happy to be able to spend this time with you. If we can't live together, it's not bad to die together. The Tien Mang Ice Silkworm seemed to have predicted his own death and showed a bleak smile. Shut up, it will succeed. Now what we have to do is to help him stabilize the sea of a spirit. Bingdi is much calmer than Tien Mang Ice Silkworm, or has experienced too many life and death. Although this time is far more serious and dangerous than many previous times, she believes in this man. What is happening in the sea of a spirit now, Guyi does not know and does not care. The elemental soul core in Danshan has become more like silver at this moment, and the power left by the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings has dissipated at this moment. As the last ray of mental power was extracted, Guyi could even feel a desire from the elemental soul core, a desire for mental power. He understood that it was time. You can stop now. Guyi said this to the Ice Emperor and Tien Mang Ice Silkworm in his mind. The next thing will not require such a large amount of mental power output, and the collapse of the sea of a spirit will not continue to worsen. No way, such twists and turns. The Tien Mang Ice Silkworm sighed, feeling that his heart was about to jump out. On the other hand, the Ice Emperor smiled, which was the first time he smiled after entering Guyi's sea of a spirit. The smile was not brilliant, but just a slight hook at the corner of his mouth, but it had already shown the most beautiful brilliance in the world. After removing the blockade of mental power, he no longer maintained the invincible overlord body, allowing himself to retain a little bit of blood and chi. Now Guyi is extremely sure that the next step will be successful, and will definitely be successful. After the two energies of the elemental soul core and the heart soul core met, they fought fiercely again, still messing up Guyi's body. Except for the heart protected by chi and blood, the rest of the body was damaged to varying degrees. Bleeding from all 7 orifices, Guyi now looked like a ghost. After just 30 seconds, the two forces felt the fusion for the first time. Seeing this scene, Guyi finally breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time felt stupid for his previous thinking. A wise man will make mistakes even if he makes 1,000 plans. This negligence today almost cost him his life. The more thorough the plan, the greater the possibility of error. Although the two forces have not yet completely merged, the pressure on his body is not as great as before, and his body is enough to resist it. The pain is still continuing, but there is no danger to his life. As time passed slowly, the heart soul core and the elemental soul core became more and more in sync, and the power was constantly blending. 3 days later, the two forces completed the final fusion, and all the impact force disappeared. On the contrary, Guyi is now like a huge heaven and earth energy collector, which flows into his body at a speed far exceeding 10 times the previous one. It quickly merged into the two soul cores, and then the two soul cores continued to rotate in opposite directions. The power of the two soul cores completed the intersection at the center of the power fusion and was transmitted into the meridians again. His body was rapidly improved and restored, and his physical fitness was also rapidly improved. The spiritual sea that had cracked was also slowly recovering. After all the hardships, there was a sweet return. Even the Tien Mang Ice Silkworm and Ice Emperor in the spiritual sea were nourished, and the Ice Emperor's figure that had become illusory became solid again. Even the Ice Emperor's breath was even stronger than before. The body was completely restored. The body that had been sitting cross-legged for several days finally stood up again. The whole world became different in his eyes. The palm slid down lightly, and the space crack was generated. Now he seemed to have been strengthened by several times in an instant, and his perception of space was even deeper and more obvious. The space of Douluo continent seemed as thin as paper to him, and breaking through space was even easier than tearing a piece of paper. Guyi also knew his current state. His original clothes had long been stained with blood, and there were bloodstains on his face. It looked as miserable as it could be. All it took was a shock of soul power to sweep away these filth, but it did not do so, but took off and rushed straight into the sea. Use pure sea water to wash the body. The cold feeling stimulated the skin, but made him feel extremely comfortable. Walking in the sea water was like a fish, and he didn't even need to hold his breath deliberately, and could survive directly in the water. Now he can proudly say that in the entire Douluo continent, no human soul master would be his opponent. Even if it was once, even if the 3 peerless Douluos attacked him together, he could still fight with all his strength. After condensing the second soul core of yin and yang complementation, it was like he could not touch the peak of his strength. He jumped out of the sea, stepped on the water with both feet, suddenly looked up at the sky, and made an amazing and bold decision. He took off into the air and flew towards the sky. With his current strength, he wanted to try whether he could break through the limit of Douluo continent and fly out of this planet. Countless clouds were left behind, getting closer and closer to the sky. At this moment, he was completely free from the constraints of gravity, and was about to break through the limitations of the planet and reach the sky. Suddenly stopped. His eyes were extremely solemn, and his body and soul kept telling him that if he took another step forward, he would die, and there was absolutely no way to survive. All the way here, Guui still believed in his senses very much. With his current strength, he might not be able to travel the universe. Chapter 250 Return to Douluo. In front of the sky, Guui stood for a while, but never stepped over that threshold. After all, he couldn't set foot in the vastness of the universe. It's time to go back. After cutting through the space, the figure disappeared before the sky, and the next moment he arrived at the seaside. When the space moved for the third time, Guui could already sense the Douluo Empire. Thinking of the help of the power of faith this time, he had always wanted to find an opportunity to go to the Douluo Empire. Since he was passing by here now, it was not a big deal to go to the Douluo Palace again. The next moment, Guui appeared outside Douluo City. Another step, the figure appeared in the palace. But now it was past the time, and the officials had already left the palace. This made Guui feel a little sorry, missing a good show. Sensing Dai Muebai's breath, Guui appeared in front of him. At this moment, Dai Muebai looked much better than before, wearing an emperor's costume. During this period, he also cultivated a little majesty of the emperor, but now his spiritual power has greatly increased, but he can feel the panic and uneasiness in Dai Muebai's heart. Dai Muebai, you did a pretty good job. Dai Muebai, who was handling government affairs, suddenly heard someone calling him by his name, with a little praise. This made him, who already had some imperial majesty, say directly without raising his head, "You are so bold, who asked you to come in, go down and accept the punishment." I didn't expect Dai Muebai to forget his voice so quickly. Accept the punishment? I would like to, but what torture instruments do you have in the Douluo Empire that can punish me? The voice was a little cold, and at this moment, Dai Muebai finally raised his head. It's you. He was already panicked to the extreme, but the emperor's life in the past few months made him restrain himself. You are here to kill me, do it. Maybe he didn't see Gui's true character clearly before, but he understood one thing very well. Will not change easily because of anyone's begging for mercy, never. You are not worth it for me to come here from afar to kill you. Guui looked at Dai Muebai with disdain and said. In addition to the majesty of the emperor, he also felt a bit weak. Weakness comes from the loss of kidney energy. Through his heart, Guui also learned where the kidney energy went. The previous emperor Douluo died too suddenly, leaving Dai Muebai no powerful trump card. Although he was a prince, he was not as good as his brother in the game of emperors. Although Dai Muebai had the title of emperor, most of the power was in the hands of the nobles, and there were very few people available. In order to control him, it was undoubtedly the best choice to put people from his family in his harem. Dai Muebai's kidney energy was lost so seriously because of this. If it wasn't for killing me, how could the famous god of war suddenly come? Dai Muebai laughed at himself. He once thought about making Guui pay for what he had done, but now he couldn't think of that anymore. The gap is too big, just like the bright moon in the sky and the lights on the ground, there is no comparison. I came here to do only one thing, choose an open place in the city, build a statue of me, and set a time point, requiring the people of the entire empire to pray to me. It is difficult to force people, and Gui's request is undoubtedly harsh. Especially before, he personally killed the previous emperor in front of so many people. This has long been widely circulated among the people of the Douluo Empire. All the people who love the Douluo Empire have a hatred for Guui. This is impossible. Even if I force the order, the people below will not obey it. Guui chuckled, just give the order. As for those who don't obey, I have my own way to deal with them. Last time, he didn't massacre the ministers in the Douluo Palace. If they don't know what's good for them this time, he doesn't mind taking their lives from them again. 10 days, the Douluo Empire only has 10 days, the time is up. My request has not been fulfilled, you don't want to see that day. With the last word, he disappeared in the palace again. Looking at the empty palace, Dai Muebai hoped that everything that happened just now was his illusion. But it was useless after all. After thinking for a while, Dai Muebai suddenly he opened his eyes, with a fierce look that he had never seen before. Perhaps he could truly control the sovereignty through this matter. Come here, notify all the ministers to come and discuss important matters. After leaving Douluo City, Guui landed thousands of miles away from Wuhan City this time. It's just that I have experienced a life and death crisis, so it's not bad to relax. When this idea came into his mind, Guyi appeared in Wuhan City. However, this time he did not come directly to the Pope's palace, but wandered around the city. Having been with Bibi Dong for so long, he has never formally given her any gifts. This time Guyi wants to have some different experiences. If Bibi Dong doesn't agree, it will be difficult to have this most perfect experience. So giving gifts is a very critical part. After choosing, Guyi finally decided to send flowers, which is the simplest and least likely to make mistakes. He carefully selected 99 red roses of excellent quality. With these 99 red roses, Guyi did not choose to cross the space to come to the Pope's palace, but walked towards the Pope's palace step by step. Now, with his reputation in the Spirit Hall, he is not as good as Bibi Dong, the Pope who brought the Spirit Hall to a higher level, but his status is definitely above that of ordinary elders. Naturally, no one would stop him. When he came to the outside of the Pope's hall and waited for the guard to report, the rose had already been put into his soul guide. Since he planned to impress her, he naturally had to do it in full. Bibi Dong in the Pope's hall looked at the people below with some surprise. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? It's Elder Gu. Hadn't he just returned from the Heaven Do Empire? Why did he come again, and this time he actually walked through the main gate instead of coming here directly with the ability to cross space?" This is why Bibi Dong asked this question. This behavior is simply too inconsiderate. It's true. Many people have seen Elder Gu. The guard half kneeling on the ground didn't understand why the Pope was so surprised and puzzled when he heard that Guyi had arrived. "Let him in." Bibi Dong also wanted to see what Guyi was up to. Even if he wanted to see me, he didn't need to come in from the main hall. This bastard always came directly to the chair. After Guyi came in, he waved his hand and the door of the hall closed. No mistake, it was this bastard. Bibi Dong was still sitting on the Pope's chair, with her legs raised high, and the high heels on her feet were unconsciously hooked, showing the owner's restlessness.